Girl Duchess back with YSL trial. Y'all, I tried not to do this today. I really did. Um, but I am just obsessed and I don't want to look away because these men are fighting for their lives, y'all, and the state has been being the state. And I just can't not support them like any day. So it sounds like they're wrapping it up. They're down to their last three witnesses. I definitely want to see Detective Viverito and whatever it is that she's going to add. But I cannot get past this Shannon Stillwell accusation that the state wants me to say that he is the shooter, and it's like four of the people. And the man wasn't even there. Like that video, that one video, I have not gotten past it. And considering how this trial has gone on, and is so many men, probably, and women across this country in the same situation, the least I can do is do my part to make sure that it's seen and learn everything I can, while being thoroughly entertained. Max Schardt is on the bat phone. He is the star defense attorney at the moment. Child. Closing arguments will be the thing, and I already know he gonna eat them up. Without further ado, I'm gonna get into this trial, y'all. I know. Thank you sincerely to the 444 subscribers that have hung on with me as we kind of ride this wave and figure this thing out, y'all. And I bring out good quality content. I know that that's my responsibility. I appreciate you guys just bearing with me. Come in, holler at your girl. Talk to me about anything. I'm here watching the trial, but I mean, that don't mean that's all we can talk about. Without further ado, let's get into these last few days. The state's supposed to wrap it up today, y'all. If not tomorrow, then it's defense up, and I'm all ears. Let's go.
For y'all to communicate back and forth, or are there things that we need to take up and make a decision about? Well, I don't know who originally sent it, but
So, yes, Your Honor, I was reviewing some of the stuff that is probably going to come in through Investigator Viverito.
okay.
And there were, I've talked to Mr. Atkins since then. I thought I was reviewing the redacted wiretap calls, and Mr. Atkins has informed me what's in that wiretap is not, or what is in that folder is not the redacted version. So, for instance, there was one of the calls had the nested hearsay with Rel. I don't know if you remember. We argued about Rel had told Dolly and you had ruled that out, and that was still in. So I brought that to the court's to the state's attention, and they said it's I was reviewing an unredacted version. There was one particular area in one of the calls that myself and Mr. Atkins um, have discussed this morning. It's basically Mr. Garlington is drunk, or he says he's drunk. He sounds drunk, and he's talking to a female, and he basically talks about a shootout that he's claiming on the 12th that he and Mr. Stillwell were in a shootout with people earlier that day. And I couldn't remember. We've litigated so much, I couldn't remember. And I thought maybe that was something I failed to raise. But Mr. Atkins' notes indicates that I did raise it, and you ruled it as a statement against penal interest of Mr. Garlington. Because to me, clearly, it's not a statement of co-conspirators, clearly spilling the beans. You ruled that it was a statement against penal interest. But per Mr. Atkins, your ruling was that all references to Shannon are to come out. And so that was something, again, I didn't realize I was reading going through the unredacted versions of those calls. But the state's going to have to clean up, obviously, before publishing it to the jury. There was also in one of the calls, it was the same call as the nested hearsay, statement by Mr. Stillwell that when Mr. Farley's arrested, he needs to basically demand a lawyer. And then Mr. Stillwell talks about how when he was arrested, he demanded a lawyer. So I had concerns about that as well. And I believe
That seems, what's the state's take on that?
So, Your Honor, the state's in agreement of the part about requesting a lawyer.
Yeah.
Basically, the wiretap chart, there's only a few, like the nested hearsay that unfortunately argued primarily by Mr. Harvey and what we were just discussing with Mr. Schardt that have redactions. Most of them were either in or out.
Right.
And so this specific call with, let me get a working microphone. This specific call, I listened, after Mr. Schardt sent this email, I listened to the portion of that call, and the state agrees with Mr. Schardt and redact the lawyer part. There is one portion of that call where after he tells, and by he, I mean Shannon Stillwell tells Deamonte, I requested a lawyer. They're talking about Miles Farley. He needs to do the same. That part I agree to redact. At the end of that brief diatribe, he says, he doesn't need to say anything. I mean, he basically says, don't tell them SHIT. And so the state is not trying to argue, someone asserting their Fifth Amendment rights, but the way that they're talking, it's not Farley speaking. It's two people talking about, hey, he doesn't need to tell them anything. The state's position is that specific line, removed from lawyers, is relevant because what is there for him to say if the murder didn't happen? That's the state, that brief portion. And so I can play it. I think the court's ruling, I don't think the court would need argument in terms of the court. It's a simple legal principle of just needs to listen to so I can email the court, CC defense counsel with the portion that the state is not agreeing to remove.
Okay.
So
Do you want to is it easy enough to just play it here now?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. You want to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And will that take care of it? The rest of it, y'all got sorted?
I believe so,
Sounds
Your
like-
Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we're pulling up the call now, and we're going to start, as Mr. Schardt highlighted, at 3:35. In the beginning portion, the state is agreeing to redact, but just so you can hear that preliminary conversation.
I ain't know that. I'm like, so I hadn't. And man, I mean, damn, how that? But I say something like, hey, bro.
saying that to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say not one word.
Yeah.
Go down what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. So I ain't know that though. Like, so I didn't. And man, I didn't. Tell me how that. Yeah. But I say something.
Your Honor, we're actually going to bring it back a little bit.
Okay,
The portion about the lawyers is right before where we
all
started.
right. And that part will be out, but,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
They're like, you like, bro, I'm feeling fucking cat. Listen, bro, no. Just tell me for you want to talk, bro. Like,
Man, listen, bro. I told Baba, I'm like, hey, tell buddy, do the same thing I did when I went in there. I told him for, hey, I want to see my lawyer. I want my lawyer. I'm
don't
say
tell
nothing
him.
else to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say not one word.
Yeah.
Go down what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. So I ain't know.
So there's two aspects of this.
Okay, so before Shark go in on them, y'all, I just got to say, so the state wants us to believe that the state wants us to believe that the only reason this man would have, after everything that we've seen, the only reason this man would have reason to say, listen, don't say nothing to these people. Ask for your attorney. Just get you some representation here. Don't say nothing. That they haven't given us any reason to believe that there are plenty of other reasons as to why to not talk to these people. Like, they just put on a clinic on why you don't talk to these people, like why you don't say anything. And they want us to believe that after watching this video and seeing how sloppy the detective work was, and that they didn't even really put in a real effort, if we're going to be persuaded more by the defense, to really find out who killed Shamel Drinks. Like, we still can't really say he killed Shamel Drinks. And him saying that he's supposed to, why else would he say that if he wasn't admitting to the murder? Bruh, seriously? I mean, bruh, come on now. Like, I'm already 2 minutes in and I'm pausing this video, and that's not what I'm supposed to be doing because I am on catch up time. But let's be real, bruh. And we still got a whole nother vehicle plus 2 witnesses that y'all ain't even talked to. And you want us to hang this man because he said, don't talk to them, get representation? Man, if I was Char, I'd be like, let it in. But anyway, let me just hear it all and let me hear what Shark has to say. That's just my 2 cents, y'all. And we just getting into this thing. Child, I gotta update the chapters and stuff so I can go back if I'm going back. Anyway, y'all didn't sign in to hear that. Child, if y'all sign in, hear it all. But it's not. Oh, somebody is in here. Let me stop talking like I'm. Anyway, let's get back to this thing. I'm just saying, state, y'all need to do better. If I'm supposed to say guilty.
And the one that I feel strongly about is when he says he needs to do just like me and demand a lawyer. And I think the
That
state's
part, they agree.
Oh,
is that-
okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as long as there's no reference to Shannon, exercising his
Right.
Fifth Amendment rights, then I'm fine with it. As long as we just keep the whole thing in, and when I say the whole thing in, minus the part about Shannon demanding an attorney, but Mr. Atkins summarized it by saying that Mr. Stillwell told get the word to Miles not to say, I think SHIT or something like that, but it's a little bit more. There's a little bit more context in that, and I would just ask the context.
Yeah. And so, he says, do just like I did. Are y'all proposing to play that part? Because, okay, so it would just start with the man, don't say, okay. I mean, I think that part can be in, but the rest of it out. Okay. The Garlington talking to the girl, did y'all, I had already made a ruling on that, right? Y'all are straight on what's in and out on that one, or we need to address that?
So, Your Honor, I believe we handled a lot that day. And so when I was telling Mr. Schardt that the court's ruling was statement against penal interest of Garlington have to redact reference to Shannon, I believe that alleviates
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Schart's
right. That's
concern.
right. Yeah, that was.
Right, if I could just get a version of it, just so I can listen to it before we publish it.
Understood.
Okay. All right, so I think now turn into the how to handle the convictions that are either in or going to come in for everybody. All right, so Mr. Weinstein just sent a proposed limiting instruction about things that came, convictions of Mr. Nichols, that I agree, the convictions, I mean, they were only going to come in against him anyway, so they really shouldn't be in anymore now that he's not a part of the case. So do y'all want that whole, so that's that whole first paragraph. If everybody's fine with that language, fine. If anybody wants to propose edit, let me know. Does silence mean everybody's fine, or are you just still reading it?
The first paragraph, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The state has no issue with the first paragraph.
Okay. All right, now on Mr. Winfrey, I looked back at the argument and then what ultimately happened with that. And the state never actually tendered his conviction.
Oh, okay.
So I guess the question then is, they were sort of left with the impression that it was a straight guilty plea and not an Alfred plea. And I think that's a misimpression. Do you want me to try to explain anything to them about it now, or?
Well, my biggest concern, certainly I have a concern about the difference between an offer and a guilty plea, but my biggest concern is, even if it wasn't admitted, the document wasn't admitted, there was testimony about him pleading guilty. And whether it's offered or regular guilty plea, it's still a confrontation clause issue. It's still, we've been throwing the Jefferson case around. I don't have the site handy right in front of me, but we've been arguing it. That case has come up a lot in this trial, but it's basically an out-of-court statement of guilt by a person who's not testifying. So I don't think it was appropriate, even if the certified conviction was not admitted, I don't believe it was appropriate for the jurors to even receive testimony from Detective Raisi about Jimmy Winfrey entering a plea at all. So if there's no conviction, that's good. That solves that problem. But I would ask for some instruction that that there was some previous testimony and that should not be considered. It's I don't know what the term I would use, but it's no longer in evidence, and it should not be considered in the jurors' consideration in this case at all.
So a couple of things. Apparently, nobody told Judge Glanville until after the testimony about he pled guilty a month later came in that the Georgia Supreme Court had reversed that conviction and found it to be coerced. So that was maybe not a great way to approach things from anybody. But the fact that it was, I think it appeared from the context that the reason it was coming in that way was there was a suggestion that somebody had offered him like a car and a chunk of money. And so the suggestion was, and so then he immediately pled guilty, and it, was some kind of like trying to influence somebody or take the heat off somebody else or something like that. Was that kind of the?
Well, in Your Honor, obviously reviewed transcripts. So I'm going to defer, but I will say this. My recollection is that when there was talk about entering a plea at all,
Mhm.
Mr. Steele was jumping up and down from the beginning about how wrong it was.
Well, he was, but he didn't actually let the court know that the reason he was so upset about it is because it had been found to be coerced. Maybe that's in the past, that happened, whatever, but.
Okay, but even if it wasn't coerced, it's still, I mean, this is an overt act. And right now the jury has been informed through testimony that someone who is not testifying has gone into court and said, I
did that.
I did that.
When that's not really what happened.
Well, it's not really what happened, but even if it was just
Okay, so I guess I'm going to be on one today. This is what I hate about, let me not say that because I need to. This is the most unpleasing thing about the employment laws. And what is really boiling down to, in my opinion, from what I'm observing, is just the laws in general. The areas are so gray that the person with the strongest argument wins. Why is it that if this is the judge and he is managing this courtroom and managing this case and making sure that everything goes fair, why is it that somebody has to bring it to his attention that this is why he's upset? And I get that maybe he may have not have known that was overturned or whatever the logistics of it is. It's like, can you make this right? Because just because they didn't make it so clear doesn't mean that the action taken is the appropriate action, nor does it mean that his argument is invalid. Like, regardless of the other component, you still have the meat of this. And examining the meat of this would cause you to have to make a drastic decision. And why can't you do that without me having to ask you? And I don't know the job of the judge all the way. They're really not supposed to get involved. It's really dependent on the state and the defense to know the laws, to bring them forward, to bring case, like to really, really prove your case, because we're taking it to trial. I get it. I just would love to see some type of medium gray area. I mean, not a gray area because that just keeps us further in the abyss of gray, right? But dang, can the law change? Is there something about the laws that can be changed, especially this RICO situation? Anyway, let me get off my soapbox. Let me get back to this case. I'm just saying that triggered me and it annoyed me. State of Georgia, these laws, they're so gray, y'all. And her argument is valid, child. But you had the power, child, doesn't make it right. I don't know. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this, because honey, they got my feathers in, and we only 23 minutes in. And I don't want to be on the live to 7 o'clock tonight trying to watch this trial. I really don't. But y'all, come on now. Let's go.
guilty plea, and it was the most bland guilty plea, and nothing was done in the appellate courts, it would still be improper for Detective Raisi or anyone else to say Jimmy Winfrey pled to that, because that's a statement by Jimmy Winfrey, who is not testifying, and it was clearly as part of prosecution, and it's clearly testimonial. It's a statement he made in court. So I don't, there's two issues, but I don't think the issue is just the coercion versus non-coercion and the resentencing, but the fact that there was testimony about him entering a guilty plea is a major problem. So I just think all that testimony, if there's no documents, no certified conviction, that's good. But I think that the jury needs to be instructed that any consideration, there's to be no consideration of any testimony that Jimmy Winfrey entered a guilty plea at all,
Well,
or an offered plea.
they weren't even told it was an offered plea, and I think that is relevant, that he didn't even say, I'm guilty of this. He
Right.
said, I think it's in my best interest to take this plea.
I agree.
Excuse me, let me just interject, just to say the case that Mr. Schardt is referencing,
Yeah.
State v. Jefferson, that's 302 Georgia 435 to 2017.
So, do y'all want me to, and
And let me just add, because it sounds like they're arguing the Cormavius Nichols situation and his plea, and that coming in a prejudicial light to his client. Y'all, I'm gonna keep this video, this picture up of this crime scene with these 4 people, because this man, that boy shouldn't have even had to even have that on the table. Hell, all I really seen him do was put his blinker on and get the heck out of the way. Like, is that just me? So the fact that they're having to argue this point, and Max is having to argue this point, like, we shouldn't even be here. And my voice is raised. I'm passionate. Why? I don't know, child. They under my skin today, girl. But I'm just saying, like, are we seriously doing this? Am I going to be able to see this as just? And this isn't in front of the jury, right? So the jury won't see this. So I have to kind of, because I really want to kind of gauge which way I think the jury is going to go. And the only way I can do that is by putting myself in their seat. So I'm going to try to reel myself back in. But I'm just saying that part is just so annoying. Let me mute the mic, child, and get on back to this trial, child.
And I mean, I'd like to hear from the state as well, if y'all have something to add.
Your Honor, a couple things for the court's consideration is, one, the state agrees with the court addressing this matter. And if, as we have done with these limited instructions we're discussing now, this issue, for one, the state will not be addressing or arguing in closing, which is the only other time this could come up, about Jimmy Winfrey pleading
Okay.
under Alfred, number one. And so to cure or rectify the testimony, I think the state's position is it's prudent as we are discussing, and if we can all, both parties can try to provide a proposed instruction to the court for the court's consideration, to come collectively or ultimately as the court decides what to instruct the jury related to that matter.
All right. Well, it may be today that we have to do that, right? So,
Right, and what we would ask, Your Honor, is that they be instructed that, one, the plea was under Alfred, and that, two, even though it was under Alfred, they should still not consider that under the Jefferson case, Your Honor.
okay. So I think maybe the easier thing to deal with is the convictions that are going to come in against Mr. Kendrick and that have come in against Mr. Stillwell. And it looks like Mr. Stillwell's convictions were from, I don't know, a 10 SC case that was, when I looked back at this evidence, I could not even follow what was going on with that case, because there were 3 different plea sheets that all said negotiated. The Senate sheet said non-negotiated, and the sentence was to different counts than the pleas sheets were. So I don't know. I would think the Senate sheet would control. Did y'all look at that? I mean, it's the certified copy, but it makes no sense. It's like the first page says he's pleading to counts 1 and 3. And then there's another one that is he's pleading to count 7. I don't know if it's count 7, but, and they're all the same indictment number. And then there's a third one that says he's pleading to count 9 or something. And then you go to the Senate sheet And that's not even what he pled to. And I don't know if it was negotiated or non-negotiated, which doesn't really matter. It's just really hard to follow what he even pled to there. One of them was definitely a gang count way back in the day. It didn't say which gang or anything like that. Then there was a 11 SC non-negotiated to burglary, a 13 SC non-negotiated to possession of marijuana with intent, and then a 19 SC that was mainly a guilty plea, but Alfred on one of the many charges that was also non-negotiated. And that was like possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which I guess maybe he was saying, I didn't know it was around. I don't know. And that's why it was Alfred. But I don't know if we need an Alfred explanation, given that maybe I'll just, I don't know if you want me to highlight what it was or just say he had some guilty pleas.
It sounds like we have the explanation for Alfred for coming in.
Anyway, in a
right.
minute,
So
yeah.
I don't think we need to overly
Okay.
confuse
Okay.
the issues with that.
So then I think it would read, certain guilty plea convictions are about to be admitted in this case, and we'll do it right before Mr. Kendrick's pleas come in. And how are they coming in? Are you just gonna, is it gonna be through a witness, or are you just gonna tender them?
Your Honor, I believe the state's going to just tender those into evidence.
Okay. Is it one or more than one
I
for
believe it's,
Mr. Kendrick?
I believe it's just one for Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. Well, then it would be a guilty plea and not certain convictions. A guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration and may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And then we would roll into, in addition, guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell have previously been admitted for your consideration, and those may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. It is not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. Likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may or may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else.
See, this is the part that makes me nervous, because for this RICO, you only have to prove to prove one intrinsic act. And as she reads through, these special limited instructions for the jury, that you're about to get these guilty pleas entered, and they are only supposed to be considered for this particular client, and they're only supposed to be considered for these 2 charges, right? Those 2 charges are still intrinsic acts. And so that is the part, the other piece is why I'm watching this, that gives me concern, because Judge Whitaker, please don't have me root and then throw the hammer down because they've taken it to trial, because that is the most talked about experience. Like, the last thing you want to do is take it to trial, because if you take it to trial and you're found guilty, then it's going to be a harsher sentence for you taking it to trial, like it's a punishment, instead of it being your right for them to prove your case. So I hope that, given everything that these men have experienced, especially this murking charge that's hanging over, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. So that is the reason why I continue to watch, because I also want to see as much detail as I possibly can, because if I'm on the jury and I have this plea, now I can consider how all these other pleas have been coerced or whatever. right? I can consider that because that has been in front of me. Me and these mute mics. Okay, I'm sorry. I was going to say this is the part that gets me concerned because when she starts reading off these guilty pleas, this Alfred plea thing, and this guilty plea, whatever, and you're only supposed to use this for this person for these two charges. If you have a guilty plea in front of you and you're going to consider it for these two particular charges, then it could possibly be guilty according to depending on what the charge is. There's so much going on with this RICO. And so, will Judge Whitaker be lenient in her sentencing if the verdict returns guilty for any of these things? Because you really only need one covert act or whatever act, intrinsic act, in order to get the RICO conviction. So, will she be as lenient? Because negotiation time will be different. They won't be pleading. And the stigma is you don't take it to trial, because if you take it to trial and you're found guilty, you're going to be punished more severely at your sentencing, when that shouldn't be the case, because taking it to trial is their right. And we've seen what the state has put up and how they've done it. I sounded like Love when I said that. Or Hilton, maybe that accent. But I'm just saying, so that gets me concerned when she starts reading that. And I apologize for the long bout of silence, y'all. I didn't even have to mute the mic on. Anyway, let's get back to this. I just wanted to insert that. Let's go.
And then would this be the time to also say, and hey, by the way, jury, earlier in this case, a guilty plea conviction was entered, or guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols were entered. They were Alfred anyway, not guilty pleas, but and then basically say those would only have been you could only consider those against Mr. Nichols. And so given that Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution, they're really no longer in evidence before you?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also heard testimony about a guilty plea of Mr. Winfrey. You should not consider that against these defendants either, and just not say much more than that? Or what do you think?
Your Honor, the state does believe to not highlight or revisit in the jury's minds that testimony. We're trying to tell them to disregard that. Keeping that instruction brief has merit for the purpose. And the state wanted to add, and I was trying to find, there was an older version that I believe Ms. Percifield or the court had sent, where what the state wanted to include was a brief line, not that evidence has been admitted, but if there's something for the jury to know, that if they find other evidence outside of the conviction for in any of those matters, they can consider that.
Yeah. Okay. Thoughts?
My concern about that additional language, it just risks confusion of something that's already complicated enough, I think, for the jury.
I mean, I guess they can always ask about it when they're deliberating if they are wondering. Take it up then.
I just need to add something important to the record. And Your Honor, I appreciate the attempts to craft a curative instruction.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, very clear on behalf of Mr. Stillwell on the record, that while we do appreciate those attempts, we are not waiving any appellate issues regarding the admission of these convictions.
Understood. And it may very well be that we get through this whole trial, and if there is a conviction, that it gets reversed because of things that occurred before I was ever involved in. If that's what happens, that's what happens. I'm just at this point trying to, where there may have been something that could have been handled differently, try to the extent possible to remedy it now so that when they are deliberating, to the extent possible, they're deliberating, understanding what it is they can and can't consider. But I understand that, and your objections are reserved and preserved on that issue.
I appreciate that, Your Honor, and also just as I know we have the Harvey rule, but just as a belt and suspenders, we have
Sure.
similar stances.
Okay,
Understood.
understood.
Mr. Schardt.
All right. Will you be introducing those convictions before lunch?
No, Your Honor. And
Okay.
they very well may not, well, no, definitely not before
Definitely
lunch.
not before lunch.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
so that'll give me time to try to get specific language and not just what I off the cuff said just now. But, Madam Court Reporter, would there be a way for you to give me a rough, like at lunchtime, of the two things I just said? Yeah, okay, great.
Your-
All right,
Your Honor,
yes,
there was one brief matter.
Okay.
That from when I was speaking with Mr. Schardt about the wiretap, there was two calls, and by my notes, they were referred to collectively as the UNC calls.
mm-hmm,
And the court's instruction from my review of when we argued these was the state intended to play these without redacting UNC's statement, but the court had mentioned a instruction about, UNC's language in those calls is to give context to Garlington's response. And so the court had stated just a instruction when we play those calls that if these come in, there needs to be an instruction that it's only Garlington that you consider.
only Garlington's statement, only Garlington's, whatever he's,
Words or
words.
Yes, Your Honor. And for everyone's notes, I have it as there's only two. PDF page number 635, which is March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m. and PDF page 820, which I will get the date of that call, but I didn't have it in my notes.
Okay. So give me a heads up before those are going to be played so that I can give
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
limiter. All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
Just one thing, Your Honor. When we litigated the songs, I was obviously very gung-ho about keeping them out. But I understand the court's ruling, and after my review, I just think it would be a more appropriate, and I know I was arguing only his words should come in,
Right.
but I view them as works of art at this point, and I just would like to, if we're going to publish the songs, just publish the entire songs in context.
The state has no objection to
Okay.
playing the entirety.
All right.
I think.
All right, we're checking to see if all the jurors are here. Yes, okay, they are. All right, you ready with whoever your witness for the morning is going to be? Whomever your witness for the morning is going to be?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and get the jury in, and we can have that person making their way to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please place all cell phones off on silent.
So I found out in court one day when I was still practicing attorney that even when you have your phone on silent, those will go off. And so I had to take the Amber Alerts off my phone. So, yeah, whoever that was, that's not necessarily because they didn't have their phone on silent. Okay, all right, we're waiting on one.
Persfield, amazing as she is, check back for the actual guilty pleas from that 2010 10 SC case. And for whatever reason, the plea sheets were done separately, but those accurately were the counts that he was pleading to. And then they just accidentally like skipped a space on the Senate sheet. But it once you go back and look at the pleas, it makes sense. It's not inaccurate. So, hello, good morning. So it sounds like we're maybe waiting on one juror. They might be going to the bathroom or something. I think they're there. They're just not ready. They might be in the bathroom or something. Tuesday of next week. I don't even know yet. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, if you don't mind swearing our next witness, we'll get right to it.
Just to the microphone, state your name, first and last.
Can you pull that mic right up next to your mouth?
Name is Heather Francisco, HeatherFrancisco.
And good morning, Ms. Francisco. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I currently work at the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
Approximately 3 years.
And if you can tell the jury, where did you work prior to working for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how long did you work for the GBI in the Firearms Unit?
Approximately 7 years.
Now, have you had any education and training with working the NIBIN system?
Yes.
If you can tell the jury about your education and training with the NIBIN system.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science with a minor in Physics from the University of New Haven. I have completed academic training as lecture style and hands-on in the areas of firearms examination, serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, as well as firearm safety, instrumentation, NIBIN acquisition, and NIBIN correlation, just to name a few.
And do you hold any certifications?
I am currently have 2 certifications. The first is the international, or the IBIS, data acquisition and triage, and the other is basic correlation review. Both were received from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
And briefly, if you could tell the jurors your understanding of the NIBIN system.
So NIBIN stands for National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's comprised of several parts. The first is data acquisition. So cartridge cases are entered as either evidence or test fires into the system via the brush tracks. These images are assigned a numerical value. That numerical value, along with class characteristics, which are similarities to a group, are compared against other images in the system, and a list of potential leads is generated. We then look at those leads on the match point system as images side by side to see if any have enough individual characteristics to warrant further investigation.
I want to direct your attention to APD crime lab number 2022-00516. And I want to first ask you, do you work with an individual by the name of Jennings Kilgore?
Yes, I do. He's a colleague.
In that case number 2022-00516, was there any NIBIN testing done?
Yes, there was.
Okay. What items were tested and then placed into the NIBIN system?
2 firearms were test fired and put in the system. The first was an FN 5.7 by 28 millimeter pistol bearing serial number 3864091184. The other was a Glock 9 millimeter pistol bearing serial number BFMK764.
Commissioner Cocher,
You may.
I'm going to show you what is exhibited as State's Exhibit 221 EV. Tell me if you recognize this exhibit 221 EV.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VV?
This is the serial number that I test fired and entered into the NIBIN system.
And which serial number is that?
This is the FN 5.7 by 28 with serial number 3864091184.
And are you able to tell from your notes or reports where that firearm was collected from?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What did you do once you received the firearm?
The first thing that was done is a brief function check was performed to ensure that it would function as designed with no malfunctions. It was test fired 2 times in a water tank. Those test fires were looked at under the stereo microscope to see which would produce the best images. It was then placed on the NIBIN system through the brass tracks, and the images were viewed side by side on the match point system.
And were there any results after you put the test fires in the NIBIN system and did the match point comparison?
Yes, 2 potential leads were found.
And do you have case numbers for those 2 potential leads?
Yes, I do.
And what were those case numbers?
The first was APD case number APD-2022-00459. And the second was APD-2022-00438.
And was there any other associated APD case number with those test fires?
No.
Is there a number associated with 220750015?
Yes.
Okay, what reference number is that?
That is for APD-2022-00459.
And that 220750015 number, is that the incident number associated with that case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you this board. Do you see that 22-0750015 number present on this piece of paper here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know anything about that APD incident number at all?
No, I do not.
Okay. All you know is that when you test fired the gun, those test fires match shell cases that came from this case number?
That's correct.
Okay. Once you find out that there are test fires that match a case number, what do you do next?
So once the images are viewed on the match point system and a potential lead is found, it is marked as a potential lead in the system. It is printed out, and that printout is signed by both myself and the laboratory crime director.
I want to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 221 VVA. I want you to tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VVA.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VVA?
This is the printout of the potential NIBIN lead between this case and case 22-075-0015.
And is that the NIBIN that you just described that you did after getting the test fire comparison and the shell casing comparison?
That's correct.
Right. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the NIBIN lead that was generated in the picture comparison that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 221 VVA into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, once the images are viewed side by side, what do you do next?
So once they're viewed, if a potential lead is found, it's marked in the system, it's printed out and signed by myself and Crime Lab Director Walker. It's placed in the case file and a report is generated.
Okay. Once that report is generated, what, if anything, happens next?
Once the report has been generated, it is then peer reviewed. Once it has passed the peer review process, the evidence is returned down to property.
Okay. And then do you request or make a suggestion that this should be confirmed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
An email is sent out to all of the Atlanta officers, to include the case officer, for them to be aware that a potential NIBIN lead was found. It is in their responsibility to take the evidence from property and bring it over to the GBI for confirmation.
And after you did the testing in this case, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
May we approach her?
Yes.
Location 21 VV March 16th. Your Honor, the defense and the state have stipulated to some matters regarding the testimony of Ms. Francisco. And the stipulation is that the shell casings from APD case number 2022-00459 are shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on the early morning hours of March 16th, excuse me, the evening hours of March 16th. Morning hours of March 16th, when police responded to that scene. And APD 2022-00438 is one shell casing collected, one FN shell casing collected by Detective Leon Packer when he returned to 2830 Waters Road to execute the search warrant on March 17th. 2022.
Okay, thank
Is
you.
that fair?
And remember, jurors, when the parties stipulate to something, you can accept that as fact without any further proof.
So, good morning, Ms. Francisco.
Good morning.
My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
And other than the shell casings from those two incidents that I just read the stipulation about, did you compare any other shell casings or did you find any other 9-bin links to that FN gun, which is 221 VV in evidence?
No, I did not.
Okay. And one other question. You've just testified about comparing a gun or shell casings and put them in 9-bin.
Correct.
Can you put a projectile, a fired bullet that's collected into evidence, for instance, a 40 caliber bullet? Can you put that in 9-bin and seek hits through the 9-bin system for a projectile that has already been fired?
We do not have the equipment to be able to do projectiles. We only have the equipment to do cartridge cases.
When you say you do not have the equipment, does the equipment exist and it's just not at APD, or does no equipment exist in the world?
It does exist. There's a system called bullet tracks, which is the same thing as brass tracks, only it deals with bullets. But for us at the Atlanta Crime Lab, we only deal with cartridge cases.
Do you know in this case that you were working on, if by anyone 40 caliber projectiles were placed in this bullet track system? Do you have any awareness of that?
I would not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any redirect? No redirect. Okay, thank you for your time. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Belknap to the stand.
Is
Okay,
this the recall?
Belknap, I heard his name.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this a witness that is, the video is limited on? No, yes, no?
No.
Okay. Thank you for checking.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Detective, I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Welcome back, Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a time where, do you know Detective Hogan with APD Homicide?
I do.
And was there ever a time that you provided any assistance to him in identifying someone in a case he was working?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
During the investigation of the homicide of Shamel Drinks, I was asked to review some photographs of potential suspects in that case.
And were you able to assist in identifying any of those suspects for Detective Hogan?
I was.
Can you describe for the jury how or what you did and how you were able to assist him on that?
We had located some social media photographs of a potential suspect. The suspect looked familiar to me, but I couldn't recall a name for the suspect. I reached out to another law enforcement contact who was able to send back a photograph of Mr. Quamarvius Nichols, who I immediately recognized was, in fact, the person from the social media pictures.
And did you share that with Detective Hogan for his case?
I did.
Now, turning your attention to March 17th of 2022, were you working that day at APD?
I was.
And you were still in the gang unit?
Yes, sir.
And so can you describe for the jury, did you ever become involved with some arrest warrants that day?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved with that?
I was advised that two suspects in the Shamel Drinks homicide were arrested at 2481 Meadowlark Lane in the city of East Point. And I then responded to that scene after those arrests had been made.
And when you responded, do you recall roughly around what time?
I don't without reviewing the report.
Would looking at a copy of your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
I'm approaching you with a copy of your report. If your memory is refreshed, just look up at me before answering. What is your memory now refreshed of what time you responded?
Yes, sir.
What time was that?
It was approximately 3 p.m.
Now, when you got there, can you describe for the jury, what did you see? What did you do?
Mr. Jackson and Mr. Nichols had already been placed in custody. The scene had been secured and some evidence had been recovered during that arrest, which was then transferred to my custody to be transported to property.
Do you recall any other law enforcement agencies that you interacted with outside of APD?
There were a number of law enforcement agencies there, including the East Point Police Department, Georgia State Patrol, and additional agencies as well.
And when you arrived on scene, were the suspects already in custody or something else?
The suspects were already in custody and I believe were being transported or has been transported by the time I arrived.
And did you, when you arrived, without saying what they told you, speak with some of these officers that were on scene before you arrived?
I did.
Did you speak with an Officer Baker?
I did.
Did you speak with, or let me ask you this, when you got there, was that address an apartment, a business, a home?
As a residence, I have single family residence.
Did you notice or see any vehicles at that residence?
I did.
What did you see?
There was a white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag.
Now, when you were on scene, you mentioned you gathered some items from some of the law enforcement on scene.
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you gathered?
Yes, and may I refer to my report?
You may. Just look up at me when your memory is refreshed.
Okay.
What were some of the items that you gathered?
One of the items was a firearm, an FN Herstall 5.7 handgun. Another item was a pink beanie cap. Also a black backpack that was recovered as well.
Now, I wanted to ask you about that FN Herschel. Is that a 5.7 by 2.8 firearm?
Yes, sir.
I am approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit actually maybe up here before you, which is up here as 221 Victor. I'm going to ask you, Detective Belknap, can you look at what's on the stand before you and see if you recognize either any of the APD evidence labels and or if there is a serial number on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
What is the serial number?
Serial number is 386409184.
And I'm guessing you don't have serial numbers memorized. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
Would looking at your report to refresh on the serial number of the gun you collected assist?
Yes, sir.
You may use your report to refresh. Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
And is that the firearm that you recovered at 2481 Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Now, when you recovered it, was it loaded?
It was loaded when it was recovered. At the time when it was transferred to me, I don't recall whether it had been rendered safe and unloaded. And my report, I don't believe, was clear as to the condition it was in when I took custody of it.
And is that typical when you recover firearms to transport them to render them safe before moving them from a scene?
Yes, it is.
Now, you had also mentioned a pink beanie that you recovered.
Yes, sir.
I will gather that in just a second, but before we get to that, was there a black book bag that you had recovered on that scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall ever looking inside of that book bag?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall who it was that gave you that book bag?
I need to refresh my memory with my report.
You may. Do you recall who gave you that book bag that was on scene?
I don't, and I believe it was Officer Baker or Officer Gachette who had responded to the scene, but I didn't note specifically on my report who gave me the backpack.
And when you got that backpack, did you initially go through it?
Yes, sir.
And what was inside of that book bag?
There was a variety of narcotics within the backpack.
Was there any commercially packaged items?
There were.
What were they?
There was commercially packaged marijuana within the backpack.
And do you recall how many commercially packaged marijuana there was in that book bag?
There were a total of 19 bags.
Was there any pills in that book bag?
There were.
Now, do you have any familiarity or training with encountering pills that you may find on the street in working with APD?
I do.
And when you encounter pills, do you personally do any steps to try to initially see what they possibly may be?
Sure. So I mean, the first thing is just observing what they are. And oftentimes we've run across narcotics in similar form before and may recognize them immediately as what they are. Additionally, we have resources, including open source resources like the internet, several websites that can help us identify drugs, including prescription drugs, so that we can have sort of a place to start for testing those items.
And when you collect items such as you did there, do you typically indicate, even if you don't know exactly what something is, what it's suspected to be?
I do.
Now, with reviewing those items, I'm going to ask you, what did you find in that book bag that you suspected to be? In terms of what type of pills did you believe was in that book bag based on your training experience?
So I believe there were 3 types of pills that we saw. The first was a bag containing what I believed and identified as being MDMA. Another bag that contained what I recognized to be oxycodone, and an additional bag that contained what I recognized and believed to be Adderall.
Now, at this time, when you're initially on scene, you have that firearm that we just discussed and this book bag with the narcotics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever transport those items to anywhere else from the scene?
I did.
Did you collect and package those items?
I did.
And did you have any familiarity with where that white Audi was taken from the scene?
I do.
Can you describe for the jury what you know about that?
Yes, the white Audi was transported from the arrest location to the Atlanta Police Department Annex building. And there are vehicle cages there that we can store vehicles for pending search warrants or further processing.
And is that normal with recovered vehicles such as that to transport them to the annex?
It can be. It just depends on the case, whether further processing is needed or not.
Now, Detective Belknap, I am approaching you with what's been marked as 354 through 358, Victor. If you could take a minute and look at those bags and the identifying markers on them. Now, do you have is your name on any of those evidence labels?
Yes, it is.
And do you see any APD case number with those bags?
I do.
And do you typically put the APD case number from the scene that when you collect items before you introduce it into property?
That's correct.
And is that the same APD case number on the report that you have used to refresh your memory from that March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
With looking at those items, are you able to tell the jury what those are?
I can.
Please do.
So this first bag contains the pills that were suspected Adderall. The second bag contains,
And Detective Belknap, before you do, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the drugs that you collected from the scene that day?
they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 354 through 358, Victor Victor.
May I,
Yes.
Sure.
no objection.
All right, those are admitted.
Detective Belknap, now that they're in evidence, you may, and please do, can you tell the jury what you have before you?
Okay. So this first bag again are the pills that I suspected were Adderall. The second contains the suspected oxycodone. The third bag contains some of the commercially packaged marijuana. The fourth bag contains additional commercially packaged marijuana. And this final bag contains the suspected MDMA.
Now, after you packaged those items, you went back to APD property, is that correct?
I actually would have packaged these at APD property.
And at APD property, did you ever get notified from someone on the Meadowlark scene after you went back to property from that first time?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
I was called by a supervisor and advised that East Point police were back on scene near the arrest location where a citizen had reported finding a firearm laying by the roadway.
Now, after being notified about that additional firearm, what did you do?
I responded back to the scene to recover that firearm as well.
And when you got on scene, you recall who you spoke with?
I do.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with Investigator Klickner from the East Point Police Department.
And when you met Investigator Klickner, can you tell the jury like where you were? Were you inside, outside? Where did you all meet up?
We met on the roadway where this firearm had been seen and reported.
And where was the firearm when you saw it?
The firearm was just off the roadway in the grass, like I guess within a couple of feet of the roadway.
And was there a magazine nearby?
There was.
Now, what did you do once you got there and saw that firearm that Investigator Klickner had?
I ultimately rendered the firearm safe and transported it to Atlanta Police Department property as well.
I want to ask you, does your report reflect the serial number on the firearm that you collected when meeting Investigator Klickner?
May I refresh my memory?
You may.
It does.
And I'm going to approach you with 220 Victor Victor. Is that, or is the 220 Victor Victor have the serial number on that item?
Is there a serial number on this?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And does that serial number match the firearm that you collected?
I can confirm, I believe there is a slight variation between what was in the report and what is on the actual weapon, as later investigation revealed.
Can you describe that later investigation regarding the serial number?
I can. So after this weapon was recovered, taken to Atlanta Police Department property, later on, I followed up on the E-trace, the further investigation of the firearm, and was advised that the weapon had not been traced back to an original purchaser. I reviewed both my report and the photographs of the weapon and realized that due to some damage to the serial number on the weapon, which had been heavily scratched, that I had mistakenly identified one of the digits or one of the characters on the serial number from the weapon. I was able to go back, make that correction, and then complete the E-Trace report and locate the actual origination of the firearm.
With that further investigation, looking at that firearm now, is that the firearm that you collected from Investigator Cliffner on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 220 Victor at this time.
All right, that's admitted.
And Investigator Belknap, was that firearm, when you had mentioned the E-Trace, was that firearm, did you check it to see if it was ever reported stolen?
I did.
And what did you find?
I contacted the original purchaser of the weapon, who advised that he had sold the weapon in a third-party sale to another party, but did have contact information for the purchaser. I then contacted that person, who advised that the weapon had been stolen from him, and an Atlanta Police Department report had been made at the time of the theft.
And did you transport that firearm back to APD property as well?
I did. At the time of recovery, I did.
Now, after you come back to APD property, did you ever take out any additional arrest warrants?
I did.
What were the arrest warrants that you took out?
I took out additional arrest warrants, if I may refresh my memory.
May.
Additional arrest warrants for Mr. Jackson for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to distribute, and 3 counts of
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna get over to the fast forwarding of it all, but you know, I'm thinking about this. Shout out. Before we get over there, it seems like this evidence that this guy is talking about is after they stopped him or whatever, after he was a suspect. It doesn't look great. Of course it doesn't. Definitely paints the picture of who we're actually dealing with over there. Sounds like a dude that sold and had to protect himself. But does that make him the person who unalives Shamel dreams? It doesn't, because all of this stuff is found afterwards, and none of this stuff was found at that scene. And we got all these other people. So I am interested to see if Schardt is going to go in on their investigative detective warrant work. And B, I know he's going to bring up what did he do about the extra people in that video, because you were part of this investigation team. So he keeps keeping that at the forefront of the jurors' minds, and I'm loving it. And I'm going to keep that same energy, child. I'm going to keep it on the thing of this, you know. But those intrinsic acts, y'all, they do concern me, and we need to pay attention to this thing all the way through, just in case. So I'm watching. All right, fast forwarding and muting the mic. What are they talking about? And who is that lady in that blue suit? Who's she? And what are they over there talking about? That was Max Schardt, his counterpart, the assistant DA who's questioning him, and the investigator over there huddle. What's up with that? And then you see Hilton walk up. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started back with the testimony, I just wanted to let y'all know to disregard the witness's comment about a warrant being taken for Mr. Stillwell for drugs. Go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Belknap, you never took out any warrants for any of the drugs from the related to that book bag as it pertains to Shannon Stillwell, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you take out gang warrants?
I did.
And did you take out firearm and gang warrants as well on Mr. Nichols?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective Belknap.
Morning, sir.
We've met Max Schardt, I represent Mr. Stillwell. So I first want to ask you about the search of Jeffrey Williams' dress at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022. You were present for that search, correct?
I was.
You were one of the officers executing the search.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't write a report about the execution of that search warrant, did you?
I did not.
Okay, Investigator Storno wrote a report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I have asked you to review photos taken during the execution of that search warrant, and I've also asked you to review Investigator Storno's notes or report, correct?
That's correct.
And you were kind enough to do that for me, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And Mr. Atkins, if I could have your help displaying any images as Detective Belknap speaks about things, I'd appreciate it. On May 9th, 2022, do you recall who was present at 355 Allison Drive when you executed the search warrant?
Could you be more specific?
Okay. Jeffrey Williams was present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Martinez Arnold was present.
Yes, sir.
Deamonte Kendrick was present.
Yes, sir.
Jeffrey Williams' teenage son was present, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. My client, Shannon Stillwell, was not present at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, was he?
He was not.
Okay. And you don't have any evidence at all that Mr. Stillwell has ever even been to that residence, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. And during that search warrant was sought out by Investigator Viverito, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And during that search warrant, executing that search warrant May 9th, 2022, you all collected drugs, correct? Suspected drugs?
We did.
Delta 8 syrup as well.
Yes.
Okay. Jewelry,
Yes.
money,
Yes.
phones.
Yes.
Mr. Williams' cars were seized.
That's correct.
And I'm not going to ask any questions about any of those things, but you also collected guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, there were 6 guns collected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have reviewed pictures taken during the execution of that search warrant, correct?
I did.
Okay. I would like to just talk about each gun individually. I can go in whatever order you have. If you could just tell us, do you have photos in front of you that display the different types of
Ooh, I'm having a little technical difficulties here. Just a little technical difficulties. Child, at the most important part, Max Schardt cross, honey. Okay, I'm buffering y'all. I got too much going on, clearly. Stressing out the stuff and stuff.
in front of you that display the different types of guns and the different guns that were collected on May 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you just tell us the exhibit number of the first gun so Mr. Atkins can display it for the jury?
The first one I'm looking at is 57XX.
Okay. And that gun, from the pictures, can you tell us what type of gun, the manufacturer, anything that you can tell about that gun?
It appears to be a Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Glock semi-automatic handgun. Okay. And do you have any other pictures in that sequence that reveal a serial number for that gun?
I believe so. The next one is 58XX.
Mr. Atkins, if you could display 58XX. Okay, and is the serial number BKMN536?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. What is the second gun that was collected?
The next one is 30XX.
You did say 30XX, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a close-up of that gun that would help describe what type of gun it is?
I believe it's 31XX.
Okay, 31XX. And what kind of gun is that?
It's another Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Can you tell what type projectiles or what caliber projectiles that gun fires?
It's a little difficult to tell from this picture, but from the picture alone.
Okay. Now, neither of these first two guns were the switch. correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you tell us what, about the next gun? What number we should display?
Oh, sir, I apologize. There's actually another photo, I believe, of that gun we were just looking at, 32XX.
Mr. Atkins, if you could display 32XX. All right, thank you. And for that second gun, that's the serial number,
I believe it is, yes.
and it's BNU633.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about the third gun?
The third is 21XX.
And what can you tell us about this gun as far as the caliber, the manufacturer, or anything?
It's another semi-automatic handgun, and it appears to be a Smith & Wesson, although I can't read it on the photograph.
Okay. And is that a switch?
No, sir.
Okay. And is that the serial number? 22XX?
22XX. Yes, sir.
All right. Great. Thank you. How about the fourth gun?
The fourth is 19XX.
Okay. And what can you tell us about this gun?
And this appears to be a tan Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Is that a switch?
Does not appear to be.
The fifth gun?
That would be 15XX.
Okay. What can you tell us about this gun? Is there another picture associated with that gun?
14XX and 15XX.
14XX. Let's go with that. What can you tell us about this gun?
It's another semi-automatic handgun. Also appears to be a Smith & Wesson.
Okay. And how about the sixth gun?
This is 51, 52, and 53XX.
Now that gun, what can you tell us about that gun?
This is another Glock semi-automatic handgun, and it does appear to have a conversion switch attached to the weapon.
Okay, that is the switch.
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And those are the 6 guns that were collected from Jeffrey Williams' residence on May 9, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Okay, I just want to clear something up. And I'm speaking about, I'm not going to go through individually. I'm talking about all 6 firearms. Okay. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched any of these firearms?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that ballistically, any of these firearms were ever used in the Shamel Drinks homicide?
I didn't conduct that follow-up investigation, so I don't know whether it was or wasn't, but I'm not aware of any evidence that it was, or any of them were.
And that includes the switch too, correct?
It does.
Okay. And do you have any evidence, ballistically or otherwise, that any of these guns were used in the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I do not.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. I appreciate that, Detective Belknap. I'm going to move to your work on March 17th. When you arrived on Meadowlark Drive, you saw the white Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was still in the parking lot.
It was in the driveway, yes.
Excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. The driveway. Still had the Maryland tags affixed to it.
It did.
Still had the tint.
I don't recall noting the tint.
Okay.
I don't believe the car had been altered.
Okay. You don't believe the car had been altered? What do you mean by that?
I don't believe the car had been moved or processed at that time when I arrived on the scene.
Oh, okay. Okay. You mentioned finding a beanie,
Yes, sir.
and that is an evidence and was just admitted through you.
Correct.
Okay. So that beanie would be a separate beanie from any beanie that was collected on March 17th at 2830 Waters Road.
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, it was collected on Meadowlark Lane.
It was collected
On
on
Meadowlark
Meadowlark
Drive.
Lane.
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a separate beanie, if there's a beanie that was collected and put into evidence from Waters Road, there's two separate beanies, correct?
It would appear so, yes.
And the beanie that you collected on Meadowlark Drive was, well, do you know who was wearing that prior to their arrest?
Yes, sir.
And was it my client, Shannon Stillwell?
It was.
And you collected that beanie because you had viewed the BP video that Detective Hogan had showed you already, correct?
I had.
And you had noted that Mr. Stillwell was wearing a pink beanie in that BP video.
I had observed that, yes.
And that's clear video as far as videos go. It wasn't grainy, it was clear. And you saw Mr. Stillwell wearing the pink beanie.
Yes.
And that's why you collected this pink beanie, because he was, in your mind as a detective, it was important to collect that pink beanie because it matched what's in the BP video.
Well, I agree with that. Just to be clear, it was collected prior to my arrival and was given to me to transport to property.
Okay. And you made sure you put it into property.
I did.
Okay. All right. The bag of drugs, did you recover that backpack?
I did not.
Okay. Have you seen the video from the Phoenix helicopter?
I have.
Okay. And you would agree that it was Mr. Nichols that threw that book bag into those bushes, correct?
I would. Yes, sir.
All right. And prior to, from that video, you can see Mr. Nichols exiting the white Audi with that book bag.
That's correct.
Okay. In your experience as an officer, you have seen people flee from the police because they have drugs in the car, correct?
I have.
Okay. The FN Hurstel 5.7. Serial number 386409184 that I believe is in evidence 221 VV. That was collected by Trooper Campbell and given to you for evidence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you would agree that that gun is not a switch. It's not modified, not a switch.
No, it is not.
Okay. And then later, you were called by an officer Klickner to collect an FNX 45, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, the FN, going back, the FN 57 shoots 5.7 rounds, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the FNX 45 tactical shoots 45 caliber rounds.
Yes, it does.
And those are the two guns that were located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you collected those firearms and brought them into property, into evidence to preserve for further investigation, correct?
I did.
Okay. those two guns, either the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence linking those guns to the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't conduct any ballistics investigations on the firearms, so I don't have any ballistics evidence related to these.
Do you have any evidence that connects them to the January 10th shooting of Donovan Thomas as we sit here today?
I do not.
Okay. And how about, and let me ask you, okay, and how about this? Those two guns, the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence that connects those guns to the March 14, 2017 shooting of Shamel Drinks?
I don't have ballistic evidence of any kind related to these weapons.
In fact, neither the 5.7 or the 45 even shoots 40 caliber. They're not capable of shooting 40 caliber rounds, are they?
Neither is chambered to shoot a 40 caliber round.
Okay. You, just a couple more questions. You indicated that Detective Hogan had you look at the video for the FedEx to identify Mr. Stillwell and also Mr. Nichols, correct?
I reviewed the video at some point. I believe that what I initially saw were some of the social media photos of Mr. Nichols. I don't remember what I saw initially.
Did you review the BP video at some point?
At some point, yes.
Okay, this is what I want to know. Did you ever review with Detective Hogan or by yourself the FedEx video from March 14th, 2017? Excuse me, March 14th, 2022.
I don't recall if I ever reviewed that video or not.
Okay, so you're not even certain if you've ever seen that video?
I don't know. I'm not certain if I have or not.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Oh, okay. Come on
I know I'm surprising the court.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have met. It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir. You too.
So I have some questions about what you said today. You mentioned that to Mr. Schardt that Mr. Kendrick was present in the house at Allison Drive, May 9th, 2022, correct?
I don't recall exactly what his question was, but yes.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Kendrick in the house?
I did not.
Okay. The 6 guns that were found in that house, in Mr. Williams' house, do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick was ever in possession of those 6 guns?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence that he was anywhere near those 6 guns?
I do not.
Did you take part in the inventory, possession, or transport of the jewelry that was found in Mr. Williams' home?
My role during the search was to take photographs of evidence as it was recovered.
Do you recall there being 2 Richard Mille watches in Mr. Williams' home?
I don't know if I would know those if I saw them. So I don't know if there were 2 or not.
Okay. Do you recall seeing it's a Richard Mille brand. I understand you don't know what that brand would look like, but do you recall seeing a white ceramic watch with a pink band in the jewelry that you collected, or that was collected in that home?
I believe one was. Do I remember seeing it? I certainly don't. This, a couple of years later.
Okay. If a Richard Mille RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic watch is not present in property today, do you know what happened to that watch?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, redirect.
Detective Belknap, on cross, you were asked by defense counsel about the May 9th search of Jeff Williams' home. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you actually were the photographer of those crime scene photographs we walked through, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, you remember being asked questions about, I believe it was the 6 firearms that you found in that house,
Yes, sir.
and if they have any ballistic evidence to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks. Do you
Correct.
recall that?
Yes.
Now, how many months later was this search from March 14th, 2022?
That'd be 2 months later.
Was Demekion Garlington arrested on May 9th, 2022 at Jeffrey Williams' home?
He was not.
Was Shannon Stillwell arrested on May 9th, 2022 in Jeffrey Williams' home?
No, he was not.
What about Miles Farley?
He was not.
What about Quarmadius Nichols?
He was not.
Now, I want to also ask you as the photographer, I'm going to publish what's marked as 64 X-ray. It's going to come up on the big screen and on your computer. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It appears to be.
I'm going to go to 65 X-ray. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It is.
Why did you take this photograph?
In documenting this scene, we saw this pamphlet for Mr. McMiller's funeral. Mr. McMiller was associated with YSL, with Mr. Williams, and had been shot and killed.
What was the date that he was murdered?
It was March 11th of 2022.
And do you recall if that murder was at a house or on a highway?
It was on the highway.
Is it, I don't have pointer, but on this whiteboard, is that March 11th, 2022 and I-75-85?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And was Shamel Drinks murdered how many days after March 11th?
I believe it was 3 days later.
Now, I also want to ask you about, thank you, Mr. Body. You were asked on cross by the defense counsel about a watch. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, I'm just going to come out and ask you because we've been dancing around it. Did you steal any watch or know of any APD personnel who stole any item from that house?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell the jury the protocols that are in place when you document? Was everyone wearing body cam?
They were.
And can you describe for the jury the process y'all have when you go through that large amount of evidence on a scene like that? In terms of, do you video when you're putting it into property?
Yes, usually our body cameras will be running during the search of the home, during the transport, and at property when submitting property.
And were you all on scene or working that case for a short time or a long time?
We were out there for several hours.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
All right, any recross?
You were asked on redirect if you're aware of any member of the APD that would have stolen this particular watch I asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have
Wait, I'm gonna try to back that up a little bit. Doug Weinstein's little walk. I love his character in court. I just love me some Doug Weinstein. He's so just cute and cool. His little walk that tickled me. I'm gonna see if I can rewind it back and catch it one more time. That was just the most adorable thing. Yeah, I knew Max was gonna go in on this thing, and shout out to Mr. What's his name for go ahead and addressing the watch in the room. Y'all making up stuff and stealing evidence? Planting evidence? One has to wonder. Anyway, let's see if we can catch that little walk. That was funny. Let's go. Here we go. You see him? You see him? Our little Doug.
You were asked on redirect if you're aware of any member of the APD that would have stolen this particular watch I asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have full and total knowledge of all the activities of members of APD?
I don't.
If this particular watch, this Richard Mille watch, ceramic watch, is present in a photograph from Jeffrey Williams' home and it is no longer present in property right now, could anything have happened to that watch other than it have been stolen or lost?
Well, no, not every item that we photograph is ultimately taken as evidence. And I think there are probably a broad number of possibilities of what could have happened to that watch other than it being stolen or lost.
Is it the practice of your office to leave behind a $500,000 watch when you're seizing jewelry?
I don't know that I can answer that as far as practices go. I have no idea the value of this watch that we're discussing, so I'm woefully uneducated as far as that goes. And I can tell you that, unfortunately, as diligent as we are, sometimes even evidence is left behind at scenes. In this case, I don't have any specific information about this particular watch.
Can you explain to the jury the procedure when you go about seizing a vehicle, such as was seized at Jeffrey Williams' home?
As far as the procedure, we would call a tow truck to come and tow that vehicle to another location.
Is there any searching of the vehicle and inventorying of property within that vehicle at the time of the seizure?
It can depend on the scene and if there's a search warrant for the vehicle or if the vehicle is accessible. Sometimes the keys may not be present, can't access a vehicle. And sometimes it's towed to a secure location to conduct an inventory or further processing of that vehicle.
If the vehicle is accessible at the scene and you have a warrant that allows you to enter that vehicle, what's the procedure for what you do with the contents of the vehicle?
Typically, those contents would be cataloged. Valuable items may be secured. Evidence may be seized.
Is the procedure to leave valuable items within the vehicle?
Not typically. And again, that could be case dependent if the vehicle is going to be removed to another secure location.
Weinstein is cooking them
Thank you. I have no
on their
further questions.
sloppiness.
All right, thank you for your time.
He is,
You are excused. Call your next witness.
listen, he just cooked them and making them look sloppy in front of the jury. I love it. Let's go. I like Hilton's bob. That looks pretty on her. I liked her long hair too, so I've been watching to see if she had like a wig, or a good weave. Cause her hair was pretty long when she took her braids out and straightened it out. Anyway, it looks pretty on her. I give it to the say, honey, they don't go down without a fight, child. They still in this thing. I mean, okay, let me keep that commentary to myself. I do not want to be called in front of the lady.
Antoinette Green,
Antoinette Green, let's see what she got.
ANTONETTEGREEN.
And welcome back. You've been here before with us, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 22nd, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to the homicide case to assist in a homicide investigation?
Yes.
And what is the APD number, do you know now, associated with the case that you were working? Do you know the APD case number?
Not offhand, I don't.
We're looking at a copy of, did you do a report in that case?
Yes, I did.
We're looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory.
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 373BB. First, tell me if you recognize 373BB.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my report.
And will that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number for that case?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
The full case number is 220731882.
And tell the jury, where's the homicide cage located?
It's located at the Annex 3493 Donnelly Hollowell.
And why were you requested to that location?
I was requested to do a follow-up with investigator Hogan at the time.
And what did Investigator Hogan request of you?
He requested me to photograph and process 2 vehicles in the cage.
If you could tell the jury briefly, when you're asked to process a vehicle at the homicide cage, what are you going to do? How do you process the vehicle?
It depends on what the homicide or officer wants to be done, but usually in this case, I photographed the vehicle and searched for evidence.
Okay. And how many vehicles were you asked to process?
2.
And what were those 2 vehicles?
It was a Audi A5 and a Nissan Versa.
And did you have any particular order as to how you processed those vehicles?
Yes, because he had a search warrant for the Audi A5, I processed that one first.
Why did you do that one first? Just because of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you subsequently process the red Nissan Versa after that?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to look at pictures from your processing of those 2 vehicles?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 361 VV through 387 VV. Are those the photographs that you looked at previously that depict when you process the vehicle?
Yes.
And do those appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of the homicide cage when you process both the Audi A5 and the red Nissan Versa?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender and admit 361 VV through 387 VV.
Is admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
The pictures are going to come up both on this screen and on the screen.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to first start with 361 VV. And while it's coming up, tell the jurors when you, start with 361 VV. Sorry, 373 VV, I apologize. When you process the vehicle, tell the jurors, how do you go, your steps in processing the vehicle?
Okay, so my first step is to photograph of the vehicle 360. So I would do the rear, the passenger, the driver's side, and the front of the vehicle. And then from there, I would go inside of the vehicle and photograph it as well, starting with the driver's side, going to the rear, driver rear, going around to the passenger rear, and then back to the passenger front. That's how I process the vehicle.
Now, looking at Exhibit 373 VV, is this the white Audi A5?
Yes, it is.
And what is the tag number on this vehicle?
Number 8 is in Edward, D is in David, number 7071.
And what is the tag number? I mean, where's the state issuing the license?
Maryland.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 373 VV, are you able, do you see tints on the front dashboard of the vehicle?
Well, yes, it is dark.
Okay. And can you, looking at this picture, look and see inside of that vehicle?
No, I cannot.
I want to look at 374 VV, 375 VV, and 376 VV. Is that what you were just referencing by taking the 360 picture of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at those pictures, 374, 375, and 376, did the car appear to have tints on all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
And in looking at all sides of the vehicle, were you able to look inside of that vehicle?
No.
Not through the windows?
No.
All right. I want to look at 377 VV, 378 VV, 379 VV, 380 VV, and 381 VV. What were you depicting in those exhibits?
Like I had stated earlier, those are the inside, the interior photos of the vehicle from all sides. And just showing what's in the vehicle.
And looking at 382 VV, what, if anything, were you trying to depict in 382?
That's just showing me, I always show parts like all photos, not here, but I always show like opening that door in the interior side of the door.
And there's, looking at 384 BV. Excuse me, 385 BV. What were you depicting at 385 BV?
All right, this is a cell phone that was collected from the center console, and so I have marked it with marker number 2.
Okay, and I want to zoom in. Do you also see a pair of glasses on the seat
Yes.
as well? All right. Did you collect the glasses or the phone charger?
No, just the phone.
All right. And then looking at 386 VV, and I'm going to rotate it to the left. If we can. But if not, what is depicted in 386 VV?
That is the inside roof headliner that I was requested to collect.
And who requested that you collected the headliner?
Investigator Hogan.
And did you ultimately take or cut out that headliner?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 388 BV and 381 BV. What were you depicting in those exhibits?
Like I had stated earlier, those are the inside, the interior collected from the center console, and so I have marked it with marker number 2.
Okay, and I want to zoom in. Do you also see a pair of glasses on the seat?
Yes.
As well. All right. Did you collect the glasses or the phone charger?
No, just the phone.
All right. And then looking at 386 VV, and I'm going to rotate it to the left. If we can. But if not, what is depicted in 386?
I mean, there's no damage to the inside of this.
That is the inside roof headliner that I was requested to collect.
And who requested that you collected the headliner?
Investigator Hogan.
All right. And did you ultimately take or cut out that headliner?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 388 BV. Tell me if you recognize 388 BV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 388 BV?
This is the bag that I collected the liner in.
Okay. And once you collected the liner, what, if anything, did you do with it after packaging it?
I was requested to send it to the GBI for gunshot residue.
And then 387 VV, what are we, is that the VIN number? Oh, sorry. Okay. And now looking at it right side up, is that the headliner that is in that bag?
Yeah.
And what portion did you cut out? Just the part that has the one?
Yes.
All right. Why did you take the other portions of the headliner?
Because that's a molded part and it was not easily to come out. That part is padded because it's part of the sunroof, so that was easy to cut.
And while I'm getting you a pair of scissors, I'm going to go to 387 BV. Was that just the VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And what are the last 8 digits? Excuse me, 6 digits, I apologize.
0456, I'm sorry, 04529.
All right, thank you. I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors, and you can just open up State Exhibit 388 BV as published. Did I admit that wrong? Let me admit first 388 BV into evidence.
No, you did not.
Okay.
All right, that's submitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And when you take it out, did you do all the other cutting here, or do you know when all the other cutting was done?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you can put it back in there. Thank you. Thank you. Next one was a Stacy Exhibit 361 VV. And is this the red Nissan Versa that you processed at the direction of Detective Hogan?
Yes.
And as we go through, looking at 362 VV and looking at 363 VV, is this again, you taking the 360 photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, for the Nissan Versa, were you able to enter into the vehicle on the on the passenger side?
No, I was not.
Why not?
Because as in our homicide case, we have other vehicles, and if you can look to the right of that, it's another vehicle that's obstructing me from opening the passenger side doors of that vehicle. So I only stayed on the driver's side.
Okay. I want to look at or move to 367 VV. And looking at 367 VV, what were you depicting in 367 VV?
This is just showing the overall interior of the vehicle in the front.
And looking in the driver's side of 367 VV, what, if anything, is this reddish brown stain?
Yeah, those reddish brown stains in the seat.
All right. And then looking at 368 VV, what were you depicting at 368 VV?
All right. As I was saying, I couldn't get to the passenger side door, so that is just a overall of the passenger side door. It does have some type of defect or damage in it.
And looking at 368.
One.
And I want to see if we can zoom in on 371 VV.
Molded part, and it was not easily to come out. That part is padded because it's part of the sunroof, so that was easy to cut.
And while I'm getting you a pair of scissors, I'm going to go to 387 VV. Was that just the VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And what are the last 8 digits? Excuse me, 6 digits, I apologize.
0456, I'm sorry, 04529.
All right, thank you. I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors, and you can just open up Stacy Exhibit 388 VV as published. Did I admit that wrong? Let me admit first 388 VV into evidence.
No, you did not. All right, that's submitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And when you take it out, did you do all the other cutting here, or do you know when all the other cutting was done?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you can put it back in there. Thank you. Thank you. Next one was Stacy Exhibit 361 VV. And is this the red Nissan Versa that you processed at the direction of Detective Hope?
Yes.
And as we go through, looking at 362 VV and looking at 363 VV, is this again you taking the 360 photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, for the Nissan Versa, were you able to enter into the vehicle on the on the passenger side?
No, I was not.
Why not?
Because as in our homicide case, we have other vehicles, and if you can look to the right of that, it's another vehicle that's obstructing me from opening the passenger side doors of that vehicle. So I only stayed to the It is.
Now, for the Nissan Versa, were you able to enter into other cutting here, or?
It is. Opening the passenger side doors of that vehicle. So I only stayed to the on the driver's side. It is.
And what are the last 8 digits? Excuse me, 6 digits, I apologize.
I'm sorry, I rewind it back because I really want to get a
0456.
vehicle.
I'm sorry. 04529.
All right, thank you. I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors, if you can just open up Stacy Exhibit 388 VV as published. Did I admit that? Let me admit first 388 VV into evidence.
No, you did not. All right, that's admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And when you take it out, did you do all the other cutting here, or do you know when all the other cutting was done?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you can put it back in there. Thank you. Thank you. Next one was Stacy Exhibit 361 VV. And is this the red Nissan Versa that you processed at the direction of Detective Hope?
Yes.
And as we go through, looking at 362 VV and looking at 363 VV, is this again you taking the 360 photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, for the Nissan Versa, were you able to enter into the vehicle on the on the passenger side?
No, I was not.
Why not?
Because as in our homicide cage, we have other vehicles. And if you can look to the right of that, is another vehicle that's obstructing me from opening the passenger side doors of that vehicle. So I only stay on the driver's side.
Okay. I want to look at or move to 367 VV. And looking at 367 VV, what were you depicting in 367 VV?
This is just showing the overall interior of the vehicle in the front.
And looking in the driver's side of 367 VV, what, if anything, is this reddish brown stain?
Yeah, those are reddish brown stains in the seat.
All right. And then looking at 368 VV, what were you depicting at 368 VV?
All right. As I was saying, I couldn't get to the passenger side door, so that is just a overall of the passenger side door. It does have some type of defect or damage in it.
And looking at 368 VV, what is the defect or damage that you were referencing?
It's the small in the interior door, the little white slit in there. That's what I was trying to photograph.
And 369 VV, is that a close-up of that white slit?
Yes. Okay.
Now looking at 371 VV, what were you depicting in 371 VV?
In the reddish brown stains, there is a projectile that's located, so that is marked with marker number 1.
And I want to see if we can zoom in on 371 VV. And is it the copper item with some white material around it that you were looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where it was found, right where you had the first, that one?
Yes.
Right. Now looking at 372 VV, did you take it from where it was initially and pull it out a little further to take the picture of it?
Yes, so you can clearly see what it was.
And did you collect that projectile?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 389 VV, admitted as 389 VV. Can you look at 389 VV and tell me if you recognize 389 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the bag that I sealed it in and has my initials on.
Okay. And I won't ask you to publish it, but do you feel inside of the bag the projectile?
Well, yeah, I filled the envelope that it was in.
Feel to the bottom corner.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay.
And do you want to open it and confirm?
You want me to open it?
And just look inside of it.
Yes. It's in here. Yes.
And once you collected the projectile, what did you do with it?
I also sent it to the GBI crime lab for testing.
After you processed both these vehicles and collected both the headliner and the projectile and sent both those items to the GBI, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Course indulgence for a moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Yeah, if you could just, no, if you could just put them up there. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Just wait, he's here in case I need to ask more questions.
Okay.
Mr. Atkins, could you just write if I need anything? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Crime scene tech, you're still a crime scene tech, correct?
Well, I'm currently a supervisor, but yeah, it's.
Good morning, Supervisor Green.
Yes.
My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
Now, the work that you just testified to, you performed that work on March 22nd, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. At the annex on Bankhead Highway on Donnelly Hollowell that APD owns and stores vehicles that are evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not at the scene on March 14th of 2022, but you became involved when you processed these vehicles.
That's correct.
All right. And you processed these vehicles, was that pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And the search warrant was obtained by Detective Hogan, is that correct?
Yes.
Who you knew to be the lead investigator in this case?
Well, investigate. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you were processing these vehicles, you were looking for any projectiles, correct?
Yes.
Any shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're going to get to the projectiles in a second. Shell casings, spent shell casings. You did not find any shell casings in the white Audi. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
No shell casings. Okay. You were looking obviously for weapons.
Yes.
You didn't find any weapons in the white Audi, did you?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct. You did not.
I did not find anything.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you were also, as part of the execution of the search warrant, you were looking for materials or objects that could later be tested for gunshot residue, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So the white Audi, you collected a cell phone from the center console, correct?
Mhm.
And then you also removed the headliner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's just talk about the removal of the headliner. Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As a crime scene technician with the city of Atlanta, certainly now as a supervisor, you are trained in evidence collection, correct?
Yes.
And forensics, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are trained in gunshot residue, what it is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know it to be microscopic particles that are expelled from a handgun when the gun is fired, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And it spreads in the immediate area of wherever that gun is fired.
Yes.
Okay. And you were trained in the collection of potential objects for testing for gunshot residue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you collected the headliner from this white Audi.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm showing you 183 VV. This is already in evidence. Is this a fair representation of what the white Audi looked like after you collected the headliner?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And the part that you collected, is it the square on top where the sunroof is, or is it also the surrounding area that forms the border on the top of the car?
Yeah. It's been so long. Yeah. So I'm assuming that, well, I did that where I put number 1, I collected that. And if the other parts came off, I collected that as well.
Okay, so you collected it all.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to look at the headliner to just
Okay.
confirm?
Yeah. So yes, it's yes, all the headliner, yes.
And so you would agree that it includes the part that was under the sunroof as well as the surrounding areas?
Yes,
Okay, cool. Now, the decision to collect the headliner of all places in the car, you're saying that that decision was made by Investigator Hogan,
that is correct.
correct? Is this the first time you've collected a headliner of?
Actually, yes, that was my very first time collecting a headline.
Okay. Now, when Detective Hogan requested that you collect the headliner, did you object at all to collecting the headliner?
No,
Okay, as someone trained in gunshot residue and collection and all that you know about gunshot residue, the headliner seemed like a reasonable part of the car to collect.
well, that's what he requested to to collect. He's the lead, so I'm under his direction.
And that seemed reasonable to you, though, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You didn't think it was crazy for Detective Hogan to ask you to collect the headliner?
no,
Okay. And the headliner would be, the reason you didn't think it was crazy, because the headliner would be in the area where gunshot residue would be dispersed if a gun was shot inside that Audi, correct?
correct.
Okay, and the headliner and that cloth is different than hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, the cloth material, based on your training experience, would be more likely to collect and maintain gunshot residue particles than someone's hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that seemed like a good idea to you to collect the headliner,
Yes,
if we wanted to get to the truth.
yes.
Okay. And after you collected this headliner, you packaged it carefully, correct?
Yes,
In accordance with all the training and experience and guidelines that you follow in the collection of evidence,
yes,
and you submitted it to GBI, correct?
that is correct.
And GBI being the Georgia Bureau of Investigations.
Yes,
Okay, and it would be someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations that I would have to talk to about whether, what the results of that gunshot residue testing is, correct?
that is correct. You would have to talk to.
All right. Oh, one more thing. In your, Mr. Atkins, could you kindly publish 374 VV? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate, Ms. Hilton, thank you. $374. Thank you. Ms. Green, this is a picture that you took of the outside of the white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you noted that there was tint on the windows and the front and back windshield, correct?
Yes.
All right. From your inspection of this car, did you notice any damage to the tint of the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you notice any bubbling or scratches on the tint of the driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Weinstein,
No, Your Honor.
any redirect? No. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
State looks really organized today. Judge Whitaker, me and she was gonna get them on a, hey, anyway. They look a little well oiled over there today. I don't know what this evidence helping with, but they are looking, anyway, more streamlined, I guess. Who's this next witness?
My name is Alexander Colvin. Last name is C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
And good morning, Mr. Colvin. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
I am a microanalyst or scientist in the trace evidence section.
And if you could tell the jury about your education and training.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University. And upon being hired at the GBI Crime Lab, depending on which area of analysis they will be employing you in, you will begin a training program. So for me, when I was promoted to a scientist position, I started off in the gunshot primer residue program. And the training lasts about 6 to 8 months, was consistent of practical exercises, written and oral exams, a competency test at the end, which is like a mock case that I had to get the correct answer to, a mock trial phase, and then about a 3-month-long supervised casework phase where I was doing real casework, but my trainer was also going through some of the technical processes with me.
And have you had any training outside of your training with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
As it pertains to gunshot primer residue, no, I have not.
While at the GBI, how many cases have you dealt with concerning gunshot residue?
Concerning gunshot residue, over 1,000 at this point.
And have you ever been qualified to testify in the state of Georgia as an expert in gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
About 82 or so times.
You're right. This time the state would like to tender Mr. Colvin as an expert in gunshot residue and trace evidence examination.
All right, he's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those matters.
If you could tell the jurors as a microanalyst, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
So as a microanalyst in the trace evidence section, I perform casework in the areas of gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and coatings, plastics and polymers, or tape, fractured materials, and some questioned materials or general materials cases.
And if you could tell what is gunshot residue and how is it formed?
Gunshot primer residue, or GSR, is a collection of microscopic particles that are formed when a firearm is discharged. These particles contain all 3 of the elements, lead, barium, and antimony, and are molten in morphology, showing that they've been exposed to a lot of heat and pressure during the discharging of that firearm.
And when the gunshot residue or the gunshot powder comes out of the firearm, what direction does it generally go in? What happens with?
The GSR particles form a vapor cloud when the firearm is discharged. So I liken it to maybe baby powder in the way it behaves, kind of a cloud or a plume around that firearm in all directions. And then also some of that GSR, the GSR particles traveling with the bullet as well.
How do you test for GSR on items or materials?
Typically, GSR is tested and collected using what we call a GSR collection kit. And these kits contain vials with what we call stubs. They're adhesive samplers, 1/2 inch in diameter metal discs with black carbon adhesive tape on the top. And whatever surface you want to examine for GSR, whether it be a person's hands or clothing or so on and so forth, you can take those samplers and dab the surface randomly to pick up any particulate matter that is there. And then once those samplers are submitted to us, we will input them into an instrument that's called a scanning electron microscope that is equipped with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer, or SEM-EDS for short. And all that is just a very high-powered microscope that uses a beam of electrons instead of light, like you would usually see in a microscope that you would see in a biology classroom. This instrument will then allow us to see what's on the surface of those samplers. Any particulate matter that is there, we can see it, and then get an elemental profile of what those particles are made of. So again, with GSR, we're looking for molten particles containing all 3 of the elements together: lead, barium, and antimony.
Are there certain surfaces that are better to test for GSR than others?
Yes, there are. As far as like, so typically the best evidence as far as GSR is concerned is a person's hands. You can also sample surfaces such as clothing items or anything that's made of cloth or textile material. Any other surfaces can be sampled for GSR, but some surfaces don't do as well as retaining those GSR particles, and as well as making it difficult to actually sample. But any surface can technically be sampled for GSR.
And if a surface is clean, so that your hands, if the hands are washed, or if it's a vehicle and the vehicle is clean, would that prevent you from getting GSR results in cases such as that? Can it affect getting results?
Can you get closer to the mic?
Yes.
Thanks.
When it comes to a person's hands, if GSR particles are in fact there, washing the hands will cause you to remove most, if not all, of those GSR particles. The same can be generally said with other surfaces, especially harder surfaces. If you wipe those down or rinse those down, any GSR particles that are potentially there mostly will be lost. When it comes to clothing items or surfaces that are more cloth or textile material, most of those GSR particles, if they are in fact there, will also be lost. But we have seen that, for example, with clothing items, very small amounts of GSR can still persist even after washing your clothes.
And in a vehicle, are there certain places that as a scientist with the GBI, that you ask law enforcement to get samples of for you to test? Are there other parts of a car that are better to test for GSR than others?
We would prefer that the headliner of a vehicle is either submitted or sampled for GSR. Again, all surfaces can be sampled for GSR inside of a vehicle, but some surfaces, the harder surfaces, just don't do as well as retaining those particles. So things such as a gear shifter or the steering wheel may not be good surfaces to sample for GSR, even though it's possible. But the headliner, maybe the headrests of the seats would be your best areas to sample for GSR.
I want to direct your attention to DOFS case number 2022-1007212, where you asked to perform any testing in that case.
Yes, I was.
And who was the agency that submitted the request?
Your Honor, may I look at my notes?
You may, if they'll help refresh your recollection.
Yes. Will they help refresh your recollection?
Yes, they will.
All right.
And I'm sorry, it was which officer?
Which agency?
Agency, the Atlanta Police Department.
And what was the agency reference number?
The agency reference number was 2207-31882.
And who requested the testing to be done?
An investigator, A.E. Hogan.
And was there a named victim on that case?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And what was submitted to the GBI for testing?
So as far as GSR analysis is concerned, a headliner that is identified as being collected from an Audi A5 was submitted.
And in front of you, it states exhibit 388 BB. And there's some fresh gloves. Tell me if you recognize this exhibit 388 BB.
Okay, so this is item number 1, which is containing the headliner from the Audi A5. And I recognize it by the GBI specific barcode here with the GBI case number and item number of this particular package. I also recognize this package by the seals, where I initialed the seals here when I completed the analysis, and my initials and date when I started the analysis.
And can you walk the jury through what you did with that particular piece of evidence in order to test for GSR?
Okay, so once I am assigned this particular case, I will then go and retrieve this item of evidence out of the trace evidence evidence storage location, and then begin my analysis for GSR. So for this particular case, I was tasked with actually sampling the headliner before beginning my examination. And so I took this item of evidence into a clean processing room and began sampling this headliner using those stubs or adhesive samplers that I mentioned earlier.
And when you look inside 388 BV, do you see the adhesive stubs that you use in this case?
The adhesive stubs are not here unless they've been put inside. Oh, they're inside actually. So the adhesive stubs are a separate item that I created once I was finished sampling the headliner.
And when you say you sampled the headliner, what do you mean?
I will take the adhesive samplers and we call it dab randomly across the surface of that headliner. I used 2 stubs in total when it came to actually sampling the surface of the headliner. Keep in mind, this is a sampling process. Not every square millimeter of that entire headliner can be covered by these stubs. So like I mentioned, I used 2 of these stubs, and then a third stub which was just exposed to the collection environment in the processing room that I did the sampling in, just to show that there's no extraneous GSR particles in the processing room that will also be carried along through the examination process along with the stubs that I used to sample the actual headliner.
And is there any reason why you didn't sample or take every piece of the headliner and test every piece of it?
It's a large surface area, and it is not efficient to be able to, I guess, get a representative sample of the entire surface area. But per policy for us, it is up to the examiner's discretion. Whenever the tack or the adhesive, the stickiness is lost on those samplers, you can either stop there with your sampling or use another adhesive sampler to continue sampling. And for me, I used 2 stubs for this particular headliner.
And what was the results of your testing?
The samples from the headliner, from the Audi A5, failed to reveal any particles that are characteristic of GSR.
Now, since you only tested a sample of the headliner, is it possible that there could have been GSR on the portion that you did not sample or that you did not stub?
It is possible that there is a small amount of GSR somewhere on that headliner that I happen to miss with the sampling process.
Now, I want to ask you a few hypotheticals. If a person is driving a car and they pull up to a red light, and at that red light, the same driver, I'm going to ask first, sticks their hands outside of the window and they fire a .40 caliber handgun, would you expect gunshot residue to enter into the car that the driver was in?
And it is the driver that stuck the...
Yes, the driver is the person who stuck their hands outside of the window and fired the firearm.
It's possible that a small amount of GSR could still be deposited inside the vehicle through that open window or door, perhaps, but not particularly a large amount of GSR. Most of that cloud or plume of GSR particles would be outside of the vehicle, but some of that still could be deposited inside as well.
Now, hypothetically, if a person...
Ms. Hilton, if you're going to get that far away from the mic, will you use the lapel mic or pick one up and carry it with you, please?
Sure, I'll stay by the mic, Your Honor. Hypothetically, is this good? Can you hear me? Okay. Hypothetically, if a person is driving a vehicle and they have passengers in that vehicle, and for some reason they're in the same car, the passenger shoots a gun inside of the car, inside of the same car, would you expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle?
Yes, if the gun is discharged within the cabin of that vehicle, I would expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle.
Would you expect to find more GSR in that vehicle where the gun was shot in the cabin more than the gun that was shot outside of the window of the driver's side?
Yes, it is reasonable to expect that more GSR particles will be found in the vehicle where the firearm was discharged inside of the vehicle versus the vehicle where the firearm was discharged outside of the window of the vehicle.
And in this case, outside of testing the headliner, do you know anything about where that headliner came from? Outside of knowing that it came from an Audi A5, do you know anything else about that vehicle?
No, I do not.
Court's indulgence for a moment. my last question for now. Do the conditions in which a vehicle is stored affect whether or not you'll be able to find GSR? So for example, if the gun is fired outside of a vehicle and the windows remain down, or the sunroof is opened, or the sunroof is opened and closed multiple times, does that at all affect whether or not you will find GSR inside of the car?
If the GSR particles are already deposited inside of the vehicle, I suppose it's possible that you would lose a small amount if the windows are down or the sunroof is open, just based on wind or maybe if it rained or something like that. But I wouldn't expect for there to be a huge difference based off of that alone.
Thank you so much. No further questions. All right.
Mr. Coven, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I appreciate you being here today. I'm going to ask you, let's play the hypotheticals first, and then I'm going to get into the work you actually did in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you were just asked about some hypotheticals. Let's just be clear. In your expert opinion, if a gun was shot inside the cabin of a car and the sunroof was opened subsequently to the gunfire and the windows were opened and someone was driving around, in your expert opinion, the gunshot residue inside that car would remain, correct?
And this is after the gun was already discharged and the GSR was deposited?
Yes.
Yes, I would expect for there to be surfaces inside of that vehicle where the GSR particles remained, yes.
Okay, you were asked about a hypothetical where someone sticks their hand out the window. The driver sticks their hand out the window and shoots. Okay, first of all, there's a possibility that there would still be gunshot residue inside the cabin in that circumstance, correct?
That is correct.
Because it's a large plume of microscopic particles. How many particles are there typically, gunshot residue particles discharged from a gun when it is fired?
We don't have a very accurate count on that for sure, because that's very difficult to count. But I would expect on the order of hundreds, at the very least, to be created when a firearm is discharged. Now, where those particles are deposited, that's a different story.
Could it be thousands?
It could be thousands. I can't say for sure. It's all dependent on how many shots we're talking about and how large.
Yeah, I have to pause right here. I have to pause right here. Listen, this is supposed to be the state's witness now. Now, we expected this stuff with YSL, but child, is scientists that came up here and just blew up their case on this gunshot residue thing. In my opinion, am I watching this? Am I seeing? Wait a minute. Is this the way this is going to go down for the state? Because bruh sitting here saying like, yeah, that's pretty far fetched. I would still expect for something to be there scientifically. And this is the state's, witness. And this statement could not have come at any better timing for the defense in terms of momentum. I'm going to say that the defense is picking up momentum. Child, and we're in the fourth quarter and the state is picking up momentum. Because now you got Max Schardt that's so happy to see someone with some good intellect that's not trying to double, answer the questions. Teetering on the assuming facts not in evidence kind of says he's happy to get somebody on the stand that's just going to be honest. All the way through. Okay, let me just rephrase that. Someone that we can trust. He's a scientist. He's an HBCU grad. He's a scientist. This is a credible witness for the state that has turned to be for the defense, in my opinion. So I just had to pause there because is that what's happening? Is that what we're seeing? Let's keep going. Muting the mic.
the caliber of the firearm was.
And let me ask you this. So 3 to 4 shots fired outside the car, inside the car, either way, that would increase the amount of particles that are expelled from the firearm 3 to 4 times, correct?
Yes, it would, yes.
That would make it more likely, even if a gun is shot outside a window, that there would be gunshot residue within the cabin that could be detected by you later on, correct?
Yes, that is reasonable to expect that there will be more available to deposit on some surface somewhere, yes.
Okay, and while we're playing the hypothetical, if someone stuck their arm out the window, the driver's side window of a car, and fired a gun, and it was on video, you would expect to see muzzle flashes, wouldn't you?
On video?
Yes.
That's reasonable to expect. That's, yes, with a gunfire, with a discharging firearm, yes.
You familiar with tint application?
A little bit,
It's not
yes.
supposed to down the window within 24 to 48 hours after the tint is applied, correct?
That is what I've been told before, yes.
Leads to bubbling, leads to damage to the tint.
That's correct.
Okay, if a car is collected that recently had tint applied and there was no within hours of this alleged shooting, and then there was no damage to that tint when it was later when the car was later processed, would that be evidence that the window was never opened to shoot out at someone?
That is outside of my expertise. I'm not a window tint expert. I know I've been told that as well before with my own vehicle, but I cannot say for sure that that is the case here.
Well, while we were doing hypotheticals, I just wanted to ask that as well. Okay, but ultimately, getting back to the work you actually did, not hypotheticals. You've done with GBI. How long have you been working with GBI?
Over 9.5 years now.
Okay, excellent. You've done thousands of tests for gunshot residue, correct?
Just over 1,000, yes.
Just over 1,000. You've tested headliners before, correct?
Yes, I have.
This isn't the first time.
No, it's not.
Okay, headliners are a relatively common part of a car to be collected to test for gunshot residue, correct?
To either be collected or someone has sampled a headliner and submitted it to us, yes.
And the reason is because the headliner, where it's situated in the car, would be a place where the gunshot residue, if the gun is fired in the car or even potentially outside the car, would be a place where gunshot residue would be deposited, correct?
That is correct. A good area for them to be retained if they were indeed deposited.
And you said retained. Retained, also the headliners, they're a cloth fabric, correct?
That's correct.
Textiles.
Typically.
Textiles,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Different than a hand where you sweat and different things of that nature. These textiles tend to maintain and absorb absorb's a bad word, maintain the gunshot residue particles better than skin, for instance.
That's correct. Any item that's of cloth material or textile has the ability to hold on to or retain GSR particles better than a harder surface or better than a person's hands, simply due to the fact that we use our hands a lot. The more you're touching surfaces, you're going to lose those particles, or just washing your hands will cause you to lose all of those particles.
Okay. And in your work on this case, you took the headliner and you dabbed it with those sticky tabs, correct?
That's correct.
You did everything by the procedures as you were taught, correct?
That is correct.
You did everything by the procedures as is standing operating procedure with GBI, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, you used that one tab, and then in fact, you broke out a second tab and continued to dab the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
How many dabs do you do with each tab?
Again, per our policy and our standards, we are to and then it's at the discretion of the examiner. But we will continue to dab until the tackiness or the stickiness of that adhesive surface is lost. And at that point, then you can move on to a second stub or third or however many there were, or be finished with your sampling process. So in this particular case, I can't really tell you for sure how many dabs that was. Maybe a couple dozen or more than that, but I can't tell you for sure. We don't notate how many dabs there were.
All right. And you said that just dabbing, you probably didn't cover the entire surface of the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but the reality is you don't need to effectively test for gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct. Again, unfortunately, just due to the nature of the sampling process, we can't get to every square millimeter of that entire surface. So it's possible that some things could have been missed, but this is a sampling process that is recognized throughout the forensic community and is standard for us when it comes to sampling any items for GSR.
Well, and the reality is when we're talking about GSR, a gun doesn't disperse GSR to one little spot, all the GSR to one little spot on a headliner. It sends a plume, correct?
That's correct, a plume or a cloud, yes.
And so when you're saying we didn't cover every little spot, in your training experience using, in fact, not only one tab, but two tabs and dozens of dabs, in your 9.5 years experience, you dabbed enough to get an accurate representation of whether that headliner was exposed to a plume of gunshot residue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You felt great about the work you did. You followed all the procedures.
Yes, I did feel good about the sampling process that I did.
Okay. Let me ask you, you've said you've been called to testify 82 times.
When it comes to GSR, yes.
Is it fair to say that the majority of those times you came to testify in court, the GSR was positive?
You said the majority of the time? Potentially.
Okay. Has the state called you personally as an expert in gunshot residue at times when the result was positive?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And when the result was positive, you came and shared with the jury about what the results were.
That is correct.
And it was the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, just be clear, Fulton County District Attorney's Office has called you to testify about positive results before, correct?
Objection on relevance.
Overruled. You can answer.
I cannot say for sure, remembering my results from testifying in Fulton County, but it is reasonable to expect that there were some that were positive, and I was asked to testify to my results for them here. Yes.
Okay. So when the results were positive, the work was done well according to the prosecutors.
I can't really speak to.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to ask you, going back to another hypothetical that I left out. The hypothetical of washing. Hypothetically, you can wash your hands, correct?
That's correct.
And that can remove gunshot residue.
Correct.
And you've talked about clothing and textiles and the potential to wash textiles or clothing, correct?
That's correct.
And you also said that there's studies that show even textiles or clothing, even if they go through the wash, still have gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but here's the thing. I want to talk about this case. Do you have any evidence? Is there any evidence that you noted in your report, any evidence that this headliner had been washed?
There's no evidence that was noted or given to me that would indicate that it had been washed, but I would never really know for sure. Based off of what I am given to examine for the GSR analysis.
Well, I want to talk about the premise of the hypothetical. You do not have any evidence that this headliner was washed.
No, I do not.
Okay. All right, and ultimately, the results, well, we talked about hundreds or thousands, or you said maybe thousands of particles. What is the threshold? I know that you said it's negative. The headliner was on each and every one of those tabs. When you looked under the scanning electron microscope with the beams, the electron beams, the result was negative. But what I want to know, what is the threshold for a positive?
We don't really use the word positive. It's just, is the GSR there or not? And all you need is just one particle to say that, yes, there are particles characteristic of GSR present on this surface.
So all you need is one particle under that scanning electron microscope with the electron beams to be a positive result.
That is correct.
And in this case, the result of that headliner was negative, meaning you did not even see one particle of gunshot residue on that headliner.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Schardt just asked you if there was evidence that the car was washed. Do you know, sitting here, if there's evidence that it was not washed or cleaned?
No, I do not.
Mr. Schardt asked you about muzzle flashing on a video. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
If the video is grainy, would you expect to see muzzle flash?
I really can't tell you for sure without actually seeing the video myself. I suppose the graininess of a video could impact that, but I can't say for sure.
And just because you don't see muzzle flash, does that mean a shooting did not occur?
I'm not really too sure on that one either.
You talked about a plume, the smoke or the cloud that comes out. The direction of the cloud, is that in the direction of the projectile of the bullet? Is that the direction of the plume that we are talking of?
So the plume or cloud is formed around the discharging firearm. Yes, the plume could have a more dense population of GSR particles in certain areas, depending on the environmental factors or what type of firearm it was. But it is a cloud or a plume of GSR particles that is created. And then you will also have some GSR particles traveling in the direction of the bullet with the bullet itself.
Can the length of time between the depositing of the GSR and the testing affect whether or not you will find GSR?
Yes, it can, just due to any factors or any events that could have occurred in the interim. So those GSR particles are deposited. Were they washed or wiped away or lost for whatever environmental reasons? That could affect the amount of GSR particles that are picked up when when it's finally sampled for GSR. Of course, I can't say for sure what happened, but those are things that can affect any GSR examination, yes.
And do you have in your notes when you tested the headliner?
I sampled the headliner on June 1st, 2022.
All right. And again, cleaning, vacuuming inside of a car, inside of a vehicle, that can affect whether or not we find GSR. Is that fair?
Yes,
Or-
that,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, that will affect the amount of GSR particles that are there.
Thank you. No further questions.
So now we're dealing with a hypothetical about vacuuming. Do you have any evidence that this headliner was vacuumed?
No, I do not.
Okay. And when I understand that you collected the samples on June 1st, 2022.
That's correct.
When did you receive the headliner from APD?
APD submitted the headliner on March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, between March 23rd, can I approach?
Mhm.
And this is the headliner?
Yes.
Okay, between March 23rd and June 1st, did the headliner, was it continuously, uninterruptedly kept in this evidence bag?
Based on the notes that I have and the records that I have, yes, it was.
And this evidence bag was sealed?
Yes, it was.
So no one from GBI took this headliner between March 23rd and June 1st and slipped it in the laundry?
No, they did not.
No one took the headliner and went out on Panthersville Road and ran in the yard with the headliner, just waving it around?
That's correct. No, they did
Okay,
not.
it was maintained in this sealed evidence bag,
Yes, it was.
just like all other evidence that is brought in to GBI for testing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Helen Shell's next witness.
Thank you.
Relatively short, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and call another witness before lunch.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator Kilgore to the stand.
I've heard that name too, Kilgore, but what do y'all think? I think this was a win for the defense, for sure. I like that she overruled that ejection. Sometimes the judge be listening. Like, she have heard stuff that she want to hear too. So she be like, hear him finish the story, or hear what he has to say there. So she'll overrule it, and it's been quicker now in some instances. So I like that, she gave an opportunity there. And you tell me what you think. But I thought that was, yeah, are we calling him YSL scientist? No, he's not. I'm just kidding. But that was good. All right. Investigator Kilgore, I think that's what they said. I've heard his name before
It's
too.
Investigator Jennings Kilgore, Jennings Kilgore.
Welcome back, Investigator Kilgore. How are you doing, sir?
Good, sir. How are you?
Doing well. When you had testified previously, you explained that you work for the APD crime lab
Yes.
and discussed NIBIN.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you about some additional NIBIN testing that you performed.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you if you analyzed any NIBIN 9mm cartridge cases related to March 2022 in this case.
Which case number is that?
So I'm going to start with APD case number 220841-701.
Okay. Yes, on that particular case, we received 15 9mm cartridge cases, 140 cartridge case, and a metal jacket fragment.
Now, with that case, when did you get those items?
We received those on March the 30th, 2022.
And after you received those, did you submit them into the NIBIN system?
We did.
What did you get, if any, as any results?
On those particular 9mm cartridge cases, we came up with 4 potential leads to other cases in the system.
And when you get leads, do you yourself keep like an Excel spreadsheet of a NIBIN lead?
Yes, we have an Excel spreadsheet with the numbers of the total number of NIBIN leads that we have found at the lab to date.
Yes.
All right, this is Detective Kilgore, and if you're just kind of joining, especially from Twitter, just check the chapters, and what I tweeted about is in the chapters in the description, kind of thing. So, but this is Detective Kilgore, and he's talking about ballistics. I'm sure Schardt is going to want to know, does he have any evidence? He's going to be on that evidence kick.
An APD case number ending in 00312.
So I'm definitely looking for his call.
Yes, we did.
And you see that whiteboard to your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is that top case number 2207-00312 one of the NIBIN leads?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, subject to stipulation by the parties, this is related to the March 11,
As a matter of
2022
I think I'm
murder
going to fast
of
forward to
Darius Ford and Christian McMiller. Now, Investigator Kilgore, did the 9mm cartridge cases that were tethered to the case we just discussed on March 11, 2022, did they ever have any connection to the second APD case number, that whiteboard beneath you, 2207500015?
Yes, there was an additional lead to that case number also.
And so essentially those two in case numbers and the second one that we just discussed pertaining to the stipulation, 2830 Waters Road, shell casings collected, the 9mm cases from those two
I guess I
incidents
have a little.
matched one another per your system.
I don't want to fast forward, but
Yes,
I want
there
to
was
say
a potential NIBIN lead between the 3 of those.
And as you have discussed to this jury before, once you got the NIBIN computer system match, did you conduct your own review of those images?
Yes, once the matches come back on the computer system, we review the images. We look to see if we see enough similarities between them to send them to the GBI lab for confirmation. And at that point, we do a report saying we have a NIBIN lead on it and disseminate it to detectives.
And what was the day that this initial NIBIN lead came to your attention?
Our print off from the day that we got these leads was April 7th, 2022.
I need to stop y'all for just a minute.
Yes,
There's
Your
a
Honor.
juror that really needs to use the restroom.
Understood, Your Honor.
And I don't know who it is, but how much longer do we have with this witness?
I have one more
Can
question.
2 more minutes, or is it a right now situation?
Girl,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
And Investigator Kilgore, after you did that match, did you transport those 9mm shell casings to the GBI?
Yes, they go to the GBI after that for confirmation.
Thank you, sir. No further questions by the state.
All right. We'll break for lunch. Let's
oh, it didn't make sense.
plan for y'all to be back at 1, please.
All right. Lunch break. I am fast forwarding. Can't wait to see how Max cross him up. I need to do okay, here we go. I got y'all. Well, I got me actually, but let's see. All right, so we're back. I would love to know what people think about the scientist's testimony. That was very interesting to me. So
Let me take a look at the
I'd love to know what people think
proposed
about that.
limiting instruction that kind of combines
This gunshot
everything.
question. We're back. It's after lunch.
Okay.
Let's see if we can catch
Any
up.
comments from the state on it? Sure, go ahead.
I didn't see any recommended edits or Objections, I should say.
Okay. All right, if you want to take another look before I. And then on the couple of times where they're going to hear, I guess, the conversation with Mr. Garlington and somebody else, and you'll tell me when that's coming up. I'm planning to say, you may consider only Mr. Garlington's words as evidence. You are not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. Sound good? Okay. All right, any other matters? Okay. All right, is the jury ready? All right, we'll get out the jury. And you want to get your next witness headed this way? This, yes.
Almost like me and Mr. Schardt, he's discussing a very similar topic to our previous witness.
Okay.
So we have a stipulation about what case.
Great, thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony will give things true, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
First and last name into that mic, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Tanner, MarkTanner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
Currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF, in Huntsville, Alabama.
What do you do for the ATF?
I am a firearms and tool marks examiner for the NIBIN program, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. In Huntsville, Alabama, we have what's called the NNCTC. It's the NIBIN National Correlation and Training Center, and I'm a firearms examiner there.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for about 1.5 years now.
Where were you before the ATF?
I was employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation here in Atlanta, but prior to that,
What did you do for the GBI?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner in the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And how many years were you with the GBI?
About 7.5 years.
Now, can you briefly describe for the jury the training and experience you've had related to firearms examining?
Yes, sir. So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Armstrong State University. I then completed a 2-year training program at the GBI This consisted of microscopic analysis of bullets and cartridge cases, as well as the ammunition components, so what are bullets and what are cartridge cases, firearms operation and safety, muzzle to target distance determination, so how far away a firearm was from a shooting. And then I also did tool mark analysis, whereas like pliers, bolt cutters, and such. And then I did analysis of serial number restorations. So if a serial number was scratched off, I would help restore those. And then after that initial 13 months, I then did a 7-month supervised casework period. During this time, I would work normal cases at the GBI under the direct supervision of a fully trained examiner. So I would create the reports, create the notes, and then a second examiner would go back and ensure everything was done properly. At the completion of that, towards the end of the 2 years, I did verification and peer review training. So verification is where we will examine other analysts' work and ensure that the findings are what they should be. And then peer review is ensuring that all policies and procedures are followed properly. And that concluded my 2 years, and I became an independent examiner where I worked normal cases.
Now, have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert?
I have.
What were you qualified as an expert in?
Firearms examination.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Mark Tanner as an expert in firearms examination.
All right, he is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I wanted to turn your attention to ask you if you ever had the opportunity to do some firearms examination for the DOFIS case number ending in 1001777.
Yes, I have.
And can you describe for the jury what you obtained for that case in terms of what were you examining?
So for the DOFS case number, or Division of Forensic Sciences case number, 2023-1001777, I received 5 cartridge cases. So that's actually cartridge cases that have been fired from a firearm. Most people call them spent shell casings, but they're actual cartridge cases that have been fired. I received 5 under that case number, and then I received others under different case numbers.
In total, did you have 4 separate case numbers?
I did.
And did what you receive, where did you get that from? What agency?
So there were 4 different cases submitted by the Atlanta Police Department, and they wanted me to do analysis of those cartridge cases.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you see that whiteboard over your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is the APD case number at the top ending in 00312 one of the agency case numbers that you examined?
Yes, it is.
And is the 0015 underneath that tethered to the 2830 Waters Road one of the incidents that you examined?
It is, yes.
And in total, did you receive 34 cartridge cases between 4 different cases? If I did that math right.
34?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And can you tell the jury, when you have a situation such as this with different cases and cartridge cases, when you do your analysis, does each cartridge case get compared with every other?
Yes. So whenever I have 34 cartridge cases, I'm going to examine all of those to each other to just ensure that I'm being thorough through the evidence.
And was it Investigator Kilgore with the APD Crime Lab who reviewed these initially before you began your examination?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Investigator Kilgore did the NIBIN analysis of these cartridge cases.
And what ultimate conclusion did you reach, specifically focused on the 2 case numbers on that whiteboard, the March 11th, 2022, ending in 312, and the March 16th, 2022, ending in 0015?
So the agency number 3 ending in 312 from March 11th contained 8 9mm cartridge cases, and then the 0015 from March 16th that contained 5 9mm cartridge cases determined that all 13 of those were fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a Glock 9mm pistol.
Is there anything unique about a Glock when you analyze their cartridge cases?
Yes, sir. So Glock makes their firearms a very specific way. They've been doing it since they began. The hole that is punched out of the slide of the firearm where the firing pin protrudes through, it's called the aperture. It is rectangular in nature on these types of firearms, and the firing pin itself is in the shape of an elliptical shape. And they also have a very distinct ejector mark in the shape of what looks like a kidney.
I'm sorry, what was that in the shape of?
A kidney.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury what you did with these cartridge cases that is different than what the APD crime lab would have done?
So the Atlanta Police Department would have entered these cases onto the NIBIN program and then ran them through the system, correlating them against each other. And a lead was generated by Kilgore, investigator Kilgore. He then submitted that to me because the lead is just presumptive. There's no finite conclusion to it. Whenever he submits that to the GBI for examination, I take the physical evidence, I place it on the comparison microscope, which is two simple microscopes joined by an optical bridge in the middle, so I can see them side by side at the same lighting and the same magnification. So whereas he's looking at the images on the computer, I take it a step further and look at the actual evidence under the microscope. I compare the pattern that is left by that firearm on each cartridge case, and I determine whether those patterns are the same or not. And if they are the same, they're indicated as being fired from the same firearm.
In the field of firearms identification, what is the national error rate in that field?
The error rate is currently sitting just under 1%, and that's based on federal studies by the FBI.
And just to conclude, the March 11th, 2022 cartridge cases and the March 16th, 2022 cartridge cases, from your determination, were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, sir, they are.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. No further questions from the state.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Step up, Antonio Slumlin to the stand.
Yes, sir. Antonio Slumlin, ANTONIO SUMLIN.
And Mr. Slumlin, how old are you?
34.
And are you employed?
Not right now.
Where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And what part of Atlanta?
Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. And if you're gonna swing the shot, I need you to speak in your mic. So are you a little nervous?
A little.
A lot. Okay. Well, don't swing in your chair just so that the jurors can hear you, okay? Did you say you're from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, ma'am.
And I need you to speak
Yes,
up.
ma'am.
And
You can move that mic and pull it closer to you if you want, or if that would help.
And what part of the Cleveland Avenue area were you raised?
I mean, like the Mount Zion.
Okay. And do you have a nickname?
Yes,
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how'd you get the nickname
Oh,
Obama? How'd you get the nickname Obama?
really, we was just playing around, growing up, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck.
As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
Yes, I heard the rock crew.
Okay. And how did you know about Rock Crew?
I mean, it was just a little, it was popular where I was from, like where I was growing up.
Were you part of Rock Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And did you also call him Boo or Big Boo?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you join or become affiliated with Rock Crew?
2006, 2007,
How old were you?
16, 17.
And at some point, did Rock Crew transition into YSL?
Some people stayed rock crew, some people went YSL.
Okay. What did you do?
I mean, both of them from the area, so I mean, I never really picked a side. I really just.
Did you ultimately just claim both? I'm Rock Crew and I'm YSL.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the reason for the change between Rock Crew to YSL?
I really think, like, from my
Sustained.
Do you know why there was a change from Rock Crew to YSL?
I don't call it like 15 something years.
I didn't hear you.
I say I don't call it like 15 some years ago.
Okay. Now, is YSL a gang?
Me personally, I never looked at it as a gang.
What did you look at it as?
I had a friend that when I came home from prison, he was successful. So I thought I was a part of something successful.
When did you go to prison?
2013.
Was YSL formed before you went to prison?
Yes, yes.
And the person that you're saying, a friend who was successful, who are you speaking of?
Mr. Williams.
Is that Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Now, you went to prison in 2013. Before going to prison, was he successful?
He had a buzz. I wouldn't say successful, but he most definitely had a buzz. Like his name was getting out there.
And was YSL formed before he had the buzz?
I don't know call it. I don't know.
What does YSL stand for?
I mean, you can use it in any kind of way. Y'all successful living, y'all starting a lifestyle, y'all slime life.
Before you went to prison, how were you using YSL?
2003. Before, when I went to prison, it was slime life, 2013.
And do you actually have YSL tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have Slime Life tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413. Have you had an opportunity to look at this before you came and testified today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I show those to you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And without saying what's in the picture, well, strike that. What are you looking at in those pictures?
Myself.
And does it appear to be yourself in all of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 6 Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413 as evidence.
Admitted.
And Mr. Sumlin, I'm gonna take those back from you, and you can look either on the TV and, on the screen in front of you or the screen behind you. These pictures are gonna come up on this. I'm gonna actually first start with 413. Looking at State Exhibit 413, is this an Instagram post?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your Instagram post _1 Obama?
Yes.
Okay. Where's this picture taken?
I think I was at a house on Brown Mill Road.
Okay. Where is that house at on Browns Mill Road?
Across the street from the golf course.
And does that house have a particular name?
Yeah, we gave it a nickname, the Well.
Okay. And you said we gave it the nickname. Who is the we that gave it the nickname?
I can't, I just know we used to call it the Well. I can't particulate who made the name up.
Commissioner Pro Shigengaro?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 426 and 427. Tell me if you recognize what's inside of 426 and 427.
Yes.
How do you recognize 426 and 427?
That's the living room,
Of where?
the house on Brown Mill.
Is that the living room of the web?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 426 and 427 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Now, Mr. Slumlin, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 408. Is that the YSL tattoo that we just talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get that tattoo?
In prison.
Okay. And about what year did you get it?
Probably 14. I don't.
All right. Now, looking at State Exhibit 409. And I'll zoom in, please. What is that tattoo of on your, which arm is that?
My right arm.
Okay. And what is depicted on your right arm?
Slime life.
Okay. And is there a snake on top of Slime Life?
Yes.
What does that snake symbolize?
I said, got it. What you mean? What it symbolize?
Was that was a snake a symbol used by members of YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says Slime Life, what does Slime Life mean?
I mean, I just got it when I was in prison. I was hearing good things about. So, I was just getting stuff really. That was so long ago. I was trying to put all that behind me.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 410 VV. And I'll zoom in a little. Thank you. What is depicted, and is this on your left arm?
Yes.
What's depicted on your left arm?
It's a street sign.
Okay. And what is your street sign?
Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Does that say Cleveland Avenue?
They say Bleedland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Why did you put Cleveland, not Cleveland?
Cause that's just like around that time, that's the slang we were using. It was just some slang, we were just using it. I was just young and just getting tattooed.
And did you also get this tattoo while you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at State's Exhibit 411 VV, what is depicted in 411 VV?
It's a 5 with 5 stars.
And what was that? What did that symbolize? The 5 and the 5 stars.
Now, when I was younger, when I was younger, I was claiming blood. When I was younger, like 15, 2000. I had it before I went to prison, so they like 2010.
And you said when you were younger, around 2000, you claimed the bloods.
I claimed blood.
Was there a specific blood set that you claimed?
No, I don't even think I was real blood. And I just know it came to Atlanta, and I was just saying I was a blood.
Okay. How many 5-point star tattoos do you have on your body?
On my body?
On your body.
I don't know how many on my body.
Do you have more than what's just depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Do you have some 5-point stars on like your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have 5-point stars on your other arm?
Yes, man. 5-point stars, that's really like fill-in work.
It was the 5-point stars significant to your affiliation with claiming the blood?
Not all, I ain't gonna say all on some of them, just really fill-in work just to make the tattoo look full.
What made you choose 5-point stars over something else?
I don't know.
Now, do you have any tattoos with stoner life?
Stoner life?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
What about any tattoos with successful life?
The one on my chest can stand for all of them. It don't say none in particular.
Do you have anything similar to your slime life tattoo? Do you have anything similar like successful life spelled out?
No, ma'am.
Now, did there ever come a point in time where you would call yourself the original slime, or a group of you all to be the original slime?
Yes.
What does that mean to be original slime?
Only thing I mean by original is day one before all this.
And we say day one before all this, what do you mean?
Like before, like day one back. I was just saying like before the fame and stuff.
And have you had the opportunity to view a video from your Instagram account where you talk about the original slime?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 415 VV. Tell me if you recognize 415 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 415 VV?
I signed and dated her.
Is that the video that we watched?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the post that you put on your page?
Yes.
Did it appear to be any more additions or deletions from the post that you put on your page?
What you mean addition?
Did it appear to have anything more than what you put on your page?
No.
Did it have anything less than what you put on your page?
No, ma'am.
All right. You're right. This time the state would like to admit 415 VV into that.
All right, that's admitted.
and before we play, what does the caption say on this IG post? God bless you.
Original slime shit.
And are there emojis?
Yes, it's a heart, snake heart.
All right. And then who are some of the people that are tagged inside of the post?
Ocean Drive Slim, say no snitching, slime the grape, and Thugger.
Who is Ocean Drive Slim?
A friend of mine that was killed.
And is that Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
All right. And then no snitching. Is that who? Do you know who that is?
No, I forgot. It was 2017.
I can't hear you.
I think that was 2017. I don't remember.
Who is Slime the Great?
He in the video. He was also killed.
And then it's Thugger. Who is Thugger 1?
Mr. Will.
All right. Where is this video filmed?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
In some apartments.
Where are the apartments?
I think we're behind the checkers.
And is that behind the checkers that's near I-75 in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
They already know. They already know why I said we dead and pale, bitch. Murder gang, bitch. Yeah. Slick. Original. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Original shit, bitch.
And is that Mr. Williams right there throwing up the YSL sign?
Yes.
And is Mr. McMiller in that video prior to his death?
You said prior to his death?
Yes, that him in the video.
Yes.
All right. Is that him kind of behind Mr. Williams, behind the Y and the YSL?
Yes.
All right. And are you the one video recording the video?
Yes.
The other young man who passed away, what was his name?
His name was Tay. I know his name was Tay.
And is he related at all to Quindarius Zanner?
Yes.
How?
It's blood, brother.
Now, Mr. Williams, what back in 2017, or even up to 2022, what did you call Mr. Williams?
Lil Joe.
Is that the only name that you reference him by?
I might say slime sometimes. You know, we use that like it's a universal word, like twin. Call everybody slime. I might say slime sometimes. I don't know, but I know I say Lil Jeff.
What about Spider?
I ain't never called him Spider.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
2007, 2008.
And did you all grow up together in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Did y'all go to school together?
I don't think we went to school together, but we grew up in the same area.
Do you, yes or no, do you know Shannon Jackson, also known as Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In number of years, how long have you known him?
I've been knowing Shannon 20, 25 years.
Yes or no, did you all grow up together?
I mean, off and on, like, you know, I know Shannon way before the Cleveland Avenue area.
Yes or no, do you consider Shannon as a part of the original slime crew?
I can't, 2000, I can't say, like, 'cause before I went to prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I don't know who was outside. I had to be in the house at 7 for 15 months. I didn't know who was outside with who. Then I went and did my 5 years. I can't say.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Sex Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Sex Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
What was person who posted? It say slime bean bean, and I see me, Mr. Stillwell, and another guy.
And where did y'all take that picture?
It was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside of that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 BB.
Once we're done with it, I have no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Deamonte Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yet got it.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet got it?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so I mean, talking about the original, like
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens Tick or Slug?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone a part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
yeah, they wanted to, yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
A founder. I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like, I never looked at it like that. I just know we was just hanging together and we were young. I can't even remember that far.
And we talked about Christian McMillan, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
Yes,
And what was your relationship like with Darius?
a friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22. So like 4 or 5 years.
And then what about Demekion Garlington?
We just know each other through past.
Do you know an individual by the name of Cordarius Dorsey, or also known as Polo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
I met Polo the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison. She passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talked.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, when he called, I ain't talking to, not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
Did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times.
I want to take you back to April of 2022. Was Mr. Dorsey incarcerated in April of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Dorsey reach out to you in order to set up a robbery or a homicide?
He reached out the phone call thinking he actually, I don't even remember the phone call, but
Let me ask, during that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
When you say you think he asked you something about it, what do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but I was just like, when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever, you just tell them whatever, just to.
What did he ask of you or tell you to do?
I think he asked me to go rob somebody. I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know he.
Okay, wait, I need to run that back, y'all. Hold on. Run that back, because that
He actually put you in touch.
What are they talking about?
I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
I think they're talking about one of the co-defendants, not Thug or Shannon, but I just want to make sure.
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
What was person who posted It say slime bean bean, and I see me, Mr. Stillwell, and another guy
And where did y'all take that picture?
who was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside of that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh
do they
yeah,
look like the people?
yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 BB.
Once you're done with it, I have no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Deamonte Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yet got it.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet got it?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so I mean, talking about the original, like
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens Tick or Slug?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
At Carolina Kia, we are built on family. When you come here, you aren't just buying a car or servicing your vehicle.
You're visiting family.
Every new vehicle purchase comes with our lifetime powertrain warranty.
Carolina Kia.
Built on family.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around.
I love that I still look like myself with Juvederm filler treatments. Smooth.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I objected. You're set.
We can omit the neighborhood, some of the neighborhood hero group.
Yes.
We can omit the cash.
All right, there's floaties that say Scarface and 2 times Unk Funk. Those weren't in the original post, were they?
They're tags of the people who are in the post. So if you hover over the post and then when she screams.
All right, so she'll explain that. Okay. And this is showing the connection of everybody.
And I would object to the I am part of the, oh, it's our part. I would object to her commentary as well.
All right, y'all gonna redact that? Okay.
No objection. 21, no objection. 22, no objection.
All right. I'm going to say, though, that in terms of cumulativeness, we do not need a post from every alleged member of YSL expressing that they are sad.
We don't. This is Mr. Stillwell, Your Honor, and it
Okay,
says just rest Meg.
That's fine, but, you know, that looks almost the same as a couple of the ones before. So be reasonable
Yes.
about how many of the ones that are just to express that you use.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
24, I would object.
How about 23? Was
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. 23, I object to hearsay and also relevance.
Your Honor, this is the post that we believe was the reason for Shamel Drinks being murdered. So Shamel Drinks is the individual in the black jacket with the pants. Next to him is Jasper Walters. Next to him is Shell Kell. This post was reposted by Shell Kell, screen grabbed on March 12th, 2022. Your Honor, we believe that Investigator Viverito will talk about the emojis on here. There are two shells, which could indicate two bodies. Then there's a zipper lip and a black heart that one could interpret as they were the ones responsible for the death of McMiller and Ford, Your Honor. And so so Mr. Drinks posted the initial post, the post that says no love _nut. And he posts Mr. Drinks posted, I'm with y'all 100 at Shellkel _nut life at Summerhill, Little Man, LLN Mafia. Then Shellkel on March 12th reposted his post on his public Instagram page, Your Honor. And then 2 days later, Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so we believe, one, it is relevant for that purpose, that it was a public post.
It's definitely relevant.
And again, we're not offering for the truth of the matter, sir, about whether or not he's with them or not, but the fact that Shell Kell reposted it, and Shell Kell is the one who put the shells and the zipper lip in the heart, that could be considered an indication of they're taking responsibility for the murder of.
Okay. I mean, do you think that she is going to testify these two shells could mean two bodies?
Yes.
Is it typical within gang life to make a post of whatever your symbol is and have it mean a body?
Yes.
And she's going to be able to say that?
Yes. Because sometimes they'll use teardrops. So as opposed to using the teardrops to represent death, they sometimes use a Shell Kell because he is Shell Kell. So that's his thing. So she will testify that could be.
That would seem like it would represent him. So unless,
No,
I mean, I
he's
may
taking-
need to hear from her on the basis for which she can opine as an expert that two shells could mean two bodies, okay?
Yeah.
So you need to make sure we do that before I permit that testimony. Yes, sir.
There's two aspects of hearsay here, in my mind, that are both assertions of fact. One, we have Mr. Drinks, who is saying, I'm with you 100%. That is hearsay?
Well, the reason as I understand it, the state is not offering that for the truth. They're offering that to show the alleged reaction that it got.
There's no evidence whatsoever that anyone involved in this case ever looked at or hearsay to prove something that we really has no foundation. There's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell, or Mr. Farley, or Mr. Nichols.
Okay. Yeah, that's what your job is as the defense attorney, to point that out.
I understand that, but the problem is, even if I win that argument and do my job, I still lose because the hearsay has come in under the, I'm with you 100%.
Okay, and the reason that your hearsay objection is not successful here is we all know it's only hearsay if it's being offered for the truth, and this is not being offered for the truth. Okay. Make sure you flag that one though on the shell thing.
I'm just subjecting this hearsay.
Are we on 24 now?
Yes, I'm sorry. 24. This is Shell Kelly.
Your Honor, this is a day after. This was posted on March 4th. So this was initially posted on March 4th.
Okay, what part of it
So
was posted on March 4th? The shell Kel, the why you buy a watch, it's time to die.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Happening around that time.
Yes, Your Honor, we do believe that on March 3rd is when the public was made aware of Mr. Rashawn Bennett being stabbed in the jail. So there was a bond hearing, a bond motion filed on March 3rd. And then, of course, the media picked that up on around March 3rd, around the same day. And then this is posted the day after that information came out. So we believe that because of what happened at the jail, which is what we think started the trickle down effect of what happened between February 9th and March 14th, that this was an indication of being prepared to retaliate for what happened to Mr. Bennett in the Fulton County Jail.
And then,
Okay, I'm
is it
sorry. I missed
reposted
a little
or-
bit.
No,
I need
this
to
is
go
his
back
post. So
and
we just screen grabbed it on March 12th,
Okay.
but he
Or-
posted it himself on March 4th. On his
You know what? If this is really one of those situations where I got
And this
off
is just showing
of,
the antagonist.
so I gotta go back.
I've been done.
I know I could.
Hey, yeah, bro. Issue, but like as in whole, I don't. The whole document. 23 the whole document.
Yeah, you can flip.
Raw some. I think he had me to go raw somebody.
Okay, this is where I was. All right. My bad, y'all. I got off track.
Okay. 2000. I can't say like. 'Cause before I went to prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I can't. I don't know who was outside. I had to be in the house at 7 for 15 months. I didn't know who was outside with who. I didn't. Then I went and did my 5 years. I can't say.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
Well, it was person who posted. It say slime bean bean, and I see me, Mr. Stillwell, and another guy.
And where did y'all take that picture?
It was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside of that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 BB.
All right, it's admitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Deamonte Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yet got it.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet got it?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so I mean, talking about the original, like
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens Tick or Slug?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone a part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
yeah, they wanted to, yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
A founder. I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like I never looked at it like that. I just know we was just hanging together and we were young. I can't even remember that far.
And we talked about Christian McMillan, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
Yes,
And what was your relationship like with Darius?
a friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22, so like 4 or 5 years.
And then what about Demekion Garlington?
We just know each other through past.
Do you know an individual by the name of Cordarius Dorsey, or also known as Polo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
I met Polo the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison, she passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talked.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, When he called, I mean, I ain't talking to, not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
Did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times.
I want to take you back to April of 2022. Was Mr. Dorsey incarcerated in April of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Dorsey reach out to you in order to set up a robbery or a homicide?
He reached out the phone call thinking, me actually, I don't even remember the phone call, but
Let me ask, during that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
When you say you think he asked you something about it, what do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but I was just, like when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever, you just tell them whatever, just to.
What did he ask of you or tell you to do?
I think he asked me to go rob somebody. I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know where he had me like.
Did he ask you to put you in touch with a person by the name of Boule?
What you mean?
On that phone call, did he want you and Boule to go rob somebody?
I remember he wanted me. I don't even remember Boule even being on the phone. I don't even remember.
Did he give you some information for the person that he wanted you to rob?
Yes, he gave me information, but that's all it was. Like I definitely did that. Like when I hung up the phone, it was what it was. I never took the first step to do anything else. I never contacted or nothing.
Did he give you the phone number of the person?
Yes, he provided the phone number.
Did he discuss with you a plan on how to lure the victim to a location so that you could rob him?
I don't recall all that. I don't recall all that.
Did you agree to do it?
Yes, I agreed. But once I hung up the phone, it was over with. I would just have an idle talk.
And as a part of the indictment in this case, did you plead to that charge?
Yes, I pled guilty.
Do you know someone by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And what do you call Christian Eppinger?
Call him Big Briss.
Big what?
Big Briss.
Okay. How do you spell Briss?
You spell it Chris, but you just substitute the B, I guess.
You substitute the C for the B?
Yeah.
How long have you known Mr. Eppinger?
Including this year?
Including this year.
Probably about 3 years.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know about how much older you are?
No.
How did you meet him?
I met him when he got out of prison. I met him. I don't know. We hanging in the same area, probably gambled together. I don't know.
And we say hanging in the same area. Was that the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How often would you see him in the Cleveland Avenue area?
I mean, whenever I decide to come outside, whenever he decided to come outside, I ain't just coming outside looking for nobody. Like, if I seen him, I probably seen him. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Did you ever hang out with him?
Yeah, we probably hung out at the park.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
Did you have his phone number?
I don't know, you talking about, did he have my phone number when he was incarcerated?
When he was incarcerated and when he was not incarcerated, did he have your phone number?
He probably did have my phone number on. He probably did.
Now, we talked about the web, and you said it was on Browns Mill Road across from the golf course?
Yes.
Who owned the web?
I don't know who owned the web.
Whose home was it?
What you mean, like who?
Whose childhood home was
Mr. William growed up in that house.
it? In 2021, did you spend time at that location?
Yes.
Who acquired it for you in 2021?
I think Mr. William had rented it for us.
And would people sell drugs outside of the web? Sell drugs at the web?
I mean, I sold drugs, but I don't know. I don't know if nobody was selling drugs. I can't say nobody was just selling drugs outside the web. I wasn't even selling drugs at the web. I go to the store, but he got that house for people who didn't have nowhere to go lay their heads, and you get what I'm saying. If you get into it with your girl, you got somewhere to go. You want to have some extra company, you got somewhere to go.
Did he also provide the web so that you would stop selling drugs at the gas station?
From my understanding, he secured the spot so we can have somewhere safe to be, because they kept shooting up our store.
Who kept shooting up the store?
I mean, I don't know who wrote. Y'all didn't never go get them.
So I'm gonna ask you again, did you sell drugs out of the web?
I never really just sold drugs out of the web. I can honestly say that. I never.
I didn't ask about you. I asked, well, did they sell drugs
You
out of?
actually just said you, so.
Oh,
you would ask a different
excuse
question.
me. Did YSL members sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, they weren't doing business with me, I went in a bit. I went in a bit, and I can't tell you what another grown man. I wasn't watching another grown man do. It's just something I ain't into.
Do you remember taking a plea in December 2022 in this case?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And as a part of your plea agreement, do you remember going over certain factual acknowledgements?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those factual acknowledgements prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's in Market 6 Exhibit 420 VV. Do you recognize?
Oh, I get PTSD when they get into these factual acknowledgements, y'all. Oh, let me stop being dramatic.
The whole document.
Yeah, you can
But I'm just saying.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's 420 VV, the plea agreement that you signed when you took a plea in this case.
Yes.
And does that appear to be the entire agreement with no additions or deletions?
Yes.
Looking at 420 VV. First, I want to go to number 14. Here, the house on Browns Mill Road, is that referred to as the web?
I said it.
All right. Looking at Number 13, does that say YSL members sold drugs from their home at 2539 Brownsville Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that right there?
I did.
And did you initial that as a factual acknowledgement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again. Did YSL members sell drugs from their home? Overruled. Answer, you can answer.
Like, even though just it wasn't just YSL member allowed there, like it just like what you saying, have I ever seen somebody sell drugs out of the web?
I just asked, did YSL members sell drugs from the web?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish what we just submitted.
Read it. Oh, the pictures?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
426 BV. And 427 BV. Is that the living room at the web?
Yes.
And is that a security system inside that living room?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 427 BV. Is that the same, just a different angle of the web? Or the living room at the web?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with a home at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, I've been there before.
And whose home is that?
I mean, I don't know whose spot it was. I know I used to go there and play the game and gamble and stuff.
Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
I know somebody by Big Nick. I don't know Nicholas. I don't know Nick Carter.
And how do you know Big Nick?
Just from around the area.
Do you know him to stay at 2830 Waters Road?
Stay there?
Yes.
I know. I mean, I ain't frequent water road like that, so like I don't see him there, but I don't know if he stayed there.
You said that you would go there and play the game. What game are you talking about?
I'm gonna go play the PlayStation 5.
You said PlayStation 5?
Yes, yeah.
The other YSL members congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Like they just like I don't. Yeah, I used to see some people like visit. Some people come there, but there wasn't no YSL. Like there wasn't no YSL like spot. Like it wasn't no YSL spot.
Did members of YSL congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, we used to meet up before shows and before we go out and perform. Yes, I know. Yes, we don't.
Is 2830 Waters Road another location where drugs are sold out of?
Drawer probably was sold out of the drawer probably.
Drugs probably or drugs were?
Like, I mean, they probably were like I'm not watching nobody like.
Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
I sold drugs out there.
Thank you for that. Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Did YSL member keep guns at 2830 Waters Road?
I don't know nothing about no guns. I don't know nothing about no gun.
Permission to approach.
You may. Go ahead.
Yes.
The witness or me?
No, I wanted to approach the witness, but I thought you
Yes,
were
you
asking
may.
me.
No.
412 VV. I'm sure you must know how the Stacy's giving me 412 VV. Do you recognize 412 VV?
Yes,
And how do you recognize 412 VV?
it's a picture of me.
And is that a picture of you from your Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 412 VV into evidence. Permission to publish.
Nay.
First, where is this picture taken?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
And the clothing that you're wearing, what is it? What does massa, does that say massa on your pants leg?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I think Make America Slime Again.
And is that a snake on the right-hand side of the pants leg?
Like that, that's supposed to be a snake.
Okay. And then what is your caption?
Can't spell slime without me.
And then do you have a hashtag?
The beast.
All right. Now, with YSL, does YSL gang have a rivalry with the YFN gang?
I mean, a couple guys from both sides probably have some personal issue, but like as in whole, I don't. They probably have some personal issues, but as in whole, I can't just say everybody got a problem with everybody. Like they probably got personal issue, whatever they got going on, they got going on.
I'll ask again, is YFN a rival gang to YSL?
I mean, we don't been on to go back and forth, so like.
In that same factual acknowledgement, I'll show you again 420 BB. On page 2, what does number 3 say?
YFN is a rival gang to YSL.
And did you initial that with your initials on
Yes.
this document?
Yes.
All right. And did you also sign this document?
Yes.
So, how long has the rivalry been in existence?
I was in prison.
So did it start when you were in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what year it started?
No.
How long were you in prison?
52 months.
So when did you get out?
2017.
Did the rivalry start before you got out of prison in 2017?
I mean, I hadn't heard some stuff, but I guess, yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of YSL Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
How were you familiar with him?
He's a rapper.
Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
Personally?
A person?
I said personally?
Yes.
No.
Back in February of 2022, specifically February 9th, 2022, were you aware of him being stabbed in a Fulton County jail?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Jada Myrick?
No. Well, I heard about him when this case came about, but I don't know him. I don't know him at all.
I want to take you to February 22nd of 2022. Did you get a call from Christian Eppinger while he was in the Fulton County jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he reach out to you to get permission to harm Lucci, YFL Lucci?
Yes, he reached out to me.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that jail call in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 418 VB. Do you recognize 418 VB?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I mean, you showed it to me earlier.
Is that the jail call?
I mean, I thought you showed me 3 discs. I thought, yeah, you say jail call.
Have you heard the jail call?
Yes, earlier.
All right. Yeah, this time the state would like to tender and admit 418 VV into evidence.
All right, it's admitted without a question.
Permission to publish, your name?
Oh, no. Is that Obama saying something? Oh, yeah, that's why he's talk. Hold on. Oh,
Yo, what's up, nigga? What's up? What's going on? What the hell you got going on, my brother?
Shit, just popped out. I had court today, bro. I been stressing, boy. I got a warrant with next, y'all. And goddamn, I went to court this morning. I ain't bring that shit up, so I'm back out now. I'm sending up some shit right now. Me, Ted, and Rose, send some shit up. They got some bad. You know what I mean? As soon as that shit go through, I'm a blessed, bro. Seen about 500 now. How much them phones is?
I'm in Rice Street, man.
I know, nigga, they got a phone down there.
Yeah, that shit upstairs though.
Oh, it's upstairs. What's going on?
They got me on PC with the boy Luch.
Oh, there's on PC.
Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro.
Huh?
Man, find out what I can get for that, bro.
Get for what?
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you can get for.
I just told you where I'm at.
Okay, so what you need me to do?
Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the going with.
Who you in the going with?
Lucha, nigga.
Oh, you in the going with him?
Yeah.
No, I'm finna make a call right now. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know when you gonna make the call back.
Man, I call back anytime, bro. I've been trying to call you, bro. Bro, I know if one nigga gonna make sure nigga straight, bro, Obama gonna do it, bro. Obama gonna make sure nigga good.
Man, yeah, you know that, but goddamn, I'm finna just put some, I'm just finna put something in some folk ear and see, what, you know what I mean? What they gonna send to you? Goddamn, what you want?
I need a lawyer, bro. I need a lawyer answer right.
Yeah, you do. And that's a big fear right there. If you get that boy, so shit, I don't see nobody not fucking with you, bro. If you handle that business, bro.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I was trying to get dollar numbers so I can holler at Slime, man. I know I was gonna holler at him about that shit on the phone, but he gonna catch a nigga drift just like you did caught my drift.
I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight. bro. Boom, just pull it out. I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight.
That bitch ass supposed to be sending me something, bro.
I'm gonna pull a shout to the side on some one-on-one shit and just ask him, shout.
Hey, yeah, bro. And tell him my situation too, bro. I already know he done heard about it.
You know I'm gonna tell him, bro. You know I'm gonna tell him I got you, bro.
Yeah. Who all right now?
Yeah, me, Ted, Rose, Chill.
Look, hey, tell Rose, be on the phone. Who it is? That big bread line, man, nigga.
Man, stop playing on me, boy. What's going on, boy?
What's up, nigga?
What you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, just nigga trying to make it. I ain't complaining. I'm alive, man.
I'm gonna get something for you. Give me like Monday. I got you.
Hey, yeah. What they going?
I'm gonna get it too.
If you can cash up, you can cash up to my baby mama. But goddamn, if you want to like drop it off, it's my girl staying in Lakewood.
All right. Obama got the number?
Yeah.
All right, my phone there. I'm gonna get my Obama. I got you.
Hey, yeah, man.
Just hold your head, nigga.
Oh, yeah, you know, that's good. Huh?
You ain't got a line?
Nah, they got me on PC with the op boy.
On PC?
Yeah, they got me right here with Lucha.
No. Tell me give you
Yeah.
something now.
Huh?
Tell me give you something now.
Man, I'm trying to holler at slime, man.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, Obama.
Yo.
Yeah, though, man, just make sure you do that, though. I know you're gonna got that make sure they good, but I mean, got down. Cause,
I already know, bro. I already know the situation, bro. But
Yeah.
like if I bust at some of these folks, know what I mean, let you handle their business. If the folks want you to handle their business, then got down. Yeah.
cause you know.
Hey, when you get a chance, call me back, bro. So I can talk to you one-on-one. I got a lot of ears around.
All right, got down. Yeah, that's so. Hey, who right there with the cash shop, man?
One day they got cash up. I got cash up. I ain't got nothing on them right now, baby, bro.
What I'm saying, man. Yeah.
So girl, tell her to lock me in. As soon as I get some more cash up, I see you some.
All right, so.
All right, bro.
Love y'all.
I love you back, bro.
And we'll stop playing at 11:18 into the call. My first, do you know why Mr. Eppinger was in jail?
Allegedly.
Were you aware of a shooting of a police officer on Cleveland Avenue in February of 2022?
Yes, I heard about it.
And did you have any knowledge if Mr. Eppinger was a part of that shooting?
I know he was arrested for it.
Now, on that call, Mr. Eppinger reached out to you to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, yeah, he called me. Yes, he called me.
Do you know why he would have to call to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, that's another conversation. I left where it was. I never took the next step to reach out to nobody to try to hurt nobody. I just idle conversation. I was just talking to be talking. I didn't.
I understand. My question is though, do you know why he would have to get permission to go stab Lucci?
He ain't got to get permission. He a grown man. He can do what he want to do.
So why was he calling you to get permission?
Sustained.
When he was asking for permission, who did he want you to reach out to?
I don't know. I said I put something in the. I know. I just replied like I put something in a couple people's ears. So
Who were the couple people's ears that you were going to put something into?
nobody.
When he says that I've been trying to get Dolly so I could talk to Slime, who's Dolly?
Mr. Williams have a sister named Dolly.
And then who is Slime?
To my in the car. I guess he referring when he said. I guess he put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence. So I just assumed he was talking about Mr. Williams.
Going back to your plea agreement, did you tell us who Slime was in that call when you took your plea?
Can I see the plea?
Sure. So you again, page 420 BV. I'm gonna direct you to page 3 of 6, and you can just read this to yourself first. We're gonna look at number 11. You said probably, I assume. I'm asking you who was it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said at first.
What did he say? I didn't hear it either. I think he said, like, I just told you that or something. Did you get it,
I
Madam?
said I
Clerk?
just told you. I mean,
Yeah,
I just told her who.
Did you say you assumed who it was, or was it Slime?
I just like from the conversation, I just put two and two together. He put slime and dolly in the same sentence, so I just figured he was talking about me with. I mean, Mr. William. I know.
When you said you were gonna pull up to the yo, what were you referring to?
I was talking about the studio, but I was lying.
And when you were lying, what were you telling him you were gonna pull up to the studio and do?
I probably was saying to yo just to make him think that I was gonna pull up on Mr. William, but I never really gonna pull up on Mr. William. I never gonna go ask him that like that. I don't even know if they know each other, so I know I wasn't gonna go ask him that like that.
Did you tell him, or did he tell you that he just needed a lawyer for that?
Yes, he said that in the car.
And did you tell him that would be a big fee if you get that?
I was just talking, man. I was just.
Now, in that call, did you also say that Funk just pulled off?
Yes, I think I said that in the car.
Who is Funk?
Who is Funk?
Yes.
Funk.
Okay. And is Funk also Mr. Williams' brother?
Yes.
Now, back in 2022, when this phone call took place, was YSL having a beef with YFN?
Was why I said having a beef with YSL. I mean, I had a problem with them.
What was your problem with YFN?
They had them just killed my friend. I mean, I ain't saying they had what it. I don't know who, but people were trolling like they killed one of my friends. So like, it's just something I took personal. I can't say how everybody else felt.
And is that, are you referencing Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
But Wood.
And do you know someone by the name of Zay?
Zay.
Yes.
Yes.
And have you been in conversations with Zay about Woody being harmed in prison because of his status with YSL?
Yes, I heard the phone call earlier.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as 422 VV. Do you recognize your initials on 422 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I signed it.
And is that the call that we were just referencing with you and Zay?
Yes.
Around this time, state would like to admit 422 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And while that is getting loaded, were you arrested for the charges in this indictment, 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
All right. And where were you arrested at? Not an address, but a location.
In the cab.
Was it a house, an apartment, or something else?
A house.
And when you were arrested, did the officers who came arrest you, did they take pictures inside of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And did they find a bandana and a gun inside the house?
Yes, that's what they found.
Did they find the gun underneath a bed or a mattress in the room that you were staying in?
I mean, I had Jay came to the house, so yes, I guess they did.
And was that a picture of the bandana and the gun that was found when they arrested you?
Yes, but that's what they found. I'm wrong. I ain't wearing no bandana. I'm not having no bandana.
Was the bandana found in the room that you were in?
The room that they said I was sleeping in, yes.
Is that the bandana and the gun that was found in the room that they say that you were sleeping in?
Yes.
Yeah, this time the state would like to admit 416 BB and 417 BB.
Is your admitted? All right, admitted.
Yo, gang. Yo. By Mr. Beats, I hear. I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right? Yeah. Woody just caught me down the road, right? So boom, they did jump on me. They did that. But he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the gang task force came and talked to him and all that shit. So he thug right here, man. And long story short, he based on some, bro, that YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga got started a whole new name. Like, that's how he coming at me, like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, see, niggas in jail no more than us because we on the street. Yeah. Freelancing. They know because them folks putting up on them folks. You feel what I'm saying? Sure. Yeah, right. Bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit, like, really not even, like, not I'm not giving up on game, period. He's just like, it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on, that shit, boy. Yeah, I think they got to fall back. That's how they got to kind of fall back, because there's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody, he called me, because he was like, bro, he was like, vape, bro, about 3 niggas done push up on me, talking about your name, talking about, boy, I'm on the vape, Woody, them folks pushing up on Woody, them folks trying to get some screening down there about y'all, you feel me? Because I heard he got jumped on, I sent word down there, like, bro, y'all need to eat anything that's up, you feel me? Yeah. Some folks pushing up on Woody, so Woody finally called, like, baby, boy, you hell, but he like, boy, I'm proud of you, boy. I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business, you feel? So I go and tell him about you. I'm like, man, Obama standing on business too, you feel? He was like, oh, yeah, shout the one to one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man, you feel me? Yeah. Yeah, though, but I was just telling him how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside for real. He was like, man, he said, babe, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown. You know, Woody want a nigga who I really just sit down and listen to. Shout really smart. Yeah. Shout is very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like, he like, bro, that shit hot right now. They just chill, bro. Like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad job, nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, they gonna end up in jail. He said because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ass, bro. Yeah. So you gotta chill, bro. Just tell Gang, don't tell Rose them to chill. You feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They tell nigga backstage, bro. Like just chill and just lay low. You feel me? Until it's time. You know what I'm saying? It's time for everything. Yeah, nigga, why they lay low? Lead about end of June. Well, I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away. Yeah, June about 30 days. 30 days. We'll be all right. About good. Nah, about 2 months. I get 2 months because when it be. That's why I said. That's why I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days. No, listen. I'm still coming around gang. I ain't just. Me too. I'm just finna go listen. I'm finna stop. Niggas gotta move. Niggas just gotta move better, bro. And start posting just like Mr. Lane. Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. You can't post that YSL and shit like that. Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna stop right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro. All right, say no more. All right, bro. If you come straight here, bro, I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I just told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you. All right.
And did you ultimately take a plea in this case, Mr. Slumlin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 421 BV. You recognize Exhibit 421 BV?
Yes.
And is that a copy of your plea?
Copy of the indictment or my plea?
The indictment.
The copy of the indictment.
And do you see your?
Yes, my charge. Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, the state would like to limit 421 BV as a self-authenticated document, but Mr. Slumlin has recognized 421 BV as the certified copy of his conviction.
All right.
In 22 SC 183572.
All right, it is admitted, and ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to remind you that you've now just heard evidence that Mr. Slumlin pled guilty to some charge or charges in this indictment. And I'm going to caution you that the co-defendant Slumlin's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal act or acts to which he pled. You're not to consider this defendant's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. And again, as I've told you before, each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of any of the charges with which either of these defendants is currently accused.
And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there cross for this witness?
There is, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
All right, we're gonna pause for the question. Hi, John Starks. Thank you so much for dropping in. Okay, so I'm not sure where you are with the case. We're kind of like fourth quarter, end of the fourth quarter in this case. And so who's on the stand now? This is YSL Obama. They are putting in his plea deal, his factual statements. You can let me know if you're aware of how these factual statements, factual acknowledgements come into play with these plea deals. Momemtum was a good example, his plea deal. And anyway, so he had some factual acknowledgements that said that the house that Thug rented for them, which he said in his testimony, was one that, you know, he wanted people to have a place to be. You know, if they were having issues with their girl, they had somewhere to be. Or if they had a girl and they wanted to cheat, they had somewhere to go, whatever. But he had to admit that people sold drugs out of that house. He is linked to Yak Gotti. He said that Yak Gotti told him to rob somebody. He never acted on it. He's also on the wiretap as the person who, when YFN Lucci got stabbed, he was the person who that person asked permission of him. And so this is YSL Obama, who is also aware of YSL Woody. He is supposedly one of the original people. And to me, his testimony is the most damaging to date. The things that he had to admit, and he didn't play Momemtum games. He doesn't have provision to play Woody's games. He knows what's on the line. You can hear it in his voice and you could just hear it in his voice and in his demeanor and everything as he admits to these things. So he is the first defendant so far. I'm sorry, the first witness who was also a defendant that pled guilty to the YSL RICO thing. That I can say that he is guilty of definitely selling drugs out of that house that Thug rented, because he said that he was the one that did that. And he also testified that he had a personal thing with YFN Lucci in this whole stabbing thing. They're getting ready to do cross. She had to remind him of certain factual acknowledgements about 3 times during his testimony. And so he agreed to yes. So that implicates them in this RICO situation. And I don't know if the jury will have enough to say that they're not guilty of that particular thing. I think the murders are beat for sure. I can't say that these guys did that. And it's definitely evidence that there were more people involved or whatever. But this drug dealing thing, which has been the theme of the pleas, they may be found guilty of that. And then will the judge be lenient on their sentencing because they did take it to trial? The judge also acknowledged today that there is room, plenty of room, that if there is a conviction to win it on appeal because everything that has happened in this case. So that's where we are in the fourth quarter. I hope that answered the questions as much as I can. We are getting ready to go to defense cross, and it looks like it's going to be Doug Weinstein that's getting up and is going to go at it first. There is some implication for Shannon Stillwell, I think, in terms of the is YSL a gang and all of that stuff. So that's where we are. I hope that fills you in. Let's get to the defense. Okay, good. Thank you. In your opinion, how is the case looking for the defense after today? Man, that's a great question. What a great question. Listen. Short answer, right? Up until this person's defense, up until this guy's testimony, and I think there may be 3 more. There is Detective Viverito that I was concerned about. This was a particular curveball for me, and I was all the way team defense, and I thought team defense had momentum. So much has happened with the juror, and they've disconnected, and I have disconnected with the state. And you still can't be sure that the state wasn't up to their tricks to get this evidence in, any evidence that they got in. It's just been so much debauchery, right? But in terms of the YSL RICO charge, which apparently, if you have seen the interview with Brian Steele and his co-counselor, I can't think of his name right now, and that's no disrespect, I'm terrible with names, that this happens with so many people that the state has done so many tricks and flips and, whatever. And so people have to admit to things and kind of fall on their sword just for their freedom. That's what they said. I didn't say that. So I kind of feel that way, that theme as well, just trying to be as neutral as possible. I don't fully trust the state, and I don't know if every juror fully trusts the state's evidence. So, but with this guy admitting, it can go either way. I would say that the state kind of evened the scale back. It's going to come down to closing arguments, and then we still have to see what the judge does, because she can give them a sentence a lot like the pleas just because they had the courage to see this janky thing through, right? But I know that big Shamel Drinks murder, that's out the window. They're not going to get a guilty verdict on that. The most they're going to get a guilty verdict on is drug dealing. But that is a RICO, and that margin is so small and so gray. So I don't know if they can get away with a not guilty verdict for that with the drug dealing, unless their defense counsel can put distance. And they've been phenomenal in putting distance in these witnesses with jurors who most likely have doubt. So, dang, that still turned out to be a long answer. I apologize for that. Did not want to give a long answer, but I'm so happy to just have somebody chat and have questions in the chat, honey, because I'll be in here all by myself. Anyway, it's evened out. They're neck and neck. It's like overtime. They ain't getting no overtime because Judge Whitaker is over it, okay? But they're neck and neck. This was damaging. The great thing is we're getting ready to get into the cross, which is the most important thing. because they will point out the things that the jury needs to be distanced from. And, you know, if Schardt go toe to toe with this guy and the energy in this room and the way he went at Woody, I almost want to see Schardt do his dance. But we had Doug Weinstein, and I love me some Weinstein too, but he has a different type of way. So I don't know what the defense knows. As far as I'm concerned, it's leveled out. It's still going to come down to arguments. But this that RICO charge. I mean, some people was getting up to 20 years on it. That's my concern, my biggest concern over guilt or innocence. But up until just a moment ago, until his plea agreement and factual acknowledgements came in, I was all the way team defense got this in the bag. I hope that answers your question. I am let's see. I am hoping that the jury already listen. Okay, so I'm sorry. I call everybody girl. That is no disrespect. I promise. They already had a juror that said, "Listen, let me out of this thing," and he didn't already raise the concern before. But the judge told him they're gonna wrap it up in a few weeks. So he's willing to stick by it because brother said that he can't keep bias against the state at this point. Like he's over them, and that's just one juror. And it's still been some BS that has gone on. So, like, for me, I watched this case as a juror. That's the way I had planned to watch it, just to kind of see if this is an area that I can serve in whatever reason. And I have just become obsessed, really, with all that I've learned and all the tricks and the disadvantages or whatever. I'm trying to choose my words carefully because Judge Whitaker pulled somebody in her courtroom, and I'm not trying to have that. The state lost me. I have been team defense since about day 139, 140. And I keep watching this with the sense of, can they win me back? And I'm still all the way team defense on the big scheme of things, but you get the rules that you must consider as evidence, and this was damaging. But anyway, I don't know. They can be, man. Listen, this is why I'm watching. This is why I'm watching. I agree with you. They can't be doing our people like this, Duchess. Listen, this is why I watch, because let's be clear. I don't think these guys are saints, right? And they're 6, 7, 8 years past whatever it was that was going on in their life. But there is a big picture, and you still have not convinced me that murderers is what they are in these instances, the one that's on trial, right? And all the rights that have been violated and all the rules and all these officers of the law. If you have the state as a defense, you're screwed. Goodness gracious. And it's happening so often. So I so agree. And I think that, you know, every middle school, high school, like this is something that can be watched from so many different perspectives. But this is why I'm covering it, because in my sense, these guys, I want them free. It's been enough, you know, just being locked up for 2 years, just trying to basically see who get worn down. Like you got people following their sword for things that they know they didn't do. They just want to go home. And you can hear it, the energy, you can hear it. Like you can hear this in this guy's, when YSL Obama got on the stand, he's petrified, but he's not trying to go back to where he came from. And he know what he agreed to. Or maybe they wrote it in after he said he wouldn't. I don't know. We saw what happened with momemtum. So listen, the truth of the matter is they are, and unfortunately it doesn't sound like it's just in Fulton County. And, you know, I can get on a whole soapbox about that, but, and I'll just say allegedly, or just in my opinion. And you heard it from Brian Steele in their post thing. This is happening. It's happening. And it's time for accountability. And the state, the district attorney office, they have been reelected. And I think that there needs to be some type of accountability and correction other than this remedial training that has already, like, is there. I can go so far into that, but I absolutely agree with you. YSL Weinstein and YSL Schardt need to ask why. Listen, Still said he is on the bat phone ready for whatever they need, but I'm going to tell you, they have slayed the defense up until this person, right? So it's really going to come down to the judge from where I see it right now. But he's ready for them. We'll see how this cross goes. Let's get into this cross examination. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Let's go. I need to answer the door. I'll be right back. I'm here though.
Good afternoon, Mr. Slumlin. My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Deamonte Kendrick. I believe you said earlier you know him as Yak Gotti, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to refer to him as Yak Gotti when I talk about him.
Yes.
Okay. There was some discussion earlier about a phone call between you and Polo, Mr. Dorsey. You remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you just kind of say, when someone asks you to do something about this particular issue, you just say yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Why do you just say yes, yes, yes?
I mean,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was just having idle conversation. Like I never took the next step there.
So sometimes when you're having a phone call
Yes.
between someone in jail, someone not in the jail,
Yes.
you'll just say whatever, yes, 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 just to get off the phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Just to have idle conversation and move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about this plea that you took for a minute. That plea that you took, it required you to stay away from the other defendants in this case. You recall that?
Yes.
So you can't have contact with any other defendants that were in the same indictment as you, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're accused in this indictment of trying to harm Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also accused of this indictment of trying to harm Harold Clements, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you required to stay away from them in this plea deal that you took?
I mean,
or let me take that back. Would you be surprised if I can have you look at it if you'd like? Would you be surprised that you're not required to stay away from them?
I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I wouldn't be surprised.
Given that you took a plea deal and that you're accused of trying to harm those two individuals, were you surprised that they didn't require you to stay away from them?
Sustained.
All right, I've got no further questions for you.
All right, Mr. Schardt, any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Slumlin,
How you doing?
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've never spoken before, have we?
Never.
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 Okay. Well, my name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. And the first thing that interested me, you said that you have known Shannon for 20 to 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you said you were born on Cleveland Avenue. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you move in your childhood?
No, I never had no brothers, so I went to school in the Thomasville and Four Seasons area with my cousin.
Okay. So you went to school in Thomasville and Four Seasons.
Yes, I went to Thomasville Elementary and I went to Price Elementary. I mean, Price Middle.
Okay. In Thomasville, that's it. Those are in the Thomasville Heights community, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where you met Shannon.
Yes, sir.
Through going to school, and we're talking about elementary school. Right?
Yes, sir.
You met him in elementary school in the Thomasville Heights neighborhood, which is separate from Cleveland Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've known Shannon for some time.
Yes, sir.
Do you know Shannon's grandmother, Miss Betty?
No, I can't say I know his.
Okay.
mama.
Did you know him to be raised by his grandmother? Do you know that?
I didn't have personal. I never, we just see each other outside like little kids. Like I never asked him about.
Okay, fair enough. So you never been to his house, and he's
No,
never
I
been
know.
to your house or anything like
no.
that. You just knew.
Yeah, I just know.
Okay. Have you ever tried to rap?
Middle school.
Okay. And as growing up, as part of your friendship with Mr. Williams,
Yes.
okay, friendship with, do you have a friendship with Mr. Kendrick? Is that fair to say?
I mean, we cordial. We speak.
Okay. Do you know other hip hop artists besides those two?
Somebody from the area or just
In Atlanta. Do you know Mooney
Um,
Lee?
What's his real name?
Who
I mean,
he
what's
is?
his slime? I mean, what's his?
Slime Life Shorty.
Yeah.
So you know Miss Slime Life Shorty?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to studios before?
Yes.
Have you seen people making music?
Yes.
Do you follow music?
Yes.
Do you listen avidly to hip hop,
Yes.
rap?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about drill music?
Yes.
Okay. Is drill music present in Atlanta?
Now?
Yes.
Yes, right now. That's what I was saying. Now it is.
Now it is. It's popular in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Drill music is very violent.
Yes.
Common threads of drill music. Ops. People talk about ops a lot.
Yes.
That's the opposition.
Yes.
Now, when I say people talk about ops a lot, I'm not talking about YSL or YFN. Okay, I'm talking about drill music throughout the country and throughout Atlanta and throughout the country.
Yes.
They all talk about ops, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, red lights. Red lights. Stopping at red lights.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a common theme of drill music
Yes.
throughout the country, not just in Atlanta?
Yes.
Not just YSL?
No.
Not just YFN?
No.
Okay. What about glizzies? What's a glizzy?
A gun.
A gun. Is that a common theme, a common term used in drill music?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not just YSL?
No.
Not just Atlanta?
No.
Not just YFN?
No.
How many people that you grew up with, would you say very few or a whole lot want to become rappers?
A lot. A lot.
Okay. How many people actually make it to the point that they're making money?
Only a handful.
A very small percentage?
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't stop people from trying, does it?
Oh, sir.
Okay, and when you've seen your friends, say Slime Life Shorty, you know Shannon to rap, don't you?
Yes.
You know him to try to make it.
Yes.
You know him to make songs that have ops in it, correct?
I mean, I know some of his songs. I can't just think
Okay,
about.
that's fair. I don't. If you don't know, you don't know. Okay. You know Shannon been trying to make it in rap.
Yes.
Going to the studio, working on his craft, promoting himself, correct?
Yes.
Putting songs on YouTube.
Yes.
Much like many other people that you've seen growing up. Okay. In your observation, all these people that are trying to make it for these very few spots at the top, is there a competition?
What you mean by that? Like, what you mean? Like, if somebody trying to be
Yeah,
better than them,
yeah.
that's I can say it's a competition.
In these songs, is there a competition about who's the baddest, the
Yes.
toughest, the most violent?
Yes.
Who does the most on the street?
Yes.
Who's to be feared?
Yes.
Who has the biggest guns?
Yes.
Who's got the most bodies? You've heard that in songs, right?
Yes.
Okay, not just in Atlanta.
Worldwide.
not just- worldwide. Even in London, right?
Okay. I can't.
Okay. You're not familiar with drill music in London. Okay. All right. So these are common themes, and that's part of the competition, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've witnessed that firsthand.
Yes.
With people you grew up with.
Yes, sir.
Okay. From observing the people that you grew up with make these boasts in their songs, are those boasts, the things that people claim they did, are those always true to your knowledge?
Sustained.
If people killed as much as they claim they do in songs, would the streets of Atlanta, the streets of this world, just be depleting of population at this point? Would there be dead bodies everywhere if everyone was really doing what they were saying?
Sustained.
I'll move on. Let's talk about your involvement in this case, Mr. Slumlin. You're out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're happy to be out?
Yes.
Okay. 40. Originally, you were charged with 2 conspiracies, one to murder Harold Clements with Cordarius Dorsey, one to murder, or to, to murder Rashawn Bennett, and you're allegedly conspired with Christian Eppinger, and then you're charged with gang activity based on the conspiracy with Christian Eppinger, and you were charged with conspiracy, I already said it, to commit murder with Mr. Dorsey, and in the RICO case, the RICO count. And I was very inartful there, but it's 4 counts, RICO, 2 conspiracies, and a gang count, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what day you were arrested on this case, on this indictment?
May the 11th.
Okay. On May 11th of 2022. Okay, May 11th, 2022. And that's when they came to the house and took those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you were able to, you were represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and your attorney moved for bond?
Yes.
All right. And bond is when, after you're arrested, you're able to pay money and be released while the case is pending, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you moved for bond, the bond hearing was heard by Judge Glanville, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And at that bond hearing, the prosecutors were at their table, correct?
Yes.
And at that bond hearing,
Ron, I'm going to object to this line of questioning being relevant to the file.
It's inclined to sustain that. If you want to approach and
I
discuss
can-
this,
I
we
can
can
approach.
do that. Why don't we take our afternoon break anyway?
Okay, this was a good spot for a break. This is a good spot for a break because I love the defense strategy in this. For them to go after the plea and the conditions surrounding the plea. You know, he said this plea was given under Judge Glanville. His clients are still sitting here 2 years later. He got to go home. There's, I mean, if I'm on the jury, I'm striking his testimony. I can't say that he's not a victim of the state, too. You can hear it in his voice. This testimony, child, he said that he sold. The part about does YSL RICO do it out of here? Yeah, I said it. Yes. But I'm still right over there at Team Defense. Like Team Defense is edging out. Let's see how they finish up. We're gonna get past this break. And this is a good question, and I'm gonna answer it at the end of this live. Yes, sir. Great question.
And Mr. Slumlin, you are free to step out if you want to.
All right, jury.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Schardt.
All right, we're back. I'm assuming
Thank you, Your Honor.
got it worked out. Let's see how
Mr. Slumlin, a couple more questions. On direct, you talked. I think we played one of the phone calls, and you talked about those phone calls you had with Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Eppinger. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the phone call with Mr. Dorsey first. How long have you known Mr. Dorsey? Since 2017?
It's February 15th.
Of 2017?
Yes.
Sir? Of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you and Mr. Dorsey were in custody on that day when
Yes,
you
sir.
met him, correct?
Yes, it was in prison.
So that call, Mr. Dorsey called you. You did not call Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
And Mr. Dorsey was in jail and you were not in jail.
Right.
Okay. And he called you about bringing some harm to a person named Mr. Harold Clements. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any problem with Harold Clements?
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Could you speak up just?
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Okay. And did you said that Mr. Dorsey gave you some instructions?
Right.
And is it fair to say, is this fair recapping your testimony that you hung up the phone and moved on with your life?
Right.
Okay, you did not act on what Mr. Dorsey was asking you to do.
Right.
Okay. And then you had another call from Mr. Eppinger.
Right.
Mr. Eppinger was calling about, the state was saying permission. Wasn't Mr. Eppinger really looking for payment? Isn't that what it was? It wasn't permission, it was payment.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Eppinger, and I know you said alleged, we'll say alleged, but he was accused of doing something really crazy and idiotic. He was accused of shooting an officer who was trying to arrest him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of, and this officer, to your knowledge, if you know, this officer was trying to arrest him on a separate warrant, and that's when Mr. Eppinger shot the officer.
I think that was the situation.
Okay. And then Mr. Eppinger, after shooting the officer, ran away from the officer. So to at least prolong before he got arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of anyone in this case, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, anyone on the indictment other than Mr. Eppinger? Did you ever hear of anyone encouraging Mr. Eppinger to shoot that officer?
No, sir.
So Mr. Eppinger calls you, and he's in jail now for shooting the officer and for the case that the officer was trying to arrest him for, correct?
Yes.
And then he starts asking you how much money he could get. because he needed to hire a lawyer.
Yes.
Is that what he said to you?
Yes, I think he said. Yes, I think he said it in the call.
Okay, and from the call, he told you that he was locked up with Lucci, right?
Yes.
And at first, when he gave you that information, you didn't even put two and two together why he was even telling you that.
No, no.
Okay. In fact, you said, find out what I can get, and then you said, for what? Was that on the call?
Yes.
And then you asked him, what do you need me to do?
Right.
The truth is, you looked at Mr. Eppinger as like a child that got himself into a very bad situation.
Correct.
His own doing.
His own doing.
And you hung up that phone and you didn't act on it anymore.
No.
Okay. So on December 22nd of 2022, you pled guilty.
Yes.
Okay. And before pleading guilty, you were still in jail. You pled guilty from jail, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. The plea took place in the courthouse, but you were brought over from the jail. You were not free on December 22nd of 2022, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And part of pleading guilty to what you pled guilty to was a condition was you had to sign this form, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you did not write this form.
No, sir.
You were given an opportunity. Were you given an opportunity to review this form with your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you did not write this form.
No, sir.
And the letterhead on it is the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
After agreeing to what was written on this form and entering your guilty plea on December 22nd, 2022, you were allowed to go home, correct?
I went to Clayton County.
Oh, you had a hold in Clayton County. You were released on this case, and
Right.
then you were transferred to Clayton County.
Yes.
And then since you've resolved your situation in Clayton County.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Weinstein, anything? Redirect? Okay.
I think so on direct examination that there were people claiming to have killed your friends, Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I said they were trolling on Instagram.
Trolling. Do you know if Lucci was affiliated with the people who were trolling on Instagram?
My personal knowledge, no, my personal knowledge, like when you ask that, what you mean? Like what you?
The individuals who were trolling, were they associated with YFN?
Yes.
And is Lucci associated with YFN?
Yes.
Have you ever heard the term dry snitching?
Dry snitch. Yeah, I heard it.
How have you heard that term?
I mean, I heard the term before. I can't explain how I heard it. I can't.
What is your understanding of what the term means?
I can't say what I heard the term before, but I can't just say what it means.
Okay. Back in 2022, after you were arrested on this case, did you learn that your phone number, there was a search warrant for your phone number and there was a wire on your phone, a wiretap on your phone number?
Yes, man, I learned that yes.
And at the time, did your phone number end in 8711?
Probably did.
Court's indulgence. Nothing further, Ron.
Sir, you were just asked about people trolling on Instagram after the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford double homicide.
Right.
Okay. And that was in March of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was locked up.
All right. The truth is, there were a whole lot of people trolling about that death, correct?
Right.
There was a whole lot of people claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford's bodies, correct?
Yes, sir, it were.
People from YFN were on Instagram claiming their bodies, claiming responsibility, correct?
Yes.
People from PFK were on Instagram claiming responsibility for those same killings, correct?
Yes.
Members of the Henchmen.
Yes.
Henchmen is another rap collective
Yes,
on
sir.
the east side of Atlanta, correct?
Yes, sir.
People that were members of the Henchmen were also claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan's and Mr. Ford's deaths, correct?
Yeah, it was a lot of people trolling about their death.
Okay, so there was at least 3 different groups and multiple people within these groups who were all claiming responsibility for the same deaths, correct?
Yes.
And they were doing it publicly, right?
Yes.
So the world could see.
Yes.
And all 3 of these groups are involved with rap music, correct?
Yes.
With drill music,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Slumlin, you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Gerald Walsh to the stand.
Gerald Walsh, Gerald, Walsh, Walsh.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Mr. Walsh?
I'm doing well.
Can you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
The Department of Defense, Cyber Crime Center, DC3, as a technical instructor.
And how long have you done that?
Since September, mid-September.
Of
This
last
year.
year?
This year.
This year? So where did you work before then?
Here at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And how long did you work with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Over 7 years.
Now, can you describe for the jury before you left, what was your last position?
I was Assistant Chief Investigator over the Technology Unit.
And in a general sense, can you briefly summarize what would be some of your duties and responsibilities?
Digital forensics, meaning that I sought to obtain digital evidence off of different devices so that they could be used for the prosecution of crimes that occurred. And then also I was a wire room administrator, which we're going to get more into.
Because you just brought it up, can you explain what is a wire room administrator?
So a wire room administrator just make sure that the wire room is where we do a lawful interception of a communication. And in that wire room, we have to have everything set up, all the computers set up correctly, all the users set up to use the software, the collection software, and just all these different things. Kind of like IT, but more specialized for that law enforcement purpose.
And let me ask you this, is part of, or did you have some involvement with wiretaps related to this case?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you're here to testify about?
Yes.
Now, before working in the DA's office, what was your law enforcement background?
I started my law enforcement career in 1990 with the Leon County Sheriff's Department, Tallahassee, Florida. Then I went on to the Seminole Department of Law Enforcement at the Hollywood Indian Reservation. I was a tribal police officer, communication. And in that wire room, we have to have everything set up, all the, and you have to go in and explain for. But as a standard rule, whenever you listen to
or Demekion Garlington, did you ever have two numbers or two wiretaps that had to get obtained?
Yes.
Can you explain that briefly to the jury, how that came about?
So if communication on one line stops for whatever reason, if someone stops paying a phone bill or turns off the phone and stops using it and communication ceases, then the inference is that target may be using a different phone number. So if you find that other phone number out, then you can, with the same probable cause, go up on that different phone number.
Understood. Now, we're looking at, and did that end up happening in this case?
That did end up happening on this case. And I will say for the record, when I'm looking at these are face sheets that have a lot of data on them, and they talk about target numbers and types of data that are going to the carriers themselves so that they can use them for programming the back end of the connection, so to speak. So it doesn't necessarily say this number goes with this person. It's more about the technical data on these face sheets.
Is there a phone number that ends in 7355?
Yes.
And is there one of those documents a phone number that ends in 8711?
Yes.
And is there, was there initially one of those documents that ends in 3244?
Correct.
And let me ask you, before testifying here today, were you able to review a medium, bless you, ma'am, blessed to review a medium that has some of the data from these wiretaps?
Yes.
And is, once the wiretap is complete, is someone, for example, defense counsel, a prosecutor, law enforcement, whoever, that after something's complete, are they able to tell the date and the time of the call and listen to the calls that are not minimized?
Yes.
And does this medium contain that data, so to speak, that someone could use to review a wiretap after it's complete?
Correct.
And it pertains to the wiretaps that were conducted for Mr. Garlington and Mr. Slumlin?
Correct.
And were you able to mark that medium after you reviewed it? I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as 437 Victor Victor. And is that a USB drive, Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
And is that the USB drive that you initialed?
It is.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the wiretap information for Mr. Slumlin and Mr. Garlington that you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender or move to admit 437 Victor Victor at this time.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, before we admit it, could it be conditionally admitted? I'm just reiterating the prior objections and prior litigation that has already occurred regarding this, as well as conditionally subject to the litigation regarding the contents of that.
I'm not sure I follow you on the
approach.
conditional admission. Everything we've litigated, any objection you have that was overruled is reserved.
Okay.
Do you mean something beyond that?
No, that's
Okay.
what I'm hoping to do. Thank you.
That they are admitted over objection, your objections are reserved.
And let me ask you, Mr. Walsh, in general, was the beginning of these wiretaps in March of 2022?
Yes.
And was the ending of these wiretaps sometime in early May 2022?
Yes.
And were both of these wiretaps active at the same time, so to speak, in that window of time?
They were.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Call Special Agent Bernie to the stand. Don't have any role or assigned title as related to this?
Yes, she was the case agent, which is different.
Of the wiretap information for Mr. Slumlin and Mr. Garlington that you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender or move to admit 437 Victor at this time.
It's admitted.
Yeah, I tried to fast forward and I had to go back and watch. I'm sorry.
I'm just reiterating the prior
Is he
objections and prior
listening?
litigation that has already occurred regarding this, as well as conditionally subject to the litigation regarding the contents of that.
I'm not sure I follow you on the
approach.
conditional admission. Everything we've litigated, any objection you have that was overruled is reserved.
Okay.
Do you mean something beyond that?
No, that's
Okay.
what I'm hoping to do. Thank you.
That they are admitted over objection, your objections are reserved.
And let me ask you, Mr. Walsh, in general, was the beginning of these wiretaps in March of 2022?
Yes.
And was the ending of these wiretaps sometime in early May 2022?
Yes.
And were both of these wiretaps active at the same time, so to speak, in that window of time?
They were.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Do you know when you worked this wiretap, did Investigator Viverito have any role or assigned title as related to this?
Yes, she was the case agent, which is different from the technical case agent.
And in a brief nutshell, what would your role be as the technical case agent?
as a technical case agent, my job was to get the connections made in between the cell carriers, the intermediary computer company that would control the collection data and servers, and connect it with the server in the wire room.
And in general, the case agent for wiretaps, what in general is their main role or function in this process?
Their job is to review all of the collections and to make sure that the minimization rules are followed, and or if they need to be changed for whatever reason.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. No further questions, Your Honor, from the state.
Cross. All right, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Call Special Agent Bernie to the stand.
He's a return witness, right? Is he a returning one? Okay, that's right. Good afternoon, Mr. Bernie, or Special Agent Bernie. I'm sorry. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome back, Agent Bernie. How are you doing?
Good, good, thanks.
Now, when you had testified last, you mentioned that you did multiple plotting as related to this case. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, did you ever plot cell phone records related to or cell tower location related to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks?
I did.
Now, I wanted to ask you, as it relates to that, did you generate a report as you completed the last time you testified?
I did.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what is marked as State's Exhibit 395, Victor Victor, and ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And is that the report you generated for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender into evidence 395 Victor Victor.
Okay, so Buddy is testifying about cell phone
Now,
towers
how did you initially
and
the phone number ending in 1103?
in drinks
You would
situation,
only have,
and no disrespect to the victim, but I
So
know
here we can,
here. What about the other people? That other car and that pedestrian and that car that turned around, like
this is determined.
them folks weren't there
I am approaching you,
when
Agent
the
Bernie,
actual
with
situation went down, and we already know about the
sessions of that phone. Is there any
transporting through this. You
after
guys.
that now?
I just
What
want to
this
make
slide
sure this thing.
associated with growing? A brief moment, Your Honor.
I'm gonna stop here because they have a break going on. All right. Oh, I'm sorry for that sniffling. My bad. Let's keep going.
Agent Bernie, are you familiar with Fulton Industrial Boulevard?
Not exactly the location, no.
Understood. Thank you, Agent Bernie. No further questions from the state, Your Honor, at this time.
Is there a cross for this witness?
No questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused, and I believe at this point released? Yes. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, could we
All right, I am gonna run downstairs and get me a sparkling water while they're on a brief break, and I'll be right back and get us to the starting point. Be right back. And listen, I'm gonna try to be fancy. I'm gonna try to give y'all a little music while I run downstairs and come back all out of breath and stuff and stuff. Court is on break really quick. Just a quick break. They got to be getting down to the last um witnesses here for today, and I know that there are more arguments today. So, child, am I gonna be still in here when sisters come on? Anyway, here's a little music. Let me go get my sparkling water. I'm feeling a little parched, and we're gonna round this thing on out. Let's go. All right, I am back and out of breath from my run. Let me get to where I can see my comments. The child be messing up. And let's get fast forward past this break. Wrap this day on up.
Yeah, so my first one is 3282. Okay.
And I am objecting to this. I believe this is Mr. Kelvin Watts. The caption says, "Ain't be a war, but tell me why I feel so safe. It's my shelter." And then hashtags. I am objecting under hearsay rights. Mr. Watts is not testifying.
He's clearly not a co-conspirator. What's the state's response?
Your Honor. I'm pulling up my computer, Your Honor, but
Okay.
The only thing that I think in this post that has anything that can have any truth asserted is we're at war. I mean, I don't know what the true meaning of conch shells are or bird emojis or numbers. I mean, I don't think they can have truth of matter asserted under the legal rules of hearsay. But specifically with this, it is, this post has, and primarily these posts that the state intends to include have non-hearsay purpose in terms of this is a public declaration that we're at war, but tell me how I feel so safe. And then hashtag nut life, hashtag a number of different things that publicly saying we're at war is letting you know what, at least according to this public Instagram post, what the poster of this is in their mind. And the state's theory, of course, is no secret that Shellkel and members of YSL have had a long running feud since 2015, as seen by the multitude of interviews of Kenneth Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, and testify. And this is now March 2022. The specific post is August of 2022, but and of course, no one can be in the poster's mind, but it's just the public declaration of this. And when you have the hashtag of nutlife, that is in direct reference to the murder of Donovan Thomas, and then it becomes nutlife ×2 after Shamel Drinks is murdered. And so the after March 14, 2022, despite for 7 years only posting hashtag nutlife, they start saying nutlife ×2 because his nickname was also Peanut, coincidentally.
He who?
Shamel Drinks, who was murdered on March 14th.
Okay, but this is in August.
Correct, Your
after
Honor.
He's already been killed, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is this showing?
It's
As to these two defendants.
Your Honor, it's the RICO enterprise that the state is intending to show this. He didn't directly at Defendant Kendrick's or at Defendant Stillwell's personal Instagram handles. And I don't have any indication of evidence that he directly DM'd this message, but it's the public declaration that we're at war. Tell me how I feel safe. And he says, hashtag nutlife, hashtag shell one, and then free his friends.
I don't even frankly see how it's relevant to any of the counts in this indictment if this is posted at least 5 months, maybe longer, after the last alleged act in this indictment.
That is true, Your Honor. I mean, the gang war to the states has not.
All right, it's
Yes, Your Honor. Understood.
Sustained.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next.
Number 2,
Mhm.
December 1st, 2018. If the intent is, let me just say, I have a problem with the words, the assertions by the author of what I believe to be Kelvin Watson didn't testify. I don't have a problem per se with the picture.
Uh-huh.
It's the commentary, and again, the relevance to any commentary is December 1st, 2018, which is basically 4 months separated from either homicides. 4 years separated from the 2 homicides.
Right.
Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
There's multiple acts that are not just in 2015 and 2022 in this indictment, to include when the vehicle that it was believed that Wife and Lucci's vehicle itself, that someone else just happened to be driving, was shot up by Javon Fleetwood. And so that was in 2019. But specifically, this is Rayshawn Bennett, who the court has heard multiple testimony about, and Shell Kell, who the court has heard and the jury has heard. I don't know what the truth of the matter asserted of long live nut is. The state is not intending to say, I mean, that is it is a state of mind associating Shell Kell, who posted this, who's Kelvin Watts, Rayshawn Bennett, and a post showing them associated with one another. And I believe from evidence admitted in this trial that is trestle tree, from just the way that is designed with the front porch, because we've had, and I'm not 100% on that, but it looks quite like the.
All right, what's the specific objection? Relevance and what else?
Relevance and hearsay to the right. Picture I don't have.
Okay. Is all of it, all of the language hearsay?
Oh, well, the long live nut is what I have a problem with.
The hashtag long live nut?
Yes. I just don't, I don't even know what, unless the state knows something I don't know about the hashtag free me, which I don't know the relevance of that, but it doesn't really.
All right. I will permit it with, the picture to show the association, and then it's Shell Kell Nut Life anyway. Redact the 2 hashtags, long live nut, free me. And does that satisfy?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, unless there's some objection to the rest of it. I mean, I don't know what you ends don't know the half is really relevant to. So we could redact that as well. All right, next.
Number 3.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the picture. I don't have.
All right.
I don't have problems. I'm assuming real one space FR is Mr. Ford's. Yes. Is that correct? Okay.
All right. Any issue with the next one?
No.
All right, are y'all's like 4 in a row and then you go down to the next line? Or,
When I just hit the side arrow, it just keeps going.
oh, okay, mine's not set up like that. But, oh, okay. It goes, oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. All right, any issues with number 5?
At some point, it's just becoming cumulative. The point is well, I guess this is back pain, so I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, moving on. 6.
Well, I haven't, no, I'm sorry.
Moving back.
Number 5, I have an issue with the commentary, the post. I don't have a problem with the picture.
I don't see it. Oh, the snake and the sword and the 4L?
I don't know.
What's the purpose of this picture? Don't we have Ocean Drive Slim's posts with?
We
various
do.
people
The
already?
the state believes, I mean, there are obviously 3 emojis, that the snake is for YSL, the sword is a common thing that comes up in PD 21 slaughter gang type street gangs, which is allied with YSL, which comes up because of investigator Viv Reader will discuss that in talking about DeMarco Boyer, who was the one who got on FaceTime and said, get on FaceTime real quick. And the state believes that was minutes before Shamel Drinks was murdered. And then they pull out of the gas station and follow him. And so this specific post is showing Christian McMiller, Jeffrey Williams, and is highlighting the, I mean, he posted that snake emoji, the knife, and the 4L.
And what, Viverito is going to give her theory about what each of those emojis means?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the video that Wooney Lee, where he said, shh, we put that, you know what, on your gravestone, was that video vlog was titled A Night with YSL and 4L, which that's why this snake emoji, the knife, and the 4L, it is connected.
All right.
So,
These are statements by someone sadly who can't testify.
Right.
I just, unless it's in furtherance of a conspiracy, I don't, to me, there's no legal mechanism for them to be convicted. Because they are assertions.
They're definitely, yes, they are.
They are assertions.
So is the argument that they are co-conspirator exception? And this is all the fostering of the gang cohesion concept?
well, I mean, this can be, yes, a public pronouncement of an ally between 2 gangs with the way that these emojis are stated. But there's a difference between an assertion and something offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
But I don't hear you saying I'm offering the snake, the sword, and the 4L for a non-hearsay purpose.
Well, I guess the non-hearsay purpose would be publicly connecting and tethering these 2 groups together by his posting of this. I mean, the truth of the matter asserted would be, yes, I'm a YSL street gang member and I'm allied with this other group. It's like if someone posted heart emojis next to a sports team. They may genuinely love that sport team or hate them, but if they publicly said that, it's like, oh, they must be a fan of, that they're showing fan allegiance to XYZ. It's similar here. I don't know what the truth of the matter of 3 emojis can actually be legally speaking, I know what a
We're
gang.
going to have an expert say exactly what you just said. And so that seems to be for a hearsay purpose, not a non-hearsay purpose. You would like everybody to believe that, right?
Ultimately, but she could say, you know, have you seen the snake emoji? Have you seen the knife emoji? Have you seen what is 4L? And then the jury can piece together that information and disregard her testimony or
Yeah.
accept it. But the state views this post.
Okay, so circling back then on the hearsay, it is a co-conspirator exception.
I believe it's both, Your Honor. Yes. Yes.
Okay, then it is admitted under that exception. Okay, number 6.
Number 6, I do not have an objection.
All right. 7.
I do not. 7, I do not have an objection.
All right. Why don't you tell me the next one you have an objection to? All right. And what's your objection?
Hearsay.
Who's our?
Deamonte on Garland thinks he's not testifying.
All right.
Your Honor, by my understanding of what this is a non-hearsay purpose of, he is mourning the death of his friend.
When is this post made?
March 11th, 2022 at.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not on the post itself. It's just, you're going to be able to establish.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Viverito, when it has the date and time, is when she screenshotted it to show when it was posted.
Post the death of Ford and McMiller. Is that his name?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, because that was before this post, which is why, I mean, it's
Right.
why he's posting the.
That had just occurred at the time this post was made.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But before.
Right. I mean, the same day, but it preceded this post. Yeah. Okay.
And so this is an assertion by Deamonte on Garland that he is hurt, he has a broken heart over the death of
Right.
Mr. McMillan.
Okay. And y'all are saying what with regard to why it's not hearsay or why it comes in under an exception?
It is his present emotional state of mind. It's his
Present sense impression.
present sense impression, Your Honor, in terms of he is whether he's actually in physical pain, emotional pain, mental pain, he is publicly stating on God, this one hurt. And the state, the state's theory is that getting revenge for the death is what is the motive behind the murder of Shamel Drinks.
All right, here's the deal with present sense impression when it came up previously, we all learned that the present sense has to be really, really close in time to when he learned of the death. So can you establish that?
And Your Honor, I believe I said present sense impression. I meant to say existing mental state of mind.
Okay. All right. That seems like a legitimate exception. It is there in the statute. Okay. Next.
Number 10.
Okay.
I believe this is posted by Mr. Kelvin Treadwell.
Bentley Boys for Life.
Christian Eppinger's post, Your Honor. I think,
Is that also on March 11th?
yes, this is on March 11th, 2022. And it would be the same, Your Honor, another YSL member posting of these two YSL members right after they passed away.
Okay, but I mean, the other one was clearly a then existing mental and emotional state. What is this? I love y'all boys, y'all taught me a lot is not that. Maybe I'll never be the same.
And Your Honor, we have no objection to omitting the I love y'all boys, y'all taught me a lot, and keeping I'll never be the same. But again, it's YSL members posting right after the death. And again, this is hours after the homicide. And we believe that these posts show how members were feeling, their existing mental state, and what subsequently happens as you progress through the these photos. You'll see the evolution of what happened.
All right. I guess the I love y'all boys is an existing emotional condition. So can y'all just redact the y'all taught me a lot? You can leave the broken heart. Okay. Appreciate it. And what's our next one?
I have no objection. Okay, so no objection to 11. Although, okay.
11 is somebody bowling?
Number 11 is someone bowling, but real 1FR is Mr. Ford's.
Yes, and we believe that this picture was taken 21 hours before his death.
And it shows him bowling. Why is that relevant?
Because of who he's with. So right behind him is Mr. Williams. To the left of him is Mr. Duke Martinez Arnold. He's an individual in the blue. So again, just
okay. So it shows Mr. Ford's connection to some of the other people in this case. And do we have that already?
Not with Mr. Arnold.
Okay. All right.
Number 12, I don't know who the author is. I don't know. So I have an authentication issue. I have hearsay issue.
That doesn't seem to be anything other than hearsay. Sustained.
Number 13, I do not have a problem.
Okay.
All right. So they're doing the evidentiary evidence. The state is winding down to its last little piece, and they're using Instagram. The state is using Instagram posts to determine or to link it to some type of statute where the law allows for the admission of evidence given emotional state. And its correlation to the time of the incident or whatever. And so they are using these grief statements that the YSL members are posting about their person who excuse me, who as a motive for YSL to retaliate and take out Shamel drinks. The most interesting part is as closely as Atlanta is investigating YFN and YSL, because what's happening with YSL is happening with some YFN members, I would suppose. And it was interesting that they had to use the fingerprinting thing to ID this person. The gang investigator unit didn't recognize him as this particular person, this particular nickname or government name or anything like that, without identification. Like that whole investigative piece and the evidence that it is, anyway, I won't go down that road, but I want to say it sounded like the judge was even a little shocked that that was admissible, but the statute does, and that is the argument. So she's got to let it in. So defense is going to have to do their dance. All right, let's keep going.
Well, it would, I believe this would be Mr. Sledges. Is that what Mr. Bruder said? I mean, this would fall under the other ones of I acknowledge it's close in time, I'm objecting, but
Okay, so then are you saying you acknowledge that there's a legitimate exception?
I'm objecting, but for the purposes of just open candor, I think it would fall under the, if those other ones were.
Yeah. Okay.
Under the hearsay exception, which hearsay exception was?
Then existing mental emotional condition. All right. Okay.
Number 15, I don't, again, I don't mean to keep saying the same thing. Investigator Riverito wrote no recourse for this. I have no idea who Edward James is to even address it. I'd like to know a little bit about it.
So, Your Honor, we believe that this post, Edgewood_James, is a post associated with individuals with YFN. This is some of the taunting posts that both Mr. Slumlin talked about, as well as Investigator Vivarito will talk about, that this Instagram handle posted a number of disrespectful, I would say, messages after the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. And so these are some of the, the examples of those posts that were posted. So we're not offering it for the truth in the matter asserted, but these are some of the trolling posts that Mr. Slumlin was talking about, and Investigator Vivarito will discuss further, and you'll see more examples of the trolling.
I'm not objecting to the admission. I'm just trying to figure out why it is. We have an actual individual that's identified.
I don't believe there's an actual individual, like I don't know if Edgewood_James is an individual, but the posts are all directed at the death of Mr. McMiller.
Well, we don't know that if we don't know who the poster was.
But you can tell from the content of the post. So when
Who OPPAC just came in could mean any number of things.
But if you can, the posts are in very short order. So if you continue to go through his post, he specific.
This same person is going to have other posts. So that will give me context to understand what this one is. Okay, then I guess we.
I don't have any objection to 16 or 17.
Okay.
18. I don't, relevance, I mean, we already have one post by Mr. Garlington, and it appears that Mr. Garlington is posting reposting a previous post that's a picture of him and Mr. McMahon.
Your Honor, we'll choose between the two.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I object to hearsay.
We can omit the neighborhood, some of the neighborhood heroes of the week.
Yes.
We can omit the caption.
All right, there's floaties that say Scarface and 2 times Unk Funk. Those weren't in the original post, were they?
They're tags of the people who are in the post. So if you hover over the post and then when she screams.
All right, so she'll explain that. Okay. And this is showing the connection of everybody.
And I would object to the I am Akbar. Oh, it's Akbar. And I would object to her commentary as well.
All right, y'all gonna redact that? Okay.
Okay, no objection. 21, no objection. 22, no.
What if recording high-quality content, editing like a pro, and streaming like a star was as simple as hitting record? With Riverside,
Not need a post from every alleged member of YSL expressing that they are sad.
We don't. This is Mr. Stillwell, Your Honor, and it
Okay.
says just rest Mick.
That's fine, but you know, that looks almost the same as a couple of ones before. So be reasonable
Yes.
about how many of The ones that are just to express that you use.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
24, I would object.
How about 23? Was,
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. 23, I object to hearsay and also relevance.
Your Honor, this is the post that we believe was the reason for Shamel Drinks being murdered. So Shamel Drinks is the individual in the black jacket with the pants. Next to him is Jasper Walters. Next to him is Shell Kell. This post was reposted by Shell Kell, screen grabbed on March 12th, 2022. Your Honor, we believe that Investigator Viverito will talk about the emojis on here. There are two shells, which could indicate two bodies. Then there's a zipper lip and a black heart that one could interpret as they were the ones responsible for the death of McMiller and Ford, Your Honor. And so so Mr. Drinks posted the initial post, the post that says no love _ nut. And he posts Mr. Drinks posted, I'm with y'all 100 at Shellkel _ nut life at Summerhill, Little Man, LLN Mafia. Then Shellkel on March 12th reposted his post on his public Instagram page, Your Honor. And then 2 days later, Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so we believe, one, it is relevant for that purpose, that it was a public post.
It's definitely relevant.
And again, we're not offering for the truth of the matter, sir, about whether or not he's with them or not, but the fact that Shell Kell reposted it, and Shell Kell is the one who put the shells and the zipper lip in the heart, that could be considered an indication of they're taking responsibility for the murder of.
Okay. I mean, do you think that she is going to testify these two shells could mean two bodies?
Yes.
Is it typical within gang life to make a post of whatever your symbol is and have it mean a body?
Yes.
And she's going to be able to say that?
Yes. Because sometimes they'll use teardrops. So as opposed to using the teardrops to represent death, they sometimes use a Shell Kell because he is Shell Kell. So that's his thing. So she will testify that could be.
That would seem like it would represent him. So unless,
No,
I mean, I
he's
may
taking-
need to hear from her on the basis for which she can opine as an expert that two shells could mean two bodies, okay?
Yeah.
So you need to make sure we do that before I permit that testimony. Yes, sir.
There's two aspects of hearsay here, in my mind, that are both assertions of fact. One, we have Mr. Drinks, who is saying, I'm with you 100%. That is hearsay?
Well, the reason as I understand it, the state is not offering that for the truth. They're offering that to show the alleged reaction that it got.
There's no evidence whatsoever that anyone involved in this case ever looked at or downloaded or saw this tweet. So it's kind of like we're backdooring in the hearsay to prove something that we really has no foundation. There's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Farley or Mr. Nichols.
Okay. Yeah, that's what your job is as the defense attorney, to point that out.
I understand that, but the problem is, even if I win that argument and do my job, I still lose because the hearsay has come in under the I'm with you 100%.
Okay, and the reason that your hearsay objection is not successful here is we all know it's only hearsay if it's being offered for the truth, and this is not being offered for the truth. Okay. Make sure you flag that one though on the shell thing.
Are we on 24 now?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is
Your Honor, this is a day after. This was posted on March 4th. So this was initially posted on March 4th.
Okay, what part of it
So
was posted on March 4th? The shell count, the why you buy a watch, you know, it's time to die?
Yes, this whole post was March 4th. So
And are y'all alleging that something significant was happening around that time?
yes, Your Honor, we do believe that on March 3rd is when the public was made aware of Mr. Rashawn Bennett being stabbed in a jail. So there was a bond hearing, a bond motion filed on March 3rd. And then, of course, the media picked that up on around March 3rd, around the same day. And then this is posted the day after that information came out. So we believe that because of what happened at the jail, which is what we think started the trickle down effect of what happened between February 9th and March 14th, that this was an indication of being prepared to retaliate for what happened to Mr. Bennett in the Fulton County Jail.
And then is it reposted or?
No, this is his post. So we just screen grabbed it on March 12th,
Okay.
but he posted it himself on March 4th on his public page. And again, this is just showing the antagonizing that started happening. I know you don't like the word subliminal, but this is what the culture calls subliminal messaging, right? Because they are throwing
I'm just
shots.
not up on the lingo then, okay.
They're throwing, well, let me not say throwing shots, but they're talking back and forth, but in coded language such that.
It's not very coded.
Yeah, right.
I'll also point out that the two shells are showing up on March 4th at the bottom before the double homicide.
Mhm. Okay. Well, I'm gonna admit it over objection.
'25 and '26, I do not have any objection.
Okay.
I would like to know if the state knows who Joey Hurst 24 is.
Again, it's still these trolling fake pages, but again, these were fake pages by, we believe, YFN associated individuals.
What is that based on? If they're fake pages, why do we believe it's YFN associated people?
I think because of everything that was happening in the I'm not going to say the
Is there
only,
some
but the
other
biggest.
posts by Joey Hurst 24? You
So he
told me
does-
that first guy, there were other posts that gave context. Is
25 and 26. So 25 is them posting Mr. Ford saying smoke your pack. And then unfortunately, the harsher one is
And
26.
And I don't
which is
have
super harsh.
I'm not objecting to 25 or 26. I'm just trying to, because again, there's no report. I'm just trying to understand what this is.
so any basis for believing that this is YFN? Is that what you're asking?
Our understanding is at this time, and I'll get more clarity, that there was no other opposition to YSL except YFN. And their
I mean,
associates, the people that they
you might need to
associated
look
with.
into that because Mr. Slumlin said all kind of people.
Well,
I think
the
one of y'all
henchman-
even asked about whether all kind of people.
So the henchman that he mentioned, and I think Mr. Schardt asked the
Oh, Mr.
question.
Schardt, yeah.
It was the henchman, it was and it was PFK. They are all aligned. They are alliances together. So, and we believe that Investigator Viverito will be able to testify that YFN, PFK, and the henchmen are all aligned.
So you have no idea who this person is or what they might be affiliated with. You just think it must have been an op.
Definitely think it was an op given with the context of the post. Yes.
It's a really mean person, whoever it is, but.
whether it's a gang opposition. I mean, we're just like basically taking based on context that it must be an op, but those murders have yet to be solved. So I think this is a little dangerous if you have nothing more than this.
Well, I'm not objecting. Your Honor,
Okay.
To 25 and 26, I
Okay.
just really wanted more information.
Well, then never mind.
27, my question is relevant.
Is that a strategic decision on your part, Mr. Schardt?
Yes.
You've thought through the benefits and drawbacks of that?
I'm starting to learn the strategery part.
Mm-hmm. Okay. 28.
I didn't understand the relevance of this when I saw it in this folder.
Yes, Your Honor. So on the night of March 11th, so Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford are murdered in the early morning hours. That evening, probably I think around 11 o'clock, Stephen Harris, who is a YSL associate, went by 12 Atlanta, which is a YFN stronghold, and shot at that YFN stronghold, shooting an individual in the head. Once he then ended up, Mr. Harris driving to a wall at a location near 12 Atlanta.
Okay.
This picture was taken by one ABG. It says Big Nick, but he's known as Fat Nick, who is a YFN associate. And he posted this picture when Stephen Harris ran into the wall.
That's the actual picture of that person having hit the wall?
Yes, Your Honor. And then, of course, laughing about it. And so this, again, we believe was retaliation for Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford shooting. And I believe there's court's indulgence for a moment.
Here's the problem. There's been no mention of this incident at 12
I didn't think
Atlanta
so.
with Stephen Harris. So for only way this would become relevant is if Investigator Viverito got on the stand and went into a big hearsay statement about what this is all about, which of course I would object to.
Yep. I think that's a valid objection. This is sustained. All right, which
Okay.
one should we look at next?
30,
Okay.
I don't know the relevance. I don't know who the author is.
The author, Your Honor, is Javon Fleetwood, who is another YSL member, who's on this indictment as well. He is _Trey_TL World. And this was posted, I believe, 2 minutes before the actual caption. So this is posted on March 13th,
2
2000.
minutes before what?
When you look at the time next to his name, it says 2 minutes. So this is from an Instagram Instagram stories that are only posted in 24-hour increments. So where it says 2 minutes, he had posted
I
this.
don't see anything that says 2 minutes on number 30.
So if you look at the top where it says Trey World.
Yep.
Do you see the two?
Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm just old, y'all.
So
Okay.
when it was screen grabbed, it was on March 13th. And I believe we may have taken the other Trey World post out, but in context, he talked about Big, meaning Mr. Ford, I think like not paying attention to his surroundings. So that was the post right after, near in time to this, but we took that one out and
Okay.
only kept this one, which.
And what does the 2 minutes have to do with anything?
Just the time that it was posted. So you know that it was posted near March 13th, again, after McMiller and Ford. All this is in the days after McMiller and Mr. Ford had been murdered.
Okay, and this is allegedly a YSL member saying, don't worry about being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Yes.
And what's the purpose of?
Because you're going after the ops next. So to me, this is all of them, not all of them, but this particular YSL member saying, and he's in
Saying
prison.
basically, let's go get them.
Yes.
Okay. What's the objection?
I don't have an objection now that I have some understanding of the
Okay.
evidence.
Thank you. Moving on.
Gonna object to hearsay.
Is this 31?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, this is relevant. If you can recall, Mr. Schardt asked both Nico Flores and I believe Investigator Hogan, when Mr. Drink, this is Mr. Drinks.
Okay.
When Mr. Drinks was murdered, you didn't know he was a part of YFN. And what the testimony will develop is they did not know that he was associated with YFN.
And yet he was, because
They
his
started
thing
seeing
says Shell Kill Nut Life.
and they started seeing multiple posts, and you'll see the next few posts, Your Honor, are YFN associates reposting him after his death. So this is posted on March 15th, 2022, after Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so
Okay, so this will
show how the
being offered. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. This is being offered to show that even if the gang people didn't know that he had a connection, he clearly had a connection. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. And this is how they became aware that he had a connection.
I don't really care how they became aware. That's not really relevant to this trial, is it?
It is relevant because that's how we are determining that this was a gang motivated homicide.
How they determined it isn't relevant to the issues that this jury has to sort out. But I get that if you need something to establish that in fact he was connected, that one or a few of these might do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't know how many of them you have. How many of them do you have other than this one?
I think
for that purpose.
Seems to be the same thing, except I don't know who no face
L? I don't know.
It's different individuals, Your Honor. I had to get his name, but I know.
Okay, well, at least 31, whoever is posting it is Shell Kill Nut Life.
Yeah,
so,
we know that 31 is Shell Kel.
Okay, so that one
is another YFN associate. 44 Stevo, which is 33, is his last name is escaping me, but his name is Stevens.
When you turn away from the mic, I can't hear you.
I was just saying 44 Stevo is another YFN associate.
And y'all can establish that somehow. Okay, well then why don't you use 31 and 33 and I don't know, 32 if you can't establish. Well, what do you have to say about 32?
I believe we can establish his name. I just don't know it right now. Your
Okay,
Honor.
well, mark that one and you can potentially circle back to it. 34, any objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Hearsay.
And what is this that we're looking at? Why is it not
I don't
hearsay?
know what in relevance. I mean, I get that this is Medium Garlington's post, and it's on March 15th at approximately 5:30 p.m. But other than that, every post that he makes is irrelevant, so I don't understand what the relevance is.
What's the relevance to this?
So, Your Honor, Your Honor, may I remain seated?
You may.
When
We all have been, so.
one of the emojis that comes up a lot in criminal street gangs is the tornado, which is a short rendition of spinning. If you spin the block, if I'm going to go spin them, I'm going to go shoot them. And so you'll see, and there's another post that will come up where when they're back at it spinning, this is the day after shooting by the state's theory and murdering Shamel Drinks. And so when that Deamonte Garlington, we believe, was in the vehicle where the fatal shot was fired from. And so when he's saying, and this is at the studio, and we believe they went to a studio immediately after, which is the slides we just showed with Agent Bernie when they go to 600 interchange. I don't know if this is that exact studio because I haven't been inside of it myself, but they go and make music. And when Demekion Garlington, we're going to get to one in a second, and we've already argued it and expressed to the court in the wiretap when he says, take that boy's name out the song before something happens to him. There's a song that Demekion Garlington makes with, I believe, DeMarco Boyer, but certainly Garlington, where he says, we're going to get shell Kel whacked. And so so the state wanted to include this because of it's the emojis in this piece of on the way, we're back at it, with a black heart, green heart, and then a tornado emoji, which the state believes is talking about spinning, which is shooting. And I understand that, it could be he wants to go windsurfing, or he wants to go somewhere where it's windy or something like that. I understand that we can make different arguments, but that's what the state believes it means when you're going to spin someone, you're going to shoot them and hopefully murder them.
I'm not interested in arguing in front of the jury how to interpret a tornado. What my objection is that these are assertions of fact given by Demekion Garlington.
He was not here testifying.
I would not be able to cross-examine him. So ultimately, we can argue about what it means, but the person who really answers that question will never take it.
Okay.
It'll be come under the co-conspirator exception.
All right.
It would be the state's theory that the two hearts would be for Ford and McMiller, and they went spinning to them, which is this was right after Mr. Drakes was killed, who was one of the ops.
Well, then it's still a being. Like, how is this co-conspirator?
Well, it's not still in being because
It's
hey, we just killed for you.
saying we're back at it. We're gonna go do this, I guess, is the theory. I think that they've met the showing they need to make under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, I just want to make one thing clear. This is posted after, so this isn't we back at it, we're about to do it. This is posted after.
Oh, well, okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so this is after Mr. Drinks is murdered. So what his argument is, how is this anything other than spilling the beans?
So, Your Honor, I don't believe that, well, the state's position is this is the inverse of what we were just arguing about with it's the public dissing and claiming responsibility. I don't think they believe that the Atlanta Police Department or the state would be understanding these emojis, but fellow street gang members most certainly would. And so that's the whole point of this, is that regardless if Demekion Garlington says we are back at it, and again, the state's allegation is it's talking about the street gang we. The state actually believes Demekion Garlington was involved in the murder, but someone else could easily post it and say we're back at it, meaning my collective group is back spinning at y'all. And so be on the lookout, we're coming for you is essentially the message that by the state's argument.
People are going to say that my client committed a heinous act. I want to be able to cross-examine, and that's my problem. He's clearly, according to the state's interpretation, he's clearly saying we're back at it. We just killed someone. We went spinning, and I'm never going to get across.
Yeah, I mean, he's bragging, and he's bragging. I take it this is a public post. He's bragging to the world. So he's not really talking to a co-conspirator. I mean, he might be talking to a co-conspirator amongst many other people, but having a hard time.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument regarding that is that public displays of dominance or violence does further the gang because people won't mess with you. And so if you claim or assert, and that's why like these posts basically celebrating an opposition's death or asserting that you either will or just did enact violence sends a message. And so that message can protect you if people take the message at face value and don't shoot you or don't come bother you. So that's
Okay.
the state in terms of why that furthers the gang. Publicly claiming a murder or shooting does boost the gang's reputation for violence, which in the criminal street gang world is a benefit or a net positive, not a negative.
All right, so your argument is it's furthering the gang conspiracy by making the gang tough.
Yes, Your Honor. If the next two posts, which are also by Demekion Garlington,
Uh-huh.
and the state is happy to choose amongst these, but these two, it is Christian McMiller and Darius Ford that he's posting on March 15th. And then he says, "We got you boys." That's why the state is making these arguments, having looked at all of the social media of the spinning is not in a vacuum. And then he literally posts his friends who were murdered and he says, "We got you." And again, by the state's argument, to make it even, you have to have an eye for an eye. And so to if you have them, you have to murder someone else.
All right, I'm going to admit those.
Mr. Atkinson, next to 35. I don't know who that is. And
Who's 35?
So, Your Honor, that's the same no face 5L. So we can once we get the foundation of who no face 5L is, we'll just choose one of the two. This is him reposting Mr. Drinks. This is Mr. Drinks. And so that individual again reposting him. So we'll choose between the first one, which was number 32, and this one and decide which one to put in.
Okay.
number 36, I'm strongly objecting. That's Demekion Garlington spilling beans.
Your Honor, I may have clicked too quick. The two posts I was just mentioning about "We Got You Boys" was what's marked as 36 and 37,
Okay.
which is Christian McMiller, Darius Ford, in two separate posts. "We Got You Boys" on March 15th, 2022.
36, Your Honor, the gentleman, the more thinner gentleman.
Uh-huh.
Mr. McMiller. 37, that's Darius Ford. Both times, this is Demekion Garlington, and again, does not take a stand, and this is a day after the killing of Shamel Drinks, saying "We got you, y'all boys."
I understand.
And he's also saying "we."
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, this is for your clients, it's a gang and a RICO case, and these are admissible.
All right, so I'm good. I just want to make sure I put on the record my objections hearsay, and I'm just good. With all of these, I can have a continuing objection.
Sure, of course, yes.
Your Honor, we're not using number 38.
All right. Is there an objection to 39?
I don't have enough information. I don't know who 127 Yale is. I believe that to be Mr. Drinks. I don't know what the relevance is.
State?
Again, Your Honor, this is another YFN individual posting Mr. Drinks after his murder.
Uh-huh.
Who is it? Like, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but my concern has always been, right at the end of this trial, dumping all these things, we just don't have any information, no reports, and so I have no idea who won.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I will get his information.
Okay, well, regardless, we don't, like I just said, we don't need multiple posts that establish the same thing.
Your Honor, I think there's, when you have multiple posts, it shows that this is just not one person who is his friend.
That's
You
why
have multiple people from the same group posting him.
That's why I
there's-
said multiple.
Well, this is,
I mean, do you know that this person,
we'll select, Your Honor, because there are a few more. I mean, we
this could
haven't,
just be a friend. It's true. I mean, if you don't have anything more than, oh, this is a post expressing heartbreak over somebody's death, you can express heartbreak over somebody's death and not be a gang member or a rival gang member.
you are, Your Honor, but I believe when investigator Viverito was screenshotting this, she was screenshotting it from accounts that are individuals who are members of YFN, not just random. It
Find
wasn't
out-
just his family
you
members.
Find that out.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'll say 40, 41, 42 are, we know that 42 is definitely Jasper Walters, who is a member of YFN.
So can we go back to 40 and 41 then?
40 is YFN Fats. I don't know his name offhand, but he is definitely a YFN member.
And this was posted,
On March 15th.
okay. And I know there are a lot of people named Nut in this case.
So this is, Mr. Drink's nickname was Peanut as well.
Yeah, seems like a bad nickname to choose. Okay, so this is another of the, all right, at the end of this, why don't y'all figure out and let me know how many of these immediately post-murder posts there are that are alleged YFN members saying, we're so sad.
Yes.
Which frankly, that's all that is saying is we're so sad. So if it's just to show he was in fact a gang member of YFN, get back to me on that.
Yes, Your Honor. And that would take us to all the way up to 44.
Okay.
I
Right.
don't know his name right now, but I know.
I mean, that's just, yeah, okay. So y'all, you get back with whatever you can and let us know. So we're on 44 now, and that's supposed to be the same concept? Okay, I thought that she said that carried us through, that essentially all the way through 43 are the same concept. So does that include 44 also? All right, 44 is something new. Is there an objection to 44?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Woody testified. I believe this is Kenneth Copeland, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have
Okay, I'm not, what's the relevance of it? Is this that same bowling alley gathering? What's the relevance of this?
On 44, Your Honor, he's
Yeah.
in front of a plane.
Of a what?
The 44 that.
You're at 45. It's a bowling alley.
It's a bowling alley.
My 44 is a plane. I'm sorry.
Maybe you got rid of Woody at a bowling alley. I don't know.
I mean, 45 is.
Now, I'm asking about 44.
44 on ours is Mr. McMiller, who looks like sitting on the thing that returns the balls at both. And Woody does a crime.
So this is Woody expressing sadness over Mr. McMiller's death?
Yes, Your Honor. We can withdraw it.
Okay. 45.
That's the same thing to 45.
It might be 44, we have Mr. Ford outside of a plane.
That's 40. Okay, that's our 45, but okay. What's 46? Is there objection to 46?
46 is a picture of Mr. Nichols. I don't know why that is relevant, that picture, but I don't, if I can tell why it's relevant, I don't object to it.
So, Your Honor, it's each other.
Okay.
So 46, just to show whose face it is, but 47, Mr. Nichols posted about 2 days after the murder, Shamel drinks a song, and specifically the words are what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers. And so that's why we posted.
All right.
And I am going to reject as hearsay, Mr. Nichols is not, as far as I know, not taking a stand, in this case. So my objection is hearsay.
And the response would be hearsay and
And if they're going to say, and it's still be, they're going to say, that's my stance.
I'm saying it's a co-conspiracy, not spilling the beans, as explained earlier under Kemp v. State. It shows it's in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is the gang violence as it relates to the gang war and all of the things that we've mentioned.
okay, overruled. Yeah, that was kind of both of them together, 46 and 47.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
47, right, okay, 48.
Yeah.
I don't know. On the 19th of March, there's a tattoo, not like 2 times.
Yeah, Sean, this is Jasper Walters' post, and earlier we discussed how after Mr. Drink's murder, YFN Associates began saying nut lifetimes to represent both Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. as well as Mr. Shamel Drinks, Your Honor. So again, showing their support of those two individuals in the midst
So
of
much so that they tattooed it on their body.
bodies. Yes.
Do we need red flag pirate?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And 49 is similar to the other ones. We'll just choose a select grouping of
Alrighty.
those reposts, Your Honor.
50.
50 is Mr. DeMarco Boyer, Your Honor. This is the individual that we believe was in the car with Quamarvius Nichols when the murder happened. We believe that he is the individual that says, get on FaceTime right now, right before the murder. And so to show a picture that this person is a real person and they exist.
Are y'all going to assert that he's not a real person? All right, you don't need that picture.
And that he's also, it shows that he's associated by throwing up the gang sign inside of the picture that he is posting on his public website or public Instagram page.
And what is, I know, right, I'm confused. What is this gang sign?
Yeah, it's, thank you. What is 51? Is there an objection to 51?
To the commentary, I don't object to the picture. That, I believe that to be, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that to be Mr. Jeffrey Williams' brother, Mr. Greer, is that correct?
Yes, that's Mr. Greer. Yes. We don't have any objection to the comment.
All right, y'all will redact the commentary?
Yes.
Okay. 52.
Relevance, cumulative.
I think you're right. We do have another one, so we'll choose between the two.
All right, and then once you've narrowed down, taken out what's been ruled out and narrowed down what you still want, you'll reshare with everybody. Okay. All right, 53. Any objection?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the picture, although I think it's cumulative at this point that I think we have several pictures of Mr. McMillan with Mr. Williams. So I think it's cumulative the picture, but I definitely have an objection to the hearsay, two of the biggest snakes.
Response?
So, Your Honor, the state included this, of course, because of the two of the biggest snakes emojis. And so the only argument for its admissibility would be that would be promoting the gang for
All right,
two of the
I'm
biggest.
gonna exclude at least the language
Yes, Your
on
Honor.
that. That doesn't seem to be like making anybody.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. 54.
Are you planning on introducing that picture or?
Mr. Schardt.
Okay. 54.
Your Honor, that's relevant.
Is there an objection?
I would just ask that all the commentary be taken out. I don't have a problem with picture in and of itself, other than relevance. I'm interested in.
Your Honor, that shows Mr. McMillan in front of the car that he was shot in multiple times on the highway.
Okay, this is not a trial of that case. So I'm going to exclude that. $55. Yes. Was there something else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
55 is a video.
And is there an objection to it?
I acknowledge that it is my client's account.
Do we need to watch the video?
Yes, Your Honor. And the caption actually has Wyatt and Fat, who earlier we were talking about, not knowing Wyatt and Fat was a part of the ops.
Uh-huh.
His tag says, check the score, Goofy, Wyatt and Fat, young LA and career over kid. And this is posted, we have to get the date, this is posted around March of 2022.
Now,
Well, I can't hear what it's, do I need to be able to hear what it's saying?
is the point the video or the post?
I don't know. So then you won't play the video, you'll just show it as a still with the caption? I'm just asking. Young LA, yo career over kid. And who is YFN Fat?
Cluster, Your Honor, who is
He's what?
he is a YFN, his gang member. His name is Sabian Cluster.
Okay.
He is close with Mr. Rayshawn Bennett.
And we don't know when exactly this is posted?
I know.
And this is,
I know it's screen grabbed and marked.
okay, and this is to show that, what? That Mr. Still,
We don't need the entire video.
huh?
We don't need the entire. We don't need the entirety of the video. We just need.
Okay. Just the screen grab picture, but we don't know when it was posted. Can you let me know when it was posted? And then we'll come back to this. Somebody writing down all the ones we need to come back to? Okay, all right, 56.
Again, I'd ask
They're withdrawing it. You get some stuff done if you make people stay till after 6 p.m. in court, apparently.
57, I believe it's a group of young men driving down Cleveland Avenue. Talking junk. I don't have any information that my client or anyone else has ever viewed it. I don't think it's relevant.
Do we know when it was posted?
Your Honor, we can ask
Are they like
the investigator
saying-
who pulled it. They are saying in the beginning they're in their car and they're just,
I mean, I see them driving. I don't have the audio on mine, probably because I don't have my speaker.
we can
turned
go
up,
to the
but-
to 54 seconds.